What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Awakening. The love-hate relationship between Setaka and Jax was not something Shenyan cared about. He knew Setaka and had seen her portrait in the ancient scrolls. This queen was one of the few people whose portraits could be passed down even after tens of thousands of years. Her status in Shurima was evident, but Jax's reaction was obviously related to her. The mage ignored this point and realized another thing. If Setaka was really guiding Jax, then the priority of the Ascendants would be higher in his eyes. A being who had died for thousands of years and could still appear in the world as a kind of soul, even if it was an individual case among the Ascendants, was worthy of his serious study for a while. On the other hand, Jax was still immersed in the feeling of the past rushing towards him. To put it bluntly, he was slapped in the face by Queen Setaka in some way, and the slap was fast, accurate and hard, which made him confused. "Okay, Mr. Jax, wake up." The mage had no choice but to snap his fingers at him. Jax, who had come back to his senses from the trance, hammered his head with a dull sound. "You're right. It's time to wake up. The most urgent thing is not her, but the void." "I'm glad you can realize this." Jax jumped off the roof. The distance of several meters was nothing to him. This lonely warrior was holding the flaming lamp in his hand. Some kind of posture made his walking posture even become heavy and murderous. The momentum was as if they were going to participate in a war. But in fact, they were just going to find some merchants. The yellow sand will cover many things and bury many things at the same time. But for Nasus, there is only one thing they can't take away: his memory. He walked through the desert in a trance. In his memory, hundreds of years ago, this was a small town. In the center of the town, there was a spring that never dried up, created by magic, so this place was named Kirarts. It means clear spring. But at this moment, there is nothing here except the yellow sand. He couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. The dog-headed man had long been accustomed to this feeling. He had been wandering alone for so long, witnessing the civilians and people gradually turning into bandits and scavengers on the ruins of his own country. Civilization was cut off, and everything from the Setaka dynasty to the Azra dynasty was buried. The current Shurima was completely different from what he knew. But, was it really so? They had the same blood flowing in their bodies, and the place they lived in was still called Shurima. So were their temperaments. Nasus suddenly felt absurd. As a scholar in the past, he valued rigor the most, but now he regarded the people of the Empire as savages because of his prejudice. He squatted down and looked at the scene not far in front of him, thinking. His superhuman vision allowed him to see far away, and he was on the sand dunes, so he could see farther. In a plain below, a group of sand bandits was surrounding a small caravan. Nasus' attitude towards the sand bandits was like a human seeing a mosquito in his room. "If you don't hang around in front of me, I will treat you as if you don't exist. But if you dare to hang around in front of me, then I will have to slap you to death with my slippers." The bandits rode their horses, circling the small caravan. Their scimitars were very effective weapons, at least in Shurima. Armor was rare here, and walking in the desert in heavy armor was tantamount to suicide. Not to mention the weight. The sun alone could make the iron burn red and take off half of your skin. So if people really had to wear armor, they would choose leather armor. Therefore, scimitars were useful in many cases, and the thin, curved blade could cause greater damage. If you were hit, even if you didn't die on the spot, there was no hope. You could only lie on the sand and wait for your blood to slowly drain. The caravan obviously knew the power of the bandits' scimitars. They had only 2 guards, one of whom was dead, holding a long sword in his hand, and the other was hiding behind the crowd with a spear. Nasus looked at the dark skin of the people in the caravan and their faces that looked like those of his people, and smiled bitterly. They had nothing in common except their similar faces, and they didn't even know the Shurima language. He was still hesitating whether to save them or not, but when he saw one of the sand bandits swinging his blade at them, a sentence suddenly rang in Nasus' mind. It was a famous sentence about the responsibilities of the Ascended. It was said by Queen Setaka. We are stronger than mortals. We have power and lifespan that they can't imagine, and because of this, don't ignore them. We are demigods, but it is precisely because of the existence of mortals that we are demigods. Take off this body. Can your soul be more noble than those brave soldiers? Boom. A sandstorm rose hundreds of meters away. The sand bandit's knife was firmly grasped by a hand, and the dog-headed man appeared at the scene without knowing when. He left behind a path full of death flowers, and those sand bandits on horseback had all died without knowing when. They twisted into a pile of rotten bones, and a strange fragrance spread. Nasus looked at him calmly, then he swung his right fist. The guy flew out. To be exact, his upper body flew out. Blood splashed on Nasus' face, but he was unmoved. Killing was just a means for him. After all, he was a scholar. Yes, a scholar who had wandered for hundreds of years. A madman, a man who watched his country destroyed and its people in a daze but never took any action, and even felt that they were not worthy of being educated. Holding the sharp scimitar of the sand bandit leader, Nasus' fingers carefully stroked the blade. This sharp knife not only did not stab him, but was even easily broken by 2 fingers. What have I been doing for the past hundreds of years? I am wandering, not just wasting time, and it's not my own time. The lifespan of the Ascenders is almost endless. I am wasting the last luck of the Empire. Nasus sadly discovered that if he had not fallen into madness at that time, but took action, then the Azra dynasty might not have been destroyed so easily, and there would be something left in the future. Instead of being ruled by various city lords like now, they are greedy and have no ambition. They only think about their own little piece of land, without considering the whole of Shirma. Fortunately, it is not too late to wake up now. Yes, I still have time. Nasus turned his head and looked at the group of people who knelt down tremblingly. The dog-headed people who only existed in ancient legends walked out of the yellow sand. He said slowly, "Stand up. The people of Shirma have only one person to kneel down to. I am numb and I am stuck. I owe you another update. I will have surgery tomorrow morning and I will come back in the afternoon to make up for it." Chapter 252, Saving Private Atrox. The mage stood outside a white single-family building and waited. Most of the buildings in Shirma are made of yellow bricks and stones, but this one is different. They spent a lot of money to transport white bricks from outside. They even placed 2 huge ivory sculptures at the door, which was very impressive. However, screams were coming from inside. Not long after, Jax came out with a blood-stained lamp. The clues are broken. They don't know what those eggs are. A few months ago, an outsider paid a lot of money to transport them to other places. He also specifically requested that they not use the local caravans in Garden City. They can only get half of the money now. If they want to get all of it, they need to deliver it. This group of people found the scum in the city to threaten Sezbel. Shenyan tilted his head slightly and looked at the scene inside the house through the open door. The broken tables and benches, and the fragments of precious porcelain scattered on the ground were stained with blood. People were lying on the ground, and many people were groaning while holding their hands and feet twisted at a weird angle. "It seems that we have walked into a preset trap," he said faintly. Jax nodded in agreement. "Yes, I have a similar feeling. All of this happened too coincidentally, and it just happened not to give us any clues." "Clues?" Shenyan smiled and interrupted Jax. "We don't need clues, Mr. Jax. I am very impatient, especially when it comes to the void. So if they want to play detective games with us, let them play." "I am going to turn the table over." Before Jax understood what he meant by turning the table over, the sky of Shirma suddenly became gloomy in the afternoon. The scorching sun was obscured by large patches of dark clouds, and thunder came from inside. The residents of the Garden City looked at the sky worriedly. They didn't know what happened, but they felt that this day was really full of disasters. "What is this?" "A little weather magic. Nothing difficult," the wizard said to him, and then stepped on the ground. The merchant's house collapsed suddenly, the ground broke, and a warehouse was exposed underground. The rubble was suspended in the air by a strange force, and the smoke and dust even stopped. Jax could clearly see what was in the basement, and he gnashed his teeth until they made a clattering sound. There were groups of void eggs below, which had already grown to a certain size. They gathered together and produced thick purple root knots, which clung to the wall like blood vessels. Large numbers of humans were tied down below, their hands and feet were cut open, and some small tubes from the root knots were inserted into their wounds to absorb blood. The enchanting purple light flickered in the entire basement as the eggs beat. Jax immediately realized that the group of merchants were deceiving him. The so-called outsider probably didn't exist at all, and if Shenyan wasn't there and didn't find out about this, the consequences would be disastrous. Void eggs are like cockroaches. As long as you see one, it means there are more in places you can't see. These merchants seem to be quite powerful in the local area, and they can even kidnap so many people and put them in the underground warehouse to provide energy for the void eggs. Maybe the city lord is also in collusion with them, and he deserves to die. The hard part is killing them, the mage continued, and Jax suddenly realized who he was referring to. Those who were tied up as food. But before he could say anything, the mage got there first. He looked at Jax's mask and shook his head firmly. I know what you want to say, but they must die. The things of the other world, no. The pollution of the void to mortals is irreversible. I know this much better than you. You can't see it, Jax, but in my view, they are completely polluted both physically and spiritually. What they need now is not healing herbs and soft beds, but a merciful death. Jax felt dry mouth, and Shenyan continued, I'll say something that will shock you even more. Just now, I scanned the underground of the entire garden city. I found that the underground here has been almost hollowed out by void creatures, full of caves connected everywhere. Groups of void creatures are sleeping in it. Why are they sleeping? Are they waiting for an opportunity? Shenyan smiled intriguingly. He was obviously laughing, but there was no smile in his eyes, only cold anger. Reason and sensibility intertwined in him at the same time. A lightning flashed across the sky, and golden thunder fell from the sky and was held in his hand. The mage carefully examined the lightning in his hand that exuded a breath of destruction, and threw it out without saying a word. The lightning streaked across the sky and flew far away. Jax didn't know where it would fall, but he urgently needed to find something to hit it. Shenyan turned around and floated up. The rubble of the merchant's single-family house was annihilated, along with the guards and merchants buried under the ruins. The dirty underground warehouse was completely exposed, and the ominous, flickering purple light kept flashing, as if they knew what was about to happen. The next second, destruction came. The golden thunder fell from the sky again and hit the warehouse directly. The pure destruction turned the void eggs and those poor people into ashes. The mage did his best to make them die without pain. After all, they had suffered too much torture in their lives. Sherma is very large, with city-states everywhere. If the void was able to hide in such a large city, and let some humans willingly help them kidnap their own kind as a source of energy, how many more people died? In other words, how many people died? Shenyan didn't say anything. He forced himself to stop thinking about some dangerous things in his mind. For example, it is possible to directly pull a star into the desert to clean up the surface. It is indeed a pleasure, but those innocent and normal ordinary people don't think so. He silently raised his risk assessment level of the void in his mind. There is no doubt that the void is more dangerous than the things in the other world. It is not clear whether it is one of them. But one thing is clear. The things in the other world are not like the void. They usually hide themselves and hide in the human race and patiently develop and wait for the opportunity. He turned his head and glanced at Jax and said, "You'd better stand firm." "What?" The wizard didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes. Jax suddenly felt the ground under his feet shaking and rising. He initially thought that those void creatures underground could no longer hold back, but then he found that it was not the case. The entire city rose. The garden city, the pearland oasis in the center, the city that travelers and merchants had to come to flew into the sky today. Countless residents were surprised to find that they were getting closer and closer to the dark clouds in the sky. Soon someone discovered that it was not the dark clouds that had descended. Instead, they began to rise. Kneeling, praying, and crying began to spread. People began to wonder if this was a punishment from the gods. But the gods would not spend the effort to punish mortals who were not their believers. After the entire garden city flew into the sky, Shenyan floated alone above the deep pit under his feet. staring at the scene in front of him without saying a word. How big is the Garden City? No one can tell this question clearly, because Sherma does not have scholars who are so keen on architecture. However, one thing is certain, the Garden City is divided into 3 areas, namely the central area where the city lord lives, the rich area where merchants live, and the shanty town where the poor, manual workers, beggars and hooligans live together. There are more than 4,000 residents in the city, which is considered a big city for a feudal civilization with low productivity, thanks to their special geographical environment. There are few wars with other city-states. After all, there are mountains behind and endless plains in front. Even the craziest war maniacs will not try to attack such a city, unless the wizards he recruits can move the mountains. How can wizards who can do that be willing to work for a warlord for a little money? Damn it, you are really good at digging holes. The wizard couldn't help laughing. The underground of the entire Garden City was hollowed out. There is another city under this city, but it is not for humans to live in. It is for those hateful aliens to live. The void creatures that were originally sleeping in the tunnels have all woken up at this time. The wizard carefully looked at their body structure and found that their brains were only the size of walnut kernels. This means that these things cannot have intelligence. They don't even have the nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Shenyan, who was flying above them, did not hide his intentions. Not only did they not show any fear, but many of them even began to show signs of attack. Shenyan saw a chariot-sized alien insect with a thick prismatic limb on its back glowing, and a purple beam of light flew towards him. He did not dodge, and the beam was offset by the adaptively triggered shield before it approached his body. So more beams came from below, denser than raindrops, with a huge momentum, but still ineffective. No, it was not completely ineffective. Shenyan stretched out his hand to intercept a beam that had just flown towards him. He looked at it carefully and said to himself, "Record, the danger level has been raised again." Their evolutionary ability is unparalleled, but they have adjusted the special properties of long-range means just after they came into contact with me. Not only has the corrosion effect on the shield been improved, but it has even brought the property of magic destruction. It's really exaggerated. Biological weapons? The dense sea of insects in the deep pit began to wriggle, and millions of compound eyes stared at Shenyan in the air. Their number was difficult to estimate, but the mage could only feel a will hovering over them, a will full of malice and greed, nothing but pure evil. That will became agitated, and thousands of insects were crushed out of thin air. They were all the size of calves, and the sharp blades of their front claws shone with cold light. The broken bodies and the corrosive blood in their bodies seemed to have undergone some other changes. Soon, a giant insect assembled from the corpses of insects appeared in the deep pit, but this loss was insignificant to them. More insects crawled out of the tunnels connecting all directions in the deep pit, and soon filled in the missing parts. Can you still play like this? Are you Lego blocks? Shaking his head, he began the next test. It is very necessary to know yourself and the enemy. The void is not an old opponent like the things in the other world for him. He must have a sufficient understanding of this kind of thing before he can say that he has the confidence to completely destroy them. After all, a prepared mage and an unprepared mage are 2 different creatures. The giant insect roared. Its appearance was made up of countless insect corpses. The disgusting mucus kept dripping down, which looked extremely disgusting. It opened its hideous mouthparts and extended a thick tentacle from inside. The tip was sharp and it attacked the mage with great force. Dang! The tentacle hit the mage's shield, making a sound of metal clashing. The reaction force generated by this alone caused the shells of many insects in the deep pit to burst, but the mage was not affected at all, except that his face became more gloomy. Record: the combat intelligence is very outstanding. After finding that the energy attack does not work on me, I immediately changed the strategy. It is not clear whether this assembly made of corpses can have other forms, but I am positive about it. The tentacles are extremely powerful. It is estimated that they should be about the same as Hulk. Alas, what am I talking about? Hulk's brain is not as good as insects. He apologized to Hulk without sincerity. Bruce Banner has never been able to control the giant with a childish temper in his body. This is his biggest flaw and what he has been fighting against all his life. Back to the current problem. This assembly body not only has powerful physical attacks, its fangs, claws and thick tail full of shells are not just for show. The most important thing is that the wizard can't think of any other way to make mortal soldiers face such an enemy except brainwashing. Think about it. Your superior gave you a set of leather armor and a long sword, then threw you into this sea of worms and asked you to fight this monster that is about 10 meters tall, made of insect corpses, emitting purple light and covered with mucus. Will you agree? Such a thing appeared on the battlefield of mortals, and the damage to the morale of the soldiers was immeasurable. When facing such an opponent that was completely unbeatable, the army in the cold weapon era would most likely flee in all directions. It is not that mortals do not necessarily lack the courage to die, but most people want to die meaningfully even if they die. It is not called bravery to go up and die in the face of an opponent that you cannot defeat at all. It is called stupidity. While thinking about the problem, he crushed the construct with one hand. At present, it seems that these void creatures have not allowed him to use powerful spells. Most of the problems can be solved by mental tentacles alone. What's more, he deliberately did not use spells. The wizard flew in the sky and waited patiently for a while, and these insects did not disappoint him. The fallen assembly body collapsed again, and the ocean composed of countless insects began to wriggle wildly. They began to shed their skin, and the purple hard shell on the surface cracked little by little, and from them flew out a lighter body, with sharp poisonous needles on the tail and able to fly. Only the same, symmetrical 6 compound eyes remained the same, and the malicious light in them still looked at the wizard in the sky without disguising, greedily watching him. The overwhelming swarm of insects flew towards him, and the battle had only been going on for 10 minutes. They had evolved 3 functions: attacking energy shields, combining to form higher-level creatures, and dispersing to devour the corpses of their own kind to evolve. The wizard had long expected that they would learn to fly, but a question followed: did they learn to fly, or did they know how to fly from the beginning? It was just that at a certain time and place, the information stored in their bodies was called up again. Shenyan narrowed his eyes and summoned the flames. The insect's offensive temporarily stagnated, and they had no way to get close to the wizard. As long as they were exposed to a little bit of flame, they would be completely burned to ashes in just a few seconds. The swarm of insects did not disappoint him, and soon, they adopted a new strategy again. Behind the wizard, in what they thought was a blind spot for human vision, a new batch of insects began to shed their skin and transformed into flying species. Then they wrapped themselves and their kind layer by layer, forming a huge insect stone, which flew into the sky and attacked the mage. The flames gushed out again. The layer of insects on the surface of the insect stone was quickly burned to ashes, and the inside did not last long. Seeing that the stone was about to be completely burned, a silver insect suddenly flew out from inside. It passed through the flames that were like bone-eating poison to its kind, and was unharmed. The poison needle at the tail, which was as long as an adult man's arm, stabbed at the mage's shield as it moved. Snap! With a light sound, the mental tentacles easily stopped it, making it unable to move. The wizard carefully studied this special bug, and he said again, "Record, after the first encounter with fire, it quickly evolved fire resistance. Fortunately, the fire spell I used was of a low level. At present, it seems that they have a great ability to adapt and evolve to any means that can harm them. Not only that, they even know how to use tactics to distract me, and they also know how to plot outside the vision of humans." Summary: perfect biological weapon. Although I don't know who designed this thing, it is definitely not born naturally. Yes, the wizard has confirmed this. The void cannot be a naturally born thing. At this point, the possibility that they are related to the things of the other world can basically be eliminated. Frankly speaking, the things of the other world are also difficult for mortals to look directly at, and wherever they go, there is nothing but corruption and devouring, but at least each of them has obvious weaknesses. And unlike the void, it can't continuously evolve against the enemy's means in such a short period of time. No naturally born creature can do this. Evolution is a very particular process. In the long river of life, it takes a long time to evolve each component as a stack. Moreover, Most creatures choose to evolve in whatever environment is beneficial to them. But he could not see this in the void. Their corpses can be used as eggs, which is convenient for replenishing troops at any time. According to the wizard's current speculation, they not only eat people, but also eat anything else, even stones. They know how to hide their whereabouts and use strategies. Their tactical wisdom is stronger than Hulk, and at present, their evolutionary ability seems to be endless. After taking a deep look at the sea of squirming insects, the wizard, who had obtained enough information, stretched out his hand, and the boiling dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The residents of the Garden City floating in the sky thought that the matter was over. The god who brought down the divine punishment finally ended his punishment. They were ecstatic, but they found that the sky had darkened. From the other side of the suddenly dark sky, a bright moon slowly rose at the end of the horizon. The moonlight gently soothed their frightened hearts. Many shamans cried. The scene was so beautiful. Many more people knelt down devoutly. Perhaps after this day, there would be another moon-believing sect in the Garden City. But these gentle moonlights were the beginning of destruction for the endless sea of insects underground. The seemingly harmless moonlight would decompose them directly as soon as it shone on them. Before they could evolve corresponding measures, tens of millions of insects here melted into mucus in an instant, filling the entire pit. The sticky black liquid kept bubbling and boiling. The moonlight continued to shine on them, and before long, even the mucus disappeared. Only the underground pits and caves that still emitted a bright purple light remained in place, but soon, they also began to disappear gradually. The soil polluted by foreign energy and the tunnels opened by the insects began to return to their original state little by little. The pollution was cleared and the tunnels were filled. Only after the last bit of influence from the void was completely wiped out by the wizard did he put down the Garden City. The city returned to its original position amidst the earthquake. Shenyan didn't care about the residents' thoughts. He had more important things to do at this time. He disappeared from the spot in a flash and came in front of Jax. The warrior had been watching the wizard's operation from the edge since the city rose, and he was the only one allowed to watch. For other mortals, Shenyan used some other means to make them not look down deliberately, otherwise, there might be a lot of crazy people in the city today. How is it? Shenyan asked. What do you mean? Your opinion of the void. Jax was silent for a long time before continuing. They have become more terrifying. When Setaka and the Ascendants fought them, they could evolve, but they never evolved once a minute like when they fought you just now. Shenyan frowned. You raised an interesting fact. He thought for a while, then said, I have an idea. Jax, is it possible that they are not evolving actively? What? The mage, who was in research mode again, became excited. He ignored Jax and continued to talk to himself. You reminded me that this is indeed something I have overlooked. Will they become stronger when facing a stronger opponent? If so, then the strategy can be changed. Yes, and this also makes sense. If the void is really so powerful, they don't have to wait at all. I'm lost. Yes, Jax, they become stronger when facing a stronger opponent. What are you talking about? Jax was completely confused by the mage. He asked 3 times in a row before Shenyan stopped and explained to him at a very fast speed. They are not evolving actively, but passively. Because they are facing me, they can evolve so fast. But if they are facing other people, the void is far less terrible. After barely understanding what he was saying, Jax asked, well, although I understand what you are saying, but what's the point? I mean, since you're so powerful. He didn't say the second half of the sentence, but Shenyan knew what he wanted to say. The mage just replied lightly, yes, I can completely solve the void today in front of everyone in Shurima. They will see a mage constantly appearing and disappearing, lifting their city and sweeping away those disgusting bugs underground. But, why should I do this? Jax's brain short-circuited for a moment. But, haven't you been fighting against the void? You got it wrong. I do want to destroy them, but they can't be called the object of my fighting. What's more, this is your own trouble. He was right. Jax said in his heart, this is the demon released by Icathia. Even if this country has been destroyed and only I exist in the world, It is still the trouble caused by Icathia. It must be solved by the Icathians. The purple-robed warrior put down the lamppost in his hand, bent down sincerely and bowed. I apologize for my words. You are right. This is our trouble, and you are not obliged to help. I am glad that you understand this, but I am happy to help. Jax was really confused by him this time. Wait, didn't you say? Shenyan sighed. What, are all of you warriors who wield swords and guns all stubborn? Do you still need me to say such a simple question? Yes, I won't do everything for you, but if I stand by and watch you fight these things, am I still a human being? No, that's not right. Start over. The dog-headed man lowered his head. His body was too tall and his head would touch the top of the tent even if he sat on a low stool. He pointed to the line of numbers on the sand and said to the dozen children in the big tent, "Pay attention. Arithmetic is the starting point of our science. You are talented in mathematics, so I will teach you. I have no more requirements. Only one thing. Be serious." He erased the line of numbers and wrote a new line with his finger. "Now, who can tell me how much 15 minus 13 is?" The children pondered for a long time and could not come up with an answer. Nasa sighed and changed his approach. "Okay, if I give you 15 cakes and you eat 13, how many are left?" Soon, a unanimous two sounded in the tent, and Nasus nodded. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his dog face. He wrote down 5 very simple addition and subtraction arithmetic problems, and told them that everyone should come up with the answer before going to bed tonight, and then left the tent. A young man soon came up to him. He looked at Nasus with reverence, and even straightened his back a little. "My lord, we have completed today's training." "Very good. How is the construction of the city wall?" When the city wall was mentioned, the young man couldn't help laughing. "Very good, my lord. I never thought that stones could be transported and polished in that way to build a city wall. With these, we don't have to sleep in the wilderness anymore." They were so happy with just some simple and basic creations. These children can't even do arithmetic, which was unimaginable in the Azra dynasty. "Oh my God, what have I been doing all these years?" Shaking his head, Nasus put the question out of his mind. He asked, "How are the crops?" It would have been better if he didn't ask this question. As soon as he asked this question, the young man almost knelt down to him. Even his voice was trembling. "Of course we will attach great importance to what you have told us." Nasus pulled him up from the ground and said sternly, "Accept his majesty. No one is worthy of your kneeling, not even me." "Do you understand? Those are just springs and soil created by my magic. You provided the seeds yourself. I did not help you to cultivate them. The final harvest depends on you." After saying this, he waved his hand and signaled the young man to go about his business. He wandered around the small town, and anyone who saw him along the way bowed respectfully to him. If Nasus had not been angry about the fact that they kneeled down when they saw him 3 days ago, I believe that he would not be bowed today, but kneeled wherever he went. After saving the caravan, he led them away from the dangerous plains. Then they met a few small scavenger tribes. When the dog-headed man who came out of myths and legends stood in front of them, these people immediately obeyed his orders, even though they did not even know what the orders given by the dog-headed man meant. Nasus led them to a sand dune far from human habitation. He used magic to communicate with the underground water source, imitating the town of Kinquin, so that this gathering place also had endless water. Next was the soil for farming and the stones that could be used as city walls. He also taught the young people among them how to fight with swords. At the same time, he did not forget the education of those children. "I can't do everything at once." Nasus sighed. It was almost impossible for him to complete the revival of Shermia alone, but he was still willing to give it a try. He walked out of the low wall that had not yet been built, squinting at the plain at the foot of the sand dune, not knowing what to think in his mind, until 2 figures slowly emerged on the horizon. Nasus tightened his grip on the scepter. They walked quickly and soon arrived in front of him. It was the mage and a warrior in purple robes. "Hello, we meet again, friend," the mage said with a smile, and the other warrior said nothing. The flames burning on the top of the lamp in his hand made Nasus' eyes sting. "What is this?" he asked. The warrior said, "This is the last relic of Icathia, the eternal flame." "Are you an Icathian?" "I'm the real deal. Jax thought the Ascendant would start a war with him immediately, but he didn't. He even seemed quite calm, and after getting Jax's affirmative answer, he smiled bitterly. "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, please forgive me. This scene is really too funny, isn't it?" Icathia fell, and Shirma also inevitably declined hundreds of years later. Now, you and I, the last glory of the two ancient empires, are talking face to face, but without fighting. Isn't this funny? Jax shook his head. The joke itself is funny, Ascendant, but I can't laugh. Do you know the void? Nasus restrained his smile and calmed down again. Of course I know. Jax nodded. Half an hour later, the silent Nasus shook his head, looking like he was ready to give up after being ganked by the enemy jungler, mid laner and even the support in turn 207. His voice also sounded like a whine. How can Shirma have the strength to prepare for a war now? That's your problem, Shenyan said lightly. Aren't you an ascender? I believe it is easy for you to destroy the resistance of these mortals, as long as you can unite them. The void is not such a terrible enemy. Yes, of course I can conquer them by force. But Jax took over the conversation. Now it's not a question of whether you are willing or not, dog-headed man. The void will not reason with you. This problem is imminent. If you don't plan to unite all the city-states, then the only fate waiting for them is destruction. Nasus's reason told him that Jax was right, but he still sighed. How can I convince those stubborn city lords and make them believe me that the void is coming? Shenyan couldn't help laughing. Make them believe you? Do you need their trust? All you want is the soldiers in their hands, not their trust. After dealing with the void, you can try your way of peaceful conquest with them, as long as the result is that the void is defeated. Who cares about the process and means? What does it have to do with you to save you? I am an ascended alone, and I can't do it. Nasus raised his head and said, even after so long, the legend of the god warriors is still spread across the land of Shirma. I am unwilling to resort to force for peace, and I alone obviously cannot convince those stubborn city lords. I know their character. So I ask you to give me some time. What do you want to do? Jax asked. A smile appeared on Nasus's canine face. Have you heard of him? No. I should ask, have you seen him? Who? Jax suddenly had a bad premonition. And his premonition was right, as expected. Nasus brought up a name that had a deep blood feud with him. Atrox. Taking a deep breath, Jax asked succinctly, the lamppost in his hand ready to go. Explain. He is the most powerful among the Ascended. Even Queen Setaka cannot match him. At the same time, his hatred for the void is absolute. Even if he is later called the Darken, he is not as soft-hearted as I am. With his help, we can not only directly stop. It's not us, it's you. Shenyan interrupted him. The mage said, I am only responsible for off-field assistance. You have to do things yourself. Do you understand? At best, I can only provide you with some small help. He made a gesture of losing the Korean market. Do you really want to do this? Jax asked himself. Do I really want to join forces with my enemies to save their people? He looked at the eternal flames on the top of his lamppost and thought of the scenery of Icathia. That was a scenery he would never see again. Icathia had been destroyed. It was not destroyed by Shirma, but by the demons they had released. It could be said that Icathia destroyed itself. He was there, but he could not persuade the mages and lords who had fallen into madness after being corrupted by the void. He could only let them open Pandora's box. Even though he survived until now because of the eternal flame, this matter was still a thorn in his heart. Nasus saw that the purple warrior's tense body relaxed. He heard him ask calmly, where can we find him? Darkness. He tried his best to breathe, but he couldn't do it at all. He couldn't feel the presence of air in his lungs and throat, but the pain of suffocation always accompanied him. Some part of his chest was tightly torn, and the pain almost drove him crazy. No, maybe he had already gone crazy. All his limbs and muscles were out of control. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't see. There was nothing in the darkness, except for the silence, only his own echo. He heard himself wailing, begging and cursing, but it was all in vain. He had done it so many times in the past countless years. Not once had he received a response. He began to remember the past. Who am I? I am Atrox. I am a transcendent celestial being, an ascended one. I am a general in the army of Queen Setaka. As he remembered, he saw himself again, noble, perfect, the embodiment of the strongest faith. His wings were like the golden light of dawn, revealing all evil on the earth. He began to revel. Yes, I am Aatrox. I have been at the forefront of every battle, treating people with sincerity, leading troops with wisdom. Wait, what happened after that? He screamed in the darkness, and he saw it again. Blood, mud, and those ugly monsters. He and his compatriots fought those monsters on the battlefield to the death, and the war lasted for 100 years. This war changed many things. Not only did Ikathia fall, but the Ascended were also changed forever. He remembered that ugly name, those damned Protoss who were high above and claimed to be gods. His teeth began to chatter, if he still had any. Aatrox felt his heartbeat begin to beat faster and faster. Anger and hatred, countless malice gathered in his heart, stirring up a storm, and finally made him roar and bark inarticulately, like a drowned dog. How long will this torture last? He didn't know. He was locked in his weapon by those damned bastards, and he didn't even know how much time had passed. There was only endless darkness and torture accompanying him, and even deprived him of the ability to end his life. In this eternal prison, he began a new round of cursing and crying. But it was useless. No one would come to save him. He was buried deep underground. He cried and begged, begging to someone who didn't know whether he existed in the darkness, and that posture even made him disgusted. But he was extremely eager for someone to free himself from this endless torture. I'm so sorry for being late. I received a notice in the afternoon and went to do nucleic acid test. The case has recurred in Wuhan. If you don't do nucleic acid test, you are not allowed to go out of the community. Chapter 253, Saving Private Aatrox. Legends about the Darkin are not uncommon on Valoran. The aftermath of the battle between these fallen god warriors remains a taboo even after hundreds of years. They were sealed into their weapons, but few knew exactly where they were sealed. Nasus was one of them. The dog-headed man stayed in the camp for a while, telling the men not to panic and that he would be back soon. Then he set out with the mage and Jax, carrying his scepter. They crossed the endless plains of Farajsai again, and the desert climate would become cold and ruthless at night. But the three were not mortals, and the bad weather was nothing to them. At that time, the ruler of the dynasty was His Majesty Ezra. He was a wise monarch, but unfortunately he did not know people well. The collapse of the dynasty may have been doomed at that moment. As Nasus walked, he calmly told Shenyan these taboo secrets. He didn't seem to want to keep secrets at all. Jax understood him. Shurima had been destroyed, and there was no need to protect the secrets of the past. Just like Ikathia, he did know the exact location of several ancient Ikathian treasures, one of which he had even buried himself. But what was the point? Treasures are for the living. The mage nodded. He was not really interested in this history. He just wanted to know how the magic of the ancient Shurima Empire had developed. After he asked this question, Nasus pondered for a while. The dog-headed man asked doubtfully, "It seems to me that your attainments in spells have already reached the pinnacle. You may not be satisfied with the magic of Shurima." "That's not the case, Nasus." The mage stretched out his right hand. Under the low night sky of Shurima, the endless stars in the sky suddenly dropped a little starlight and landed on his right hand. Shenyan clenched his right fist, and when he opened it again, the starlight had turned into a blue gem, emitting light under the night sky. There is no end to magic. I firmly believe it. Just like this new spell I thought of recently, which pulls starlight and then condenses them into a spell medium. It has a very good affinity for star-type spells. Although I don't need this gem to add a bridge between me and magic, what about others? I can use this gem as raw material to make something new and develop more spells. This is the fun of creation, Nasus. A mage will never complain that he knows too many spells, but only too few. The same goes for the attitude towards knowledge. When a mage loses his thirst for knowledge, he is probably not far from death. Jax, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up and continued, "I agree. The same is true for martial arts. In the hundreds of years of my wandering, in the first 100 years, I wandered in Freljord, and the locals' use of great swords and axes was outstanding. In what I learned in Icathia, only the use of long swords and various long weapons. The Ionians are good at all kinds of weapons, and they also have many local weapons that I have never seen. For example, their special long swords are very good against enemies without armor. Even the use of short scimitars by those vulgar pirates in Bilgewater is worth learning. They integrate their cunning and ruthlessness into the weapons in their hands. The cruelty revealed in each swing makes me want to master this method while feeling disgusted. Jax rarely speaks so much in one breath. He paused and then said, "Maybe this is a kind of greed, but I have enjoyed it." Shenyan laughed. "This is not greed. A true master often has the heart of an apprentice." This discussion that can be classified as a philosophical scope made Nasus fall into a rare long thought. He had been silent for a long time in the past, but at that time he was always troubled by the ghosts from the past in his mind. When the sky just got light, they arrived at the place. Nasus said, "The scenery here is no different from the deserts in other parts of Shurima, just as desolate and covered with yellow sand." The dog-headed man knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and held a scepter, reciting the ancient Shurima language. The yellow sand dispersed in front of him. The building below was exposed, and the ground began to shake, with a rumbling sound. When the noise finally subsided, the scenery in front of them had changed from a desert to a temple. 4 huge stone pillars stood on the ground, and the floor tiles with exquisite patterns were still as bright as new, as if they had not been invaded by any time at all. But the space between the stone pillars was empty, and where the flags should have been hung, there was only a tattered red cloth, fluttering in the wind. In the center of the temple, a huge sword was inserted. An ominous blood color spread on the sword, and just below the handle was a scarlet thing that was beating like a heart. Nasus looked at the giant sword with complicated eyes, and he slowly said, "This is Atrox." Even Jax, who had a blood feud with him, had to admit one thing. He felt sad about Atrox's experience. This has nothing to do with stance, but the grief of the warriors. A once extremely powerful soul is now locked in his weapon, losing his proud and battle-hardened body, and spending so much time alone in the dark. This is not the ending a warrior should have. He should die on the battlefield. Of course, it would be best if I killed him, Jax thought. The mage stared at the great sword with interest. He laughed, and for some reason, Nasus felt a little creepy. Interesting sealing magic, but it's really rude to stare at people like this. As his voice fell, a person who made Nasus hold the scepter tightly slowly appeared. She emerged from the air, and her appearance was unpredictable. A long golden hair fell around her shoulders. She looked young, but her eyes were not. They were full of vicissitudes and wisdom beyond her age. One was a rich purple, and the other was a dusk purple. She was wearing a thin silk robe. The color was too bright and it looked out of place in the desert. A thin rope was tied around her waist. A golden key hung from it. A bright purple scarf was wrapped around her neck, and the tassels at the end were like starlight twisting between her fingers. "How dare you appear in front of me again?" Nasus roared in anger, and his figure suddenly grew much larger. It soared to 10 meters high, and his skin was burning with flames that could directly burn the soul. The storm of yellow sand and flames wrapped around him. Nasus' eyes were filled with murderous intent. His scepter, which had also grown huge, glowed with black light, and he rushed towards the woman. The woman laughed softly and her figure disappeared. Nasus hit the ground with a powerful blow, which spread directly for hundreds of meters, vaporizing large areas of yellow sand. "Don't be so angry, Nasus. Wasn't our deal very successful?" She appeared again and asked with a smile, but only received an even more angry roar from the dog-headed man, who rushed towards the woman again. This time, she opened a portal and teleported Nasus in. The mage folded his hands and watched her actions coldly. Only the expression on his face could express his deep contempt. The woman turned around and bowed to Shenyan. "Hello, strange traveler." She raised her head, and the smile on her face was still strong. "I want to make a deal with you. How about it?" "Not very good." "Don't be so anxious. Listen to my conditions." Cough. "How is it possible?" Before she finished speaking, she saw the mage's figure dissipate and disappear on the spot, using the same way she disappeared before. Then she was hit hard in the abdomen, and the woman flew backwards, and her body rolled several times on the floor tiles of the temple. The pain that she hadn't felt for a long time made her brows frown, and she almost forgot this strange feeling. The throbbing pain made her face turn pale. This was not over yet. A strange magic power rushed through her body, destroying her stable body structure and even making her unable to concentrate on thinking. But what she couldn't understand the most was how he touched her. Can't figure it out? The woman raised her head. The handsome face of the wizard was right above her, looking down at her with a smile. I was planning to go find you, but I didn't expect you to dare to come to me first. This is a pleasant surprise. Twilight Star Spirit, Meisha. That's your name, right? Meisha didn't answer. She tried to communicate with the energy of the star world to stay away from this dangerous mortal, but she didn't succeed. The star world energies that used to be as easy as her arm moved away from her at this time, and even ignored her. As she tried, another sharp pain came from her brain, causing her to scream in pain. You can't kill me. In the interval of severe pain, she panted and said without image. Really? Shenyan put on a very surprised expression, full of sarcasm. I doubt your intelligence, and I am also deeply worried about the future of your race. How can you say such a stupid thing? He shook his head while speaking, looking distressed. Can't you feel the forbidden spells I set up the moment you appeared? You have lost the ability to use magic now, Miss Meisha. You are just a fish waiting to die. He paused for a few seconds and made an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh, I understand. You just simply don't have a brain. I almost forgot that creatures like you who are made of pure energy will never remember to make a brain for yourself when you make a body. I'm sorry, I wronged you. Shenyan apologized sincerely. The mage's harsh words did not make Meisha angry. It was not even an insult, but he said the nature of the Protoss, which made Meisha's expression change drastically. There are countless legends about the Protoss in the mortal world, and the Racker people on Mount Targon are the most devout believers in them. Mortals think that they are the incarnations of the stars in the astral world, powerful ancient creatures, and noble beings beyond the comprehension of mortals. But in fact, Mza herself knows their nature. Don't be surprised, you idiot. You are a mage after all, so why didn't you cast even a protective spell before you took action? To be honest, even if you put up a minimum level automatically triggered shield, I would have thought you had tried your best. Your poorly developed brain wouldn't be filled with nothing but sewage made up of conspiracies and tricks, right? Logically speaking, the longer you live, the wiser you become. But in you, I only see shallowness, ignorance, arrogance, and a vicious heart that is not even as good as that of a woman bargaining in the vegetable market. Is it fun to be a star spirit on Mount Targon and control the fate of mortals? I think you've played yourself into it. Meisha tried her best to maintain her demeanor as a star spirit. Your words are meaningless to me, mage. We can still have a good talk while. What about this? The mage chuckled and interrupted her. He stepped forward and kicked Meisha in the face, and crushed her twice with his foot. How dare you? How dare you? The hypocritical demeanor she had tried so hard to maintain collapsed in an instant, and for the first time, a furious and twisted expression appeared on her face. Although the level of insult of being stepped on the head was not as high as that of the fourth base, it was not far behind. Unfortunately, she could do nothing but be furious now. I dared, and you can't do anything about it. What, are you going to stare me to death or drown me with your saliva, you dirty bug? Even a stone in the world is nobler than you. Oh, by the way, you were so ugly before you used magic to have plastic surgery that even the void bugs were ashamed of themselves. You looked through my memory? Meisha's last dignity was also torn apart. For the first time, she felt fear and humiliation, and was even on the verge of collapse. If there was a mirror at this time, she would find that the expression on her face at this time was no different from those innocent mortals she played with. Yes, it's as easy as reading a book. Let me put it another way. It's as easy as you fooling those mortals. Shenyan was still smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes. He had long known about the existence of the Protoss on Mount Targon. Every time he arrived in a new world, the first thing he did was to scan the entire world with his mental tentacles. There are many powerful beings in Runeland, and the Protoss can be regarded as the strongest among them. Unfortunately, they all do dirty things. Zisong did not do such a tasteless thing. Let me tell you what the Twilight Protoss Meisha did in her long life. The collapse of the ancient Sherma Empire was caused by her. The reason is simple, just for fun. Such incidents are not uncommon in Shenyan's cognition. Many immortals who have lived too long and are too powerful and have nothing to do like to find something to do for themselves. They usually choose to have fun with mortals. This is why Guyi started to talk about life with those powerful beings as soon as he became the Supreme Sorcerer. But how can I describe the tastelessness of Maiza? It's like that famous tasteless joke. A little girl asked her mother, "Mom, what is a tasteless joke?" "Oh, it's simple, child. Do you see the uncle without hands across the street? Go over and ask him to clap for you." "But I'm blind, Mom." "That's right. Tasteless jokes are also called hell jokes. It means that if you laugh, you will go to hell. And Maiza does this every day." She discovered the void and through this race that traveled between the stars under Valoran, that is, the city of the Akasa people. Then she communicated with those Akasa people who were eager to protect their country and bewitched them. Let them release the void. The ancient Sherma Empire was seriously injured and close to collapse. Countless lives died, whether they were soldiers or civilians or ascenders. And the reason she did all this was not to help the poor Akasa people resist the attack from Sherma. She just did it for fun. Shenyan read her memories. Maisha's attitude towards mortals is like treating ants. When she is in a good mood, she will feed them something to eat. If she is in a bad mood or has some other thoughts, she will play with them to death. Maisha trembled and said, "You and I are the same existence. You are even more powerful than me. Why do you do this for those mortals? They are just stupid and ignorant little beings. We are gods." "No, I'm not. God is not a nice word." The wizard answered her indifferently. "From the beginning to the end, I have regarded myself as a member of the human race. I have never thought of oppressing and playing with my compatriots. This is the biggest difference between you and me." Meisha stared at him, and suddenly let out a harsh and hollow laugh. "Hypocrisy. You hypocritical man. I don't believe that you have such a powerful force that you can bear not to look down on them." "Maybe. You are right. I am indeed very arrogant, and I know this myself, but what qualifications do you have to blame me?" The wizard loosened his feet. He squatted down, looked at the Twilight Star Spirit, and said slowly, "My character is flawed. I have never concealed the fact that I am trapped. But all humans are like this. No one is perfect. You must not understand this, Meisha." "In addition," he laughed, "why hasn't the rescue you are waiting for come yet?" "Aren't they coming? Your compatriots watched you being stepped on the head and insulted by me. Even the ability to communicate with the energy of the astral world was blocked, and they were indifferent to this." Shenyan raised his foot again. "Let me tell you a fact, Meisha. You are nothing. I will destroy your body and let you return to the astral world. You just wait there. Wait with your kind. Wait for me to come to you." With a light sound, Meisha's head was crushed by him. The starlight drifted in the early morning Sherma sunlight and slowly disappeared. "That's really impressive." Jax, who watched the whole process, walked up to him and said, "What do you mean?" "Everything. I was impressed by your words to the Protoss and her inability to fight back." "Ah." Shenyan laughed meaninglessly, and said, "You don't sympathize with her, do you?" "Do I look like an idiot?" Jax scratched his head in confusion, not understanding why the mage would ask such a question. Shenyan laughed and said, "It was just a joke. Now, let me get our dog-headed friend back. There is one more." Chapter 254, Saving Private Atrox. He snapped his fingers, and Nasus fell from the sky into the desert. He landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The dog-headed man roared furiously, raised the scepter in his hand, and looked around, looking for the figure of Meisha. "Stop, Nasus." "She's gone," Shenyan said to him, after confirming that he no longer sensed the breath of the cousin. Nasus dispersed the flames and yellow sand that kept spinning around him and returned to his original shape. He said sullenly, "She threw me between two portals that kept teleporting back and forth, and I just kept going back and forth in the portals." "Ah, it's okay. Someone I knew had a similar experience to yours. He was dropped non-stop for 20 minutes in the sky through a portal." "Really? What happened next?" "Later, He was beaten half to death by a purple sweet potato with a furrowed chin. Now he has lost a leg and is paralyzed on one side. He is dragged around by his brother. Nasus didn't know how to comment, so he changed the subject. Where is Masha? I threw her back to the astral plane. I will visit them later. As for now, it's time to release our friend trapped in the giant sword. Do you know how to remove the seal? Nasus asked in surprise, but as soon as he said it, he knew he had asked a stupid question. Unexpectedly, Shenyan didn't say anything else. He just said lightly, yes. He walked into the giant sword and stretched out his hand to touch the sword. The giant sword began to vibrate, making strange humming sounds. Dash! He screamed in the darkness. Just like always, Atrox refused to remember the scene he just recalled. He just recalled what he used to look like again. He was almost drowned by hatred. I once touched the stars, but now I am locked here, locked in my own weapon. He cried and laughed, like a madman. Or maybe, he had already been one. Atrox roared madly in the darkness. Mza. You. He uttered a long string of ancient Sherman curse words that could not be translated, and then repeated hundreds of words about cutting her into pieces. At the end, he was even close to talking in a trance, as if he was talking to himself. Yes, I will cut you, and chop you into pieces. Well, although it sounds inhumane, it's not so bad considering what you have been through and who you are going to do it to. A strange voice sounded in the darkness, and Atrox did not respond. He continued to mutter to himself, as if he had not heard Shenyan's voice at all. Even if the mage greeted him again, it would be the same. Shenyan's spirit shrugged his shoulders, and he directly shattered the darkness that was wrapped around Atrox, and took him out of this special prison. Ah! Looking at the sunlight, Atrox screamed. He took a few steps forward and fell to his knees weakly. He didn't look like an ascender at all, but a stray dog on the side of the road. He covered his face with his hands, shaking, and the sunlight almost drove him crazy. How could I see the sunlight? Am I out, or am I dreaming again? He knelt there, crying and laughing, saying something that no one could hear clearly, and that look made Jax scratch his head again. Nasus looked at his predecessor with a complicated look. This ascender leader who had a high status in the ancient Shurma Empire still looked noble. He was 3 meters tall when he knelt on the ground, and his golden visor and wings on his back gleamed in the sun. Nasus knew that this was the work of Shenyan. Atrox's noble form should have been destroyed long ago, but his current appearance met all people's imaginations of him. His majestic and sacred appearance was exactly the model of the Ascended Ones thousands of years ago. It was a pity that he did nothing except kneeling on the ground crying and screaming. Nasus turned his head and whispered to Shenyan, "What's wrong with him?" The mage looked at Nasus with strange eyes. "I thought you knew this. He's crazy. Otherwise, think about it. If you were thrown into a prison where you couldn't move or even breathe for thousands of years, you have to recall your past glory every moment, because this is the only way you can pass the time. But every time you recall it, the reality and the darkness will hit you harder. To be honest, he's just a little crazy. I'm starting to be surprised." Shenyan shrugged and said. Jax put the lamppost on his shoulder and said casually, "So, what should we do next? It seems that my old rival has gone crazy." "Oh." He stood up. Hearing Jax's voice, Atrox seemed to remember something. He turned his head and watched Jax slowly stand up and reach out to grasp the giant sword beside him. The next moment, he appeared in front of Jax. The contrast between the two was extremely strong. One was barely 1.9 meters tall, while the other was a behemoth that stood up to 5 meters tall. "It's you, Akasa. Come, meet me in the place of death." The giant sword smashed down, shaking the earth and mountains, but it didn't hurt Jax at all. He calculated the distance, slightly turned sideways and jumped back to avoid the attack. Atrox's now chaotic attack was full of flaws in his eyes, but he chose not to swing the lamppost. He looked at the mage and the dog-headed man helplessly. "Hey, aren't you going to help?" While he was talking, Atrox roared madly, and the wings behind him flapped, stirring up a strong wind. "Look at me. Come, fight. You long-dead ghost. Come and make me feel pain. Then I will send you on your way." It seems that he feels that he has gone completely crazy now, and is fighting against the opponent in his memory. Nasus said dimly, and he couldn't help but feel sad for Atrox. For any ascendant, This is not a deserved ending, even if they once affected the entire continent because of the Civil War. After all, they once fought against the Void and protected the world. This is not the treatment a hero deserves. Jax dodged the blade of the great sword again, his shoulders sank, and he jumped lightly, aligning his eyes with Atrox. While he still had some strength left, he swung the lamppost in his hand and hit Atrox hard in the face. This powerful blow stunned the warrior holding the giant sword with golden wings. He stood there in a daze. Jax landed lightly, holding the lamppost, and asked casually, "Hey, do you want to fight or not? Why are you standing there?" Atrox's hands began to tremble, and he couldn't stop. He knelt on the ground again, making strange noises from his throat, and his whole body twitched as if he had epilepsy. Jax wanted to walk aside in disgust, but he was blocked by him. Jax quickly raised the lamppost, but Atrox looked at him as if he saw a lover, which made him shudder. You really exist?" Atrox asked cautiously. "Hey, man, have you been locked up and become stupid?" "Of course I'm real," Jax replied impatiently. "Do you want to fight or not?" "Wait, what do you mean?" Atrox pointed at his face. "Come on, hit me again." Huh? Jax even thought he had misheard for a moment, but Atrox said again, "Didn't you hear clearly, you damn purple bug? Hurry up and hit me with that toothpick-like weapon in your hand. Hurry up." He roared again at the end, and Jax's face under the mask was full of disgust. The golden light on his lamppost lit up. "Well, you asked for it, you lunatic." Bang! Jax hit Atrox's head with the toothpick-like weapon in his hand, and the golden energy was obviously not a show. This made Atrox lie down, and he stared at the blue sky in a daze, feeling the real temperature, and didn't move for a long time. Did I beat him to death? Just as Jax began to doubt this, Atrox, who was lying on the ground, laughed without any image, and the empty laughter spread far in the desert. My most sincere gratitude to you, sir. It's just a small effort. Wait until we return to the sun disk. You will be the most distinguished guest of the Empire. I swear on my sword, the yellow sand and the scorching sun are witnesses." Atrox lowered his head and said solemnly with the great sword in his hand. His body was too big, and his voice was like a loud bell. The mage shook his head helplessly. Since Atrox realized that he was really out of trouble, the direction of things began to run wildly in a strange direction. He first spent half an hour praising Queen Setaka, and then spent another half an hour madly thanking Shenyan, selectively ignoring Nasus and Jax. But if it was just like that, it would be fine. But he likes to quote classics when he speaks, and he especially likes to compose a long poem from time to time. He is more like a philosopher and poet than a warrior. Looking at the sky of Shurima, Atrox would spread his wings behind him, then raise his hands and begin to praise the sky. Even after so many years, the sky of Shurima is still so dazzling. Walking through the sand dunes on the road, he would look at the cactus, then walk closer and touch it gently. He even didn't let go of the yellow sand under his feet. Along the way, he wrote 13 long poems, 8 of which were about the yellow sand. The literary words made Shenyan smack his lips several times. Even Nasus couldn't stand him anymore and quietly distanced himself from him. As for Jax, he now regretted why he didn't fight harder at that time. Seeing him like this, Nasus seemed to finally feel that he couldn't wait any longer. He took the initiative to walk to Atrox and said, "General." Atrox interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Which unit are you from? Who leads you?" "I am not a soldier, General." Atrox laughed as if he had heard something funny. "You are very humorous, boy." But the Ascended Ones all led the army. In the heyday of the Empire, each Ascended One had 10,000 mortal soldiers behind him. Mortals. Although weak, they are the cornerstone of the Empire. I am really not a soldier, General." Atrox stopped laughing, and the sunlight reflected on his silver visor. Suddenly, he swung the great sword in his hand at Nasus' neck. The evil wind blew, but the dog-headed man did not dodge, because his scepter had long blocked the path of the great sword. "You still say you are not a soldier? Such superb martial arts." I understand. You haven't fulfilled your duties yet, right? It doesn't matter, you will become a good soldier." Atrox laughed again. Nasus sighed helplessly. "I need to remind you, General, Queen Setaka is long dead." "I know." "What?" "I know. Young man, I saw her being swallowed by the void with my own eyes, how could I not know? But the empire will not collapse. Yes, my brothers and I brought Sherma to the brink of destruction in years of civil war, but aren't you the proof that it still exists? A newborn ascendant, isn't this the proof that the empire is still standing? Don't try to fool me, young man, but it's a good trick. No, General, Sherma is completely dead. Atrox looked at him blankly, as if looking at something he couldn't understand. After a long time, he said, "This joke is not funny." Nasus replied calmly, "You and your comrades did not destroy the empire in the Civil War. We survived for hundreds of years, but this is the limit." 253 years ago, the last emperor of the empire, Azra, was betrayed. The entire empire collapsed in that betrayal. Today, I am the only ascended left. Now, you are included. Is it so? Atrox did not go crazy again. He sighed softly. Ah, betrayer, what a hateful word. This word should be killed as utterly as those it refers to. He laughed softly. We once had a territory spanning the entire continent, but the death of His Majesty Setaka was due to a shameful betrayal. Now, the last bloodline of the empire has also perished because of a betrayal. He closed his eyes. But it doesn't matter. Yes, don't be impatient, Atrox, he began to mutter to himself, and Nasus walked away wisely. Jax watched coldly. Although he thought he had let go of the matter of Icathia, he was still an Icathian after all. Even though revenge has long lost its meaning, it is impossible for him to be happy for the people of Shurima. He has only one goal left for the rest of his life, to destroy the void. After completely closing the box opened by the Icathians, he can rest in peace. He can change back to his original name, Sijaxkeo Reigns Kari Ikason. He silently recited this name, and it was still fresh in his memory after so long. The collapse of empires and the change of dynasties are nothing to Shenyan. After all, he once destroyed 2 civilizations across the Star Sea with his own hands, not to mention that he was not involved. As for whether Atrox will launch another conquest in the future, he doesn't care about this matter at all. He has only 3 things to do now. First, to completely destroy the void. Second, to pack up and send away the gang of hybrid Protoss on Mount Targon who enjoys playing with mortals and the void. Third, to find a way to send the people of Lordran here. He must do what he said, and the oath is a very precious thing. The mage doesn't swear or make promises easily. Once he makes a vow, he must fulfill it. For example, he once said that he would kill every Skrull, and he did it. The first 2 things are not difficult, and they are even simple for him. The problem lies in the way to accomplish them. The destruction of the void is imminent, and Atrox and Nasus may be enough to convince those stubborn city lords. At least they will definitely not say no when facing Atrox and his greatsword. The matter of assembling the mortal army is easy to solve. If the void is really as strong as he guessed, then the casualties of the mortals will not be too serious. The mage will not sit idly by and watch them being invaded by the void, but he will not take care of them in every aspect like a nanny. Humans cannot always rely on someone to solve problems. In the end, they still have to rely on their own hands to create tomorrow. This is inevitable. Anyone who tries to carry the fate of mortals on his own shoulders will fail in the end. Moreover, this is not good for mortals. As for Mount Targon, thinking of this, he sneered unconsciously. Shenyan has seen too many bastards who claim to be gods. If they were not human from the beginning, it would be understandable, but the Protoss are almost all promoted from humans. After becoming gods, they wantonly play with their compatriots. This is something he cannot tolerate. Willfulness is one of the privileges of the strong. Since those Protoss rely on their own strength to wantonly play with the lives of others, according to their theory, it is reasonable for them to be destroyed by mages who are far more powerful than them. And Lordran Shenyan doesn't really want to figure out what he really thinks of Gwyndolin. But if he wants to save all the people of Lordran from that sad cycle, there is one thing that cannot be avoided. Valoran has another name, Runeland. The runes here refer to the world runes. According to the ancient legends he has learned so far, Valoran was created by a mysterious dragon, and his whereabouts are currently unknown, but some traces of his power are still circulating in the world, and these are the world runes. The mages have not seen one yet, so they cannot study them. However, according to his guess, these runes should be something like fragments of the world barrier. If he wants to bring the people of Lordaeron to Valoran, he must pass through the world barrier, and those people are not mages who can travel between worlds at will. He finished thinking and put the search for the world runes on the agenda. On the other hand, Atrox also mentioned the Great Sword again. It was too troublesome to write 2K chapters in a split chapter before. In the future, it will be better to either write 10,000 or divide it into 2 chapters of 5K. Today's update is over, and I'm asking for votes by the way. Chapter 255 Nasus. I don't want to play anymore. Sometimes, many things don't need to be solved through conversation. Atrox is 5 meters tall, his golden skin gleaming in the sun, and his face is covered tightly by a gold and silver visor, which makes his eyes invisible, but only highlights his divinity and transcendence. And now, this extraordinary being holding a giant sword almost as tall as him is standing outside her city wall. The soldiers on the city wall nervously held their bows and arrows, but in fact, their legs had already trembled. As long as Atrox showed even the slightest intention to attack, they would drop their weapons and run away. But Atrox did not attack. He plunged his great sword into the yellow sand on the ground and said sadly in ancient Shurima, "Sons of the sand, what has time turned you into?" Such a weak building can also be called a wall. Nasus, who was much shorter than him, whispered beside him, "They don't understand you, General. How could it be? Could it be that the sons of the sand have turned into beasts? This is the 7th city, and no one can understand it yet?" Atrox asked puzzledly, and then he smiled bitterly. "Yes, even if it's not, it's almost the same. I saw along the way that the civilians were dressed in simple clothes, even naked, and the soldiers who protected them didn't even have armor, and their weapons were ridiculously simple. The city in front of us doesn't even have cavalry." Atrox shook his head, and the ancient Shurima language came out of his mouth like some kind of rhythmic poetry. The guards on the wall had no idea what he was talking about. They only knew that this golden giant looked extremely noble, and when he spoke, it made people want to kneel down. "This is our problem, General. Or rather, my problem." Nasus bowed his head. "I have been sinking in despair for so long that our people no longer remember the names of their ancestors. But now, we still have a chance to change everything." Atrox nodded, and he drew his great sword and put it on his shoulder. His wings spread out like a curtain of starlight, reflecting a dazzling halo in the sun, and he was ready to attack. At this moment, Nasus said, "General, perhaps this time will be different. Why don't you stand with your sword for a while?" Atrox smiled casually without comment. Nasus stood beside Atrox with his scepter, and the two waited patiently. Not long after, a fat man in a luxurious robe and a laurel crown walked out of the not-so-tall wall. He was panting, his face full of fear, but he still stood among the soldiers with a scimitar in his hand. Seeing this, Atrox nodded approvingly. "Although he is fat and bloated, and doesn't even know how to hold a sword, but he dares to face me. Not bad." "Indeed, not bad," Nasus thought. They had come all the way, and this was the 7th city that needed to be reclaimed. The first 6 city lords either fled when they saw them coming from afar, or mobilized all the guards to hide in their mansions, thinking that this would avoid judgment. Without exception, this was the only one who dared to face them. The man who was still trembling on the wall didn't know this, but, no matter what his motives were, his actions saved him from death. The first 6 city lords who didn't dare to face them all died under Atrox's giant sword, and no bones were left. Shenyan played with the golden ring in his hand. He sat in an ancient building. The outer wall here was in ruins, and the moonlight penetrated through the cracks. Beside the mage, the magic stone tablets used by the ancient Shurima Empire to record history and knowledge were scattered all over the ground. It can be seen that this should have been a library or something like that. Deep square holes were carved into the inner wall, just enough to place the magic slabs. Unfortunately, the people who were responsible for sorting out the slabs had been gone for who knows how long, and the slabs that they treasured in their lifetime were now scattered all over the floor. Only half of the slab was left on the ceiling, but from that remaining half, one could get a glimpse of the glory of the ancient Shurima Empire. Shenyan looked up at the half slab, which had a beautiful relief with stars carved on it. The positions of the stars were exactly the same as those outside at night. A slab floated up out of thin air and flew in front of Shenyan. The mage looked carefully at the ancient words on it, and the heavy feeling of history came over him. He said to himself, "Strange, evil weapons cannot have appeared in the ancient Shurima Empire, but I can't find any records." He turned around casually and asked the armored female spirit behind him, "Do you know, Ascended Empress Wu, Her Majesty Setaka?" Setaka didn't answer. She asked, "When did you find me?" "Guess." Shenyan smiled maliciously and raised the golden ring in his hand. "Let's talk about this." Setaka shook her head. "Profane things. I thought I had expelled them all." "You can't expel an evil weapon, lady." Setaka smiled. "Mage, you are more powerful than those stars, but there are still things in this world that you don't know. Of course we can expel them." Shenyan raised his eyebrows and put on an expression of "I am very interested." "Really? Then, I'm all ears." As Setaka told the story, Shenyan gradually understood how the ancient Shurima Empire dealt with evil weapons. They used a rather tricky method, which is not called expulsion in a strict sense. How did they do it? It's very simple. Select a few warriors with strong wills and let them receive training in mental protection, then give them the evil weapon and let them take it to a dangerous place far away from human habitation through unstable teleportation magic. They have the ability to survive, but they will not try to return to the Empire. They will be taught some magic about mental protection and then carry some protective equipment made by the Empire's magicians. These equipment will also erase their memories of the Empire when they are corrupted, so as to ensure that they cannot return to Shurima even if they are corrupted. To put it bluntly, it's still the old trick of sealing and suppressing. It's just that all the evil weapons are far away from the territory of Shurima. In this way, even if those warriors are eventually corrupted and devoured by the evil weapons, they cannot return to Shurima, and they can't cause harm to Shurima. Shenyan shook his head. "This is not expulsion, it's just sacrifice." "Yes, but it's effective." "That's enough." "Is it as effective as the way you exist now?" Shenyan suddenly said. Setaka had a proud smile on her face. She opened her arms, and the moonlight from the cracks in the wall hit her, penetrating her dark blue body. "Yes, now, I am with Shurima, mage." She was not speaking metaphorically, but describing a fact. Setaka bound her soul to the yellow sands of Shurima, and she became something like a ground-bound spirit. Prosperity and loss are common. Shenyan could feel that her soul was extremely weak and full of pain. It seemed that her way was not without cost. Shenyan rarely saw such a madman, and he was one of them. He began to think, can other ascenders do this? Then, he came to a negative conclusion. Setaka was obviously the most special individual among the ascenders. After the ascenders were infused with the ownerless astral energy by the sun disk, their life forms had been changed, and their physiological structure had basically nothing to do with humans. Even the soul was the same, but Setaka was the only special one. All other ascendants, regardless of their strength, lost their human form. Only Setaka not only maintained her human form, but even her height did not change. But her strength was the strongest among them, which was extremely unreasonable. The sheep spirit and the wolf spirit wanted to take me away, but they could not kill the desert. Although my body died, my soul still exists. I am with this land, and no one can deprive me of this. She laughed proudly, not even death itself. "I have another question," Shenyan said. "If you love your country so much, then why didn't you show up when your descendants' dynasty collapsed and the void began to move again?" "The reason is very simple, mage, so simple that you may not even believe it when I tell you." Setaka restrained her smile and her expression became serious. "Although I escaped death's pursuit for a short time, the sheep spirit and wolf spirit will find me in the end. I can hide in the desert as long as I don't show up, but your arrival made me realize that this may be my only chance. I can't wait any longer. Who knows when the next opportunity like this will come? The stars are eyeing the human world, and the danger of the void is imminent. The people of the Empire are now weak and pitiful. The time I can talk to people in the world is very short, mage. So, although I am very grateful for your help to the Empire, I am afraid I can't give you any reward. You should not be able to give me what I want, your majesty. Besides, I am not doing these things for the sake of asking for rewards, the mage said lightly. A gust of wind blew through the ruins, making a hollow echo. Yellow sand blew over Setaka's illusory body. She stared at Shenyan and suddenly chuckled. It seems that it is time, mage. Say goodbye to Atrox for me. After she said that, she turned around without any nostalgia. Behind her, the lamb spirit and the wolf spirit who appeared at some point stood there. Lamb spirit's voice was as ethereal as ever. She plucked the silver-white bowstring in her hand. Escaper, you have nowhere to escape, the wolf spirit roared, unable to hide the excitement in his tone, or perhaps he actually did not even think about hiding it. You can't escape, hunt. I will hunt you. Setaka smiled disdainfully. I didn't want to escape at all. Come on, god of death, let me see if there is really a world for the dead after death. Lamb spirit did not speak. She aimed the bow in her hand at the person who had escaped death for thousands of years. She pulled the bowstring and then let it go. The invisible illusory arrow pierced Setaka's head in an instant, and she turned into a wisp of green smoke and slowly dissipated. Hello, Kyeonju. Nice to meet you again. Shenyan took the initiative to greet them, appearing very polite. Not only that, he deliberately restrained his magic power and tried his best to make himself look harmless. He was like those people who held food in their hands to feed wildcats, trying his best to make his voice friendly and have a gentle smile on his face. The wolf spirit howled directly. It's the escapee. Sheep. Can I hunt him down? Can I? It seemed that it had a different concept of the two words escapee and hunt in its mind. Just like a dog that had undergone Pavlov reflex training, it kept howling excitedly, and the shadow-like body was wrapped around the sheep spirit, with fangs in its wide-open mouth. He is not dead yet. Wolf, we should go. There is a war in the east. The lives of mortals are waiting to be harvested. The sheep spirit responded to the manic wolf spirit with an ethereal voice. She flicked the bowstring lightly, ignored Shenyan, and disappeared directly. Just like when they came, there was no trace. Well, the feeding plan failed. Seeing this, Shenyan sighed in annoyance. Why didn't they fall for it? That damn wolf didn't even know how to pounce directly. After that, he shook his head and continued to look at the stone tablets scattered on the ground, recording history and knowledge. It is not difficult for the Ascended to unify all the cities in Shurma in one breath. After Atrox and Nasus took all the 12 cities in Shurma in one breath, there are only two problems left before them. First, appease the people. Even if it is a peaceful conquest, it does not mean that everyone is of one mind. The people of Shurma have heard the legend of the god warriors when they were young, and no one knows how many of them really believe these long-lost stories. Only those older Shurmans will have a sense of awe for the desert. After all, the sand here has existed for too long, so long that any rumor may be true. Look, aren't the god warriors here? Two more came at once. In addition to the crazy dog-headed man who had been seen before, there was another extraordinary being carrying a giant sword. He looked much better than the dog-headed man. Many times, people couldn't help but kneel down just by watching him walk through the street. A sense of oppression from the spiritual level made them respect Atrox involuntarily, not to mention his huge size. He was a full 5 meters tall, but his huge size brought not only awe but also fear to mortals. This was a double-edged sword and was inevitable. Even in the ancient Shurma period, the most elite mortal soldiers could not avoid worshipping them, not to mention these sons of the sand who had degenerated to the point of no development. Atrox was not good at how to appease the people. He had read a lot of books and was quite accomplished in literature. He even wrote a collection of poems in the past. But he was not good at how to appease the people at all. In the past, the 10,000 mortal soldiers under his command only needed to follow him in the charge. Atrox would tear apart any opponent who dared to challenge him head-on, but he never did anything to appease the people. The reason was simple: he had never lost, except in the Civil War. And the Civil War had nothing to do with mortals. This matter naturally fell on Nasus's head. When Atrox talked about it, he patted Nasus' head quite naturally and said, I heard you say that you are a university scholar of the Empire and a historian. I guess you must be very good at this kind of thing, right? As for the second problem, it really requires the two of them to work together to solve it. Nasus spent nearly half a month, while he was appeasing the people, He also had to act as a guest mage to communicate with the yellow sand, so that the sand would retreat and form temporary roads between cities, from the remote Kalamanda to the seaside and to Shur. He did not miss any of them. The importance of roads does not need to be explained in any era. Whether it is wartime supplies or daily trade to promote development, all of these need to rely on a good road to transport. Nasus could swear to heaven that he had never missed those old-fashioned mages as much as he did now. During the Azra dynasty, they had a whole staff of old-fashioned mages. Although they were not liked by people, their strange magic undoubtedly played a very important role in the development of the empire. They could only muster 70,000 mortal soldiers at present, not to mention the number of people who could go to war with the Void. Nasus and Atrox were shocked when they first got this number. They had thought about the decline of Shurima, but they did not expect it to decline to this extent. A large city-state alliance could only muster 70,000 soldiers. Most of them did not have armor, and some of them even had weapons that were not as good as the sand bandits they had seen in the wild. Nasus sat in the tent. He was not a person who paid attention to red tape, so he had no objection to living in a tent. Atrox was even more so. He always had a sense of resistance to things like houses. He even wished he could sleep on the sand every day, although he actually no longer needed sleep. The dog-headed man sighed and rubbed his brow. He rarely did such mortal actions after ascending, but now it was really a headache. He thought that 2 ascenders would be enough to make Shurima return to its peak. But he didn't expect that it would be a miracle if this group of rabble didn't starve themselves to death. Nasus did some calculations. Most cities in Shurima had food shortages. Their solution was not to hire mages to transform the land, but to trade with the outside world. They obtained food by selling artifacts and animal furs in the desert through merchants in a series of border towns such as Beljuin. This was only a temporary solution. What's more, most of the food fell into the hands of the city lord. The people were not full, but it was good enough to have something to eat. The number of people who starved to death every year was incalculable. No wonder there were so few soldiers. Atrox sat quietly beside him. He didn't understand these things, but he would never point fingers at people who knew about it. If Nasus made any development decisions, Atrox would definitely implement them at the first time. He didn't care about those identity issues at this time. As long as the empire could continue, anything would be fine. General, the situation is very bad. Nasus couldn't help but say to him. The dog-headed man's eyes were filled with undisguised anger. Those fat-headed bastards who only know how to embezzle and oppress the poor. None of them has a coffer that is not filled with the people's money. The black market and all kinds of dealers who resell cultural relics abroad are rampant in Shurima. Our civilization heritage is just something they use to make a profit. Atrox didn't say anything. He just patted his giant sword standing beside him and asked simply, "Kill a few?" What? No, General, it's not suitable to kill people now. The people's hearts have just stabilized. Now is not a suitable opportunity. Atrox nodded gently. Can't the food problem be solved? Nasus sighed helplessly again. A good cook cannot cook without rice. He sighed and said, although land transformation has been put on the agenda by me, my strength alone is far from enough. It will take time for a wizard to become a master quickly. Many people will starve to death in Shurima this autumn, maybe more than ever before. Atrox frowned and asked, I can lead the troops to expand outward. We can get food through aggression. Ah, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Before Nasus could speak, he smiled self-deprecatingly. I have been sleeping in the dark for too long. The Empire now can't withstand such a toss. Although the Sons of the Sand still exist, they are weaker than before, even weaker than children. Those primitive people with sticks in the outside world can be easily killed by us. But if there are no mortals, I'm glad to see that you figured this out. The atmosphere in the tent became dull, and Atrox asked again, where's the Icathian? He left. Humphrey. Atrox snorted disdainfully. I knew the Icathians were unreliable. He knew the Void was coming and ran away, right? Just like his despicable compatriots, he released those abominations himself. Actually, General, you may have misunderstood him. He's gone out to find reinforcements and will be back before next autumn, which is when the mage told us he was going to attack the Void. We still have a whole year to prepare. Reinforcements. What reinforcements? Atrox asked, puzzled. During the time you were asleep, the world has changed a lot. There are many more countries and many more powerful people. Some of them may be willing to help us fight the void together. That's exactly why he set out to travel around the world. Nasus didn't even raise his head. He was calculating something on a piece of paper while answering Atrox's questions. He had a feeling that he would not be able to rest for a long time. There is another chapter in 4K that will be available soon. Chapter 256. Do you really want to know? Atrox pondered for a while. He saw that Nasus was busy thinking about things that he didn't understand at all, so he didn't choose to ask him, but said, "Do you have any information about these emerging countries?" The dog-headed man raised his head and looked at his ascended predecessor, who was famous for leading by example and powerful military force, and said, "General, I must remind you that Shurima cannot withstand war now." "Of course I know, Nasus. But a good general must know his enemies," Atrox said lightly. He had already defined other countries in the world as enemies in advance, and he was arrogant. But Nasus nodded in agreement. They all didn't realize that the weak Shurima was not qualified to be compared with other countries. Perhaps in their minds, Shurima, which had solved the threat of the void in a year, would start to expand in all directions like before. Nasus turned around. Behind him was a cabinet full of papyrus. He pushed away those on the surface and pulled out the one at the bottom. It was a cowhide scroll. Nasus was not small even for his size. The dog-headed man spread it out on the table, pointed at the map and began to introduce it to Atrox. It is worth mentioning that due to his height, Atrox had to squat on a very narrow chair the whole time. The chair was the largest size made by the carpenters in the city. Therefore, the scene was a bit funny, but Atrox still listened very seriously. "Noxus? It sounds like a country worth fighting. They are extremely advocating for force. Anyone with power can succeed in their side. Because of this system, most of their internal officials are competent," Nasus said. "Not a bad system." Atrox nodded. "What about Demacia?" "They are enemies with Noxus. This country is hard to evaluate, General. There is no shortage of strong warriors and excellent soldiers in the country, but according to the intelligence I have learned, their political system can be described as a stagnant pool of water." Atrox nodded thoughtfully. He has never rejected the use of dirty means to win. After all, fighting is fighting, and war is war. As a general, he needs to consider his soldiers. If he really wants to go to war with Demacia, then it would be best if he can exploit its weaknesses. "Ionia? I don't recommend you to attack this country." "Well, actually, Ionia cannot be called a country." Atrox raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "There is no unified regime in Ionia. They are scattered. The intelligence brought by the city lords mention and merchants all say that the people of Ionia are very fond of nature and peace. They don't like fighting. But the history of this land may be as old as Shurima, and they have a lot of hidden power." "I understand." Atrox nodded decisively. He made up his mind that if the Ascended Legion could not return to the size of its former heyday, it would be better not to touch Ionia for the time being. As for the other countries, they are not to be feared. Freljord is full of barbarians. The so-called twin cities of Piltover and Zon have too few people to accomplish anything. As for the so-called pirate country of Bilgewater, Nasus did not say anything more. He laughed. Atrox did the same. For a moment, the tent was filled with a happy atmosphere. Although he did not say it out loud, Atrox knew what he wanted to say. They were just a group of pirates. What could they do? "You look very happy," a familiar voice interrupted them. The mage pushed open the tent and walked in. Seeing him coming, Atrox stood up immediately. He wanted to say something, but Shenyan knew that if he opened his mouth, he would definitely be praised and thanked for half an hour. He simply interrupted Atrox's spell casting and said, "Don't get me wrong. I just came here to bring you a message." "Message?" "Yes." Shenyan nodded. He opened his right hand and the image of Setaka's soul before it dissipated, which was captured through a small range of time retracing, was projected. Atrox stared at her. Although his pale blue body looked more illusory, he was still as heroic as ever. He knelt on one knee and heard Setaka say, "It seems like it's time, mage. Say goodbye to Atrox for me." His lips trembled and he whispered, "Have a safe journey, your majesty." Shenyan nodded. "Okay, I've delivered the message. You guys should work hard. The decisive battle will come next autumn. Whether Shurima can survive depends on this time. What about you? Can you please stay and lend us a hand? Nasus asked. The mage laughed. What kind of help do you want? He looked at the dog-headed man's eyes with interest. After a long pause, Nasus suddenly found that he couldn't say anything. He suddenly realized that he was asking for more from someone who had already helped them a lot. This was not only immoral, but also very easy to offend people. Nasus immediately bowed his head and apologized. The speed and sincerity of his attitude made people think of the art of face changing. No, sir, please pretend that I said nothing. I am too stupid. Nothing, it's just human nature. After all, this is your own business. I can only do so much. However, I do have some different opinions on what you are doing. The mage pondered for a while. Atrox was very tactful and didn't say anything. He never got involved in such psychological games. Let Nasus have a headache. The dog-headed man saw that there was still hope. If Shenyan was willing to help Shurima, it would undoubtedly be great news for them. Therefore, he said very respectfully without any image, please feel free to teach me. It's very simple. Allocate some people to do archaeology in exchange for funds and those discontinued technologies. Anyway, whether it is the antiques of the Azra dynasty or the Setaka period, they are all in a good market outside, right? You can keep the truly valuable ones and sell some unimportant garbage in the name of the official. With the funds, you can hire those mages to transform the land for you, and food is not a problem. You can directly exchange those useless antiques for food. Isn't this a good deal? Nasus suddenly woke up. Yes, why didn't I think of it? He was deeply annoyed at his stupidity. He had never noticed such an obvious dark under the lamp. Isn't this a brand new road? Moreover, the knowledge scrolls obtained from archaeology can also speed up the development of Shurima. In the eyes of Nasus and Atrox, the current Shurima city-state is really no different from primitive people. However, the dog-headed man showed a bitter smile on his face. You are right, but this behavior is too contrary to our tradition. However, for Shurima, I am willing to do this. The mage threw 15 detection and warning spells into the wreckage of Icathia, which is now the place where the void is most corroded. He was very careful not to let the void find out. Although it is not clear whether they will really evolve a deceptive shell for detection spells, they must be prevented. After all, Shenyan has seen their evolution. He has left Shurima at this time, and the farming game of Atrox and Nasus has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't want to stay in that place full of yellow sand for too long. Now, he is on a ship. He leaned on the railing of the deck, and the sea breeze blew across his cheeks. The deck is very bright, the ship is painted white, and has 3 floors. It is very luxurious, and there is even a small theater on the middle floor that can be used for performances. This ship, which is very similar in size to the Titanic, belongs to a company in Piltover. Shenyan can tell from this ship that the style of Piltover is different from that of Ionia and Shurima. Where is the medieval sword and magic? Why did it suddenly fast forward to the steam engine? The mage looked at the huge turbine that kept roaring with a strange look, and billowing smoke kept coming out of the chimney on the top of the ship. Although he knew nothing about technology, this thing on this ship that was very similar to the steam engine was driven by some kind of magic crystal. He was interrupted before he could think for long. A female voice came from his side. This, sir. Shenyan turned his head. He saw a serious black-haired lady nodding to him. She was about 30 years old. She had a capable short hair and was not wearing a skirt, but a black outfit that was quite similar to a suit. She stretched out her hand and shook the mage's. Hello, I'm a reporter from the Truth and Progress newspaper in Piltover. I have a few questions for you. Shenyan raised his eyebrows. Good fellow, I was still getting along with a group of Egyptians pushing stones a few days ago, and here you not only built a steam engine for me, but even reporters showed up. Truth and Progress? Okay, what do you want to ask? The woman smiled and introduced herself. Just some small questions about travel. My name is Olivia Misdoloy. What is your name? Shenyan. Okay, Mr. He. Olivia followed suit. She took out a notebook from the inner pocket of her vest, opened the first page, and took out a pen from somewhere and started writing and drawing on it. She lowered her head and asked, Where are you from? Ionia. Ah, I think so too. You can tell you are from the east. Shenyan smiled without comment. Are you going to Piltover? No, I'm going to Freljord. That's a bitter and cold place. Mr. He, why do you want to travel there? Shenyan said seriously, because I have a female friend who is very young and travels around the world, learning knowledge from all over the world and all the technology that can benefit her hometown. She plans to return to Freljord to change everything there and let her people live a good life. Now, I have received her invitation, so I am going to take a look. Olivia covered her mouth and said in surprise, "Oh my God, this is such a legendary story. Do you mind if I publish it?" "No, it's not true anyway." Shenyan grinned at her. "Just like you are not a reporter, you are just short of writing the words 'I am suspicious' on your face. Ma'am, don't treat other people as fools." Olivia's face became calm, and all the previous expressions were restrained at this moment. She put away the notebook that she had been writing for a long time but was still blank. Asked, "How did you find out? Are you sure you really want to know?" Olivia frowned. "It seems that you haven't understood yet, sir. I am not having an equal conversation with you, but questioning you. Although you are indeed a little capable and can see my true identity, but this ship has long been controlled by us, and you have no chance to cast a spell. Look behind you." Shenyan turned around very obediently and saw two men with bad intentions standing behind him and looking at him, with bulging waists and one of their hands in their pockets. Shenyan shrugged. "Wow, I'm really scared, almost scared to death. If I tell you what you want to know, can you not kill me?" He was obviously perfunctory, but Olivia seemed to see something that made her very satisfied. She had a smile of victory on her face, and said with a dull look in her eyes, "That would be the best. Do you really want to know?" As soon as the voice fell, Olivia woke up suddenly. She found herself in darkness. The echo of that sentence was constantly echoing in her ears. "Do you really want to know? How is this possible?" she said in disbelief, but no one answered her. Only the cold sentence, "Do you really want to know?" kept echoing. "Who are you? Do you really want to know? Answer my question. Do you really want to know? Damn it, what is going on? Do you really want to know?" Real world. Bang. Shenyan frowned. He looked at Olivia who fell. The woman was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and she kept a stupid smile on her face. He said, "You can't hold on for such a short time? It's useless. You are learning to hijack a ship with this ability." The two men behind him found something wrong and just wanted to come up, but they stood in place and danced happily. The two held hands, and the difficult movements made the passengers around them cheer loudly. Whistles and praises were endless. They had stiff smiles on their faces and tears in their eyes. "I don't know what's going on." The passengers turned a blind eye to the fallen Olivia and the tears of the two men. Shenyan leaned back indifferently, and the sea breeze blew again. He said to himself, "I am really prone to getting into trouble." Today's 10,000 word update is over. It seems that everyone still likes to read long chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. The Way Down the Mountain. The old captain's white hat fell to the ground. He grabbed a chair and pressed it against the black wooden door. He liked this door very much, but now he didn't care. He knew that it would be useless to the people outside. It was just a door. Could it stop those crazy people who came out of nowhere? He turned and rushed to his desk and opened the drawer. There was a dull black pistol. There were constant bangs outside the door. A man shouted rudely through the door, asking him to come out quickly, and there were threats and other things. But the old captain didn't care. He grabbed the gun and pressed a button on the side. In an instant, the dark iron rectangular front barrel deformed and unfolded, and a fascinating blue light burst out with a buzzing sound. He gritted his teeth and pointed the iron in his hand at the door. Bang! After a loud bang, not only the door he liked disappeared, the place where the office door used to be disappeared, and the lower bodies of two people stood outside the door. Their upper bodies also disappeared. The old captain looked palely at their lower bodies with exposed spines swaying there, and finally fell to the ground. He panted, overturned his desk, and hid behind it. Footsteps soon came from the corridor outside. He tightened his grip on the dangerous weapon in his hand again and counted the footsteps. To his surprise, there was only one person. And he walked slowly, as if he was not here to hijack the old captain or do something else, but to go on an outing. "Oh, who designed this weapon? The idea is good." A young man's voice came from outside the door. The old captain carefully shrank half of his head and saw a man in a black robe looking at the ruins blasted out by the weapon in his hand with interest, and his fingers even touched the broken wood that was still emitting blue light. "Don't hide, Captain. I have no ill will towards you," he said without raising his head. The captain was startled. He quickly tightened the gun in his hand. The blue light had dimmed a lot. He knew that this gun could still shoot once. "Who are you?" The captain squatted behind the desk and shouted. "Didn't we just meet 2 days ago?" "I'm one of your passengers. I bought a ticket to board the ship," the man said with a smile. The captain poked his head out again. He carefully identified the man's identity with the dim light in the corridor and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed his passenger. But it couldn't prove another thing. The captain continued to shout, "How did you get here?" "I walked here." The corner of the old man's eye twitched. Of course he knew that he walked here, but he didn't ask this at all. The captain continued to shout, "Sir, this is not the time to joke. There is a group of bandits trying to hijack this ship outside. How do I know you are not one of them? About this, I don't think you have to worry about them anymore," the man said slowly. "What? They are all dead." A moment later, the old captain looked at the mess in front of him. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and looked away. The reason was simple. He had never seen such a bloody scene. Dozens of strong men holding steel knives fell to the ground. They had strange smiles on their faces. The knives in their hands were either inserted into their own bodies or into the bodies of their companions. The blood even flowed to his feet standing at the door of this banquet hall. "Sir, who are you?" Looking at the handsome oriental man beside him, he couldn't help asking. "Do you really want to know?" "Ha, I'm kidding. Don't be nervous." The man turned his head and stared at him. His black eyes were calm. The captain's heart jumped. He was about to speak. The man responded with a happy smile. "It's just a little joke. Don't worry about it. I'm your passenger. A traveler. It's that simple." "What kind of traveler can do such a thing?" "The captain is not stupid. He has traveled all over the country for so many years and has seen mages and practitioners in Ionia. He had also seen assassins in the gutter and huge sea beasts in the sea. Because of this, he knew very well that sometimes, if others did not want to reveal their identities, it would be best not to ask." He still wanted to die. He was 53 years old, which was just the right age for the profession of captain. Besides, this was his first time to take this ship out to sea. He planned to stay with this ship for a long time. "How far are we from Freljord?" The man's sudden question interrupted the captain's thinking. He frowned and thought for a while, then answered carefully, "According to the scheduled route, we have arrived in Dornhold, and not far away is Fosbiro in Demesa, and Frost Harbor is not far from Fosbiro. In other words, it will be soon, sir." He raised 3 fingers. 3 days at most. "Very good." The man nodded and said, "I live in room 1327 on the 2nd floor. Remember to notify me when you arrive." 3 days later, the captain did not lie, or he slightly modified the route. However, these have nothing to do with Shenyan. He walked across the heavy wooden planks between the ship and the port, and stepped onto the land of Freljord. Frost Harbor is more of a temporary stop than a port. The people on the huge ship behind him put away the wooden planks and slowly sailed away. Most of the houses in Frost Harbor were dilapidated. The whistling cold wind blew through the ruins. The hollow echoes and condensed frost welcomed the arrival of the mage. Apart from these, there was nothing else. He walked through the ruins of the houses. The port town was empty and no one lived there anymore. It was very quiet here, and the cry of some seabirds came from not far away. He looked up, and there were a few snowflakes floating down from the sky and landing on his shoulders. The mage knew that his feeling was right. There was indeed more than one place in Valoran that was invaded by the void. Somewhere between those majestic white mountains, there was a place that hid the deepest and darkest secrets of this land. And it was far more than that. Flames, Thunder and frost each exist on this land. The aura they exude makes Shenyans smile, living demigods. What a pity. If only one of them could take the initiative to tell me something. He shook his head with some regret. It would be a bit inappropriate to take the initiative to study others. He is not an ants bandit who runs to the new world he discovered to sell people to other places to pick cotton. This port town has been abandoned for a long time, not to mention people. He can't even see the traces of animals. Shenyan walked along the road of the town and glimpsed some of their architectural styles from those buildings that can still be considered intact. Basically, animal horns are hung on the walls of every household, and most of the buildings are built with blocks of logs and stones. They are not beautiful, but absolutely practical. Looking up, the mage has a hunch. He will spend a long time here. Keter carried a package and walked hard in the ice and snow. Freljord never welcomes any human. Even if he is a native Freljordian, he is not an iceborn, and does not have the magical power to coexist with ice and frost. Therefore, he still wears thick cotton clothes. After 10 years in Ionia, Keter was surprised to find that he had begun to adapt to the climate of Freljord. However, although the cold wind was strong, it could not stop him from exercising his right to will. There was one thing he had to do. After leaving Ionia, he chose to go to his hometown by water, but there were only 2 ports in Freljord, and one of them had been abandoned. As a last resort, he chose to pass through Noxus. The people there welcomed a tall and strong warrior like him very much, and more than once someone invited him to join the Noxian army. Keter was not warlike and had no interest in fighting for Noxus. He refused all of them, but for some reason, the Noxians were very friendly to him. He did not encounter any trouble along the way and returned to Freljord very easily. His destination for this trip was Orcal Rock. The road to that place is difficult to travel, but every summer, when the weather is not so cold, large numbers of tribes choose to make the difficult journey there. They will cross the mountains and go to the coastal rock of Orkar. Here, they can spend a relatively less difficult time. Here along the coast, the fishing has never stopped for hundreds of years. When the water surface thaws in the summer, fish is a very good food choice for the tribe. But there is more than just this reason for going there. There is another most important reason. There is the legendary home of Orn, the god of lava and forging, the firstborn among the ancient demigods. He shaped the earth and brought the first snow. He is a secluded person who does not interfere with the world. He is alone and has no distractions. He only focuses on forging his own weapons. Improving this craft is more important to him than anything else, and this is why people revere him. Everything Orn forges, whether it is a weapon, armor or shield, all are priceless treasures. In Freljord, weapons, armor, and shields are all things that you need to survive. You can be without hair and beard, you can even be without clothes, but you cannot be without a weapon of your own. Losing a weapon is equivalent to being unable to fight, and those who cannot fight can only die. Keter endured hunger, cold, and sorrow in his heart. He did not sleep all night and crossed the mountains ahead. It was only 2 days away from the Orcar Rock if he did not rest. Keter thought that he should be able to do it. He found a stone and sat down. He untied the package on his back, took out a piece of frozen jerky and ate it. This thing was as hard as a mallet, 100 times harder than the bottom of many nobles in the city. Normally, if there was a choice, Keter would not choose to eat frozen meat like this, but he did not have a pot. In order not to slow down his speed, he brought nothing but dry food and a sword. He tore the piece of frozen jerky viciously, just like a snow wolf that was not accepted by the tribe competing for food with other predators. However, after eating only 1 bite, he grabbed the sword on his knees and stood up. A man walked out slowly from the shadow of the snowy mountain. Keter Wodalyer Winterclaw, how dare you come back? Keter drew out his long sword, threw the scabbard on the ground, and asked, "How did you find me?" The man opposite him had a big beard, which was braided into a complicated knot on his chin. He was bald, extremely strong, and carried a huge axe behind him that was constantly emitting cold air. In this bad weather, he didn't even wear a shirt, just showing his strong and bare chest. Hearing this, he grinned. "Oh, Keter, it's not me who found you, but the prophet of the tribe who found you. They predicted that you would come back a year ago, and for this, 3 of them died. But I guess it's all worth it. Come on, if you can kill me. There are 3 more people waiting for you on the road down the mountain. He took out the huge axe behind him, held it with both hands, smiled and panted, and white mist rose up. You just need to kill me first. The battle began in an instant. The man roared, and rushed towards Keter, with his axe slashing down in a simple and unadorned manner. But even with such a move, Keter, who had lost his armor and shield, could not block it head-on. He only had the sword in his hand. He had no choice but to dodge sideways and began to look for opportunities in the fight. The man laughed again, and Keter saw his 2 sharp canine teeth. You coward with a sword. Ah, did those warm-blooded people make you weak? I remember that you used to be the best axe among us. He carried the huge axe and put on a posture of ease. Keter had to admit that even though he had not fought for 10 years, he couldn't help but feel angry after seeing this look of contempt for him, and a corner of his head began to ache. But he still kept calm. No one's blood is cold, Scalcer. Your blood and the blood of the warm-blooded people are both hot, but your heart is cold. Scalcer nodded at him, spitting out a mouthful of saliva with disdain, melting a pit in the snow. He bared his teeth, not knowing whether he was angry or mocking as he laughed. But your heart is cold, Keter. Do you know why the tribe even risked the death of 3 prophets to find your location? Do you know why they were willing to entrust this axe to me? Because of you. You, the betrayer. Winter's Claw will never accept betrayal. Skeller grabbed the knife at his waist, and he cut 2 cross-cut scars on his chest. Blood gushed out, leaving traces on the snow with heat. He threw the knife aside, held the axe with both hands again, and roared, "Come!" He rushed again, and the axe chopped towards Keter's neck. The long sword could not stop the attack of the axe. Keter didn't even need to think to know this. But he didn't need to block it. Keter lowered his head and rushed into Skeller's arms, stabbing his chest and abdomen with the long sword. The axe fell on the snow with a dull puff. Skeller fell to the ground, with the sword stuck in his abdomen, and blood continued to gush out. After succeeding, Keter spun the blade and pierced his internal organs. He was beyond saving. Both knew this. Scalcer fell to the ground and laughed hoarsely. It's still the same as before, Keter. I still can't survive 2 moves from you. Keter stood beside him expressionlessly, and his tone was indistinguishable from joy or sadness. There is progress. Ha, who are you kidding? I haven't touched you at all. You have been like this from the past to now. Even those Iceborn can't hurt you. Warrior without scars. Listen to your title, Keter. How majestic. Keter knelt down, kneeling beside Scalcer, and asked, Scalcer Wodal Air Winterclaw, in the last moments of your life, do you have any wishes? Blood flowed out of Scalcer's mouth, staining his beard red. No, no, it's great to see you, brother. Keter's facial lines became tense, and he waited until his brother's breathing completely disappeared before he stretched out his hand to close his eyes that were looking at the sky. Valhall, I pray to the ice and snow, to you. May you bless his soul. May he drink wine and fight in your temple. He closed his eyes, violated his previous words of never praying, and prayed devoutly. After a moment, he set out again, and the wind and snow would bury his brother's body. Like every Freljord man, he was born in the snow and died in the snow. Carrying the giant axe, Keter walked down the mountain. The past flashed in his eyes. The life in the tribe never left him, even if he escaped. Just like he killed his own brother. Keter stopped. In front of him stood a warrior with a spear in one hand and a large shield in the other. He wore a heavy cast-iron helmet and his face could not be seen clearly. The warrior's voice sounded dull in the wind. Winter's Claw does not accept betrayal. Keter, you should know this. Who is talking, Gml or Lindel? Keter asked loudly. The warrior laughed dully. You don't need to know who I am, Keter. Either I die or you die. It's simple. He struck his shield with his spear and said simply and clearly, come on. Keter sighed, and he rushed forward with the great axe in one hand. The warrior calmly met his axe with his shield, and the spear stabbed his chest cunningly at the other end. Who will win? Blood dripped. Keter held the wooden shaft of the spear tightly with one hand, and the sharp blade of the axe held in the other hand had already pierced deeply into the warrior's neck. His shield could not survive a single move under this axe. Keter retracted the axe, and the warrior knelt on the ground, and he pulled his helmet weakly. Keter saw what he was thinking, reached out and took off the horn cast iron helmet for him, revealing a face that he was very familiar with. It's you, Lindell. The man called Lindell has a rare handsomeness among the Northerners, delicate handsomeness, which is one of the reasons why he likes to wear a helmet. The Freljordians thought that such a look was unmanly. Lindell smiled bitterly. Wear my helmet, Keter. I wanted to witness your death, or someone else's. Looking into Lindell's eyes, Keter slowly put on the horned helmet. May you rest in peace, my brother. There is another update. Chapter 258 Lights in the Snowstorm. The young man standing opposite him was not wearing a helmet or armor. He was holding two long swords and stood opposite Keter, eager to fight. Keter frowned. The tribe will send a young warrior like you to stop me? The young man tapped his longsword and laughed excitedly. No, number. I came here voluntarily. I am the claws of winter, the call of the wilderness. I am. Keter interrupted him expressionlessly. You are a little brat without even a beard. Now, throw down your sword and go back. The smile on the young man's face disappeared. You will pay the price for your contempt, Keter. He rushed up, and Keter didn't even use an axe. He subdued the young man with his bare hands and inserted his two swords into his own abdomen. All this happened within a few moves. The separation between life and death is so thin that a few seconds are enough to decide a person's life or death. Keter looked at the young man's face twitching with pain sadly, and his life was slipping away quickly. It won't be long before he will become one of the countless corpses buried in this snowy mountain. What's your name, kid? He asked in a low voice. Daleks Winter's Claw. The young man's wrinkled features opened up for a moment, and he laughed again. They are right. You respect your opponent. He endured the pain and expressed his admiration for Keter intermittently. It is my honor to die at your hands. Don't talk. You will only hurt yourself more. After saying this, Keter found that he was dead. How old was he? Keter didn't know, but whether it was his young, beardless face or the short name without even a middle name, it was hard for Keter to accept. How could they send a child out to fight me? Picking up the giant axe, he stepped forward. The last enemy was in sight. He was very old, not even tall, and had lost an arm, but his appearance stunned Keter. Father, Keter said in a low voice. His father looked at him with his only remaining right eye, holding a long knife in his one arm. He said slowly, Did Skeller fight well? He fought very well, father. That's good. Valhall will welcome him. May he rest in peace. The old man nodded and raised the long sword in his hand. Don't be like this, father. The tribal leaders of Freljord are not men as outsiders think, but women. They are called war mothers. There are many brave warriors in this land, but the strongest ones are all women. Keter didn't think it was strange. After all, the source of the ice bloodline is 3 sisters. Moreover, in this land, the strong are respected. However, this also extends to some systems that outsiders cannot understand, such as sworn father. A war mother can have multiple partners, or choose only one, according to their wishes. And their children have only one mother, but they all have multiple fathers. This is the sworn father. Keter has 5 sworn fathers, but only one father, his biological father. Jularus Lodael Winter's Claw. Winter Claw is the name of the tribe, and Lodael is the name of their ancestors. And Jularus, in the ancient language, represents bear. Jularus was absolutely worthy of this name when he was young. He was taller than the current Keter, and he could lift 3 giant axes with one hand. He always killed the most enemies in battle and the one with the most prey in hunting. But now he not only lost his left hand, but also lost one eye. His originally tall body has become shorter now. How ruthless is the power of time. Jularus frowned and said sternly, What are you talking about? I came here to take your life, and you also have the power to take my life. This is the ancient law, Keter. Raise the axe in your hand. But I don't want to fight with you, father. Jularus smiled. Do you look down on me? Do you think that an old and disabled man like me is not qualified to fight with you? Huh? Is that so? The great Kettle Lodoio Winter's Claw, the warrior without scars, the spirit of bravery, the soul of rage, thinks that I am unworthy. Is that so? He roared, his voice penetrating the snow-capped mountains and deafening. No, father, Kettle whispered, and he held the axe. Jilurus smiled with satisfaction. The two of them held the sword in one hand and the axe in both hands. They slowly approached each other. As he walked towards his son, he said, "You shouldn't have come back, Kettle. I have something I must do, father." His son replied. Jilurus smiled, and his beard trembled with it. "Yes, this is you. Nothing can stop you from making a decision." "This is my son." The attack range of the axe is much longer than that of the sword, but when Kettle faced his father who had already approached his attack range, he still did not choose to swing the axe. He let his father walk to the other side of him before he extended his axe and struck his blade once. Jilurus sang an ancient ballad. "Oh, Valhalla, strike twice. We kill in your name. We die in your name. Strike 3 times. Valhalla, in your name. And the blood that is coming, I call you. Strike 4 times. Keter felt that something ancient was awakened. Between these mountains, on this narrow path, the cold wind whistled past, blowing across his cheeks, blowing across his hands holding the axe, and blowing across his father's old body. A power that made him numb rose up, then turned into pain, and then an everlasting rage filled his heart. He panted, his eyes red, and his teeth bared, trying his best to suppress the will to fight in his heart and the desire to tear his father into pieces. The same thing happened to Jilurus. He grinned and sang the last part of the ballad. Valhalla, Valhalla, you are the storm, you are the lightning, you are death and rebirth. Please witness our death, just as you witnessed our birth. The sword and the axe separated. Jilurus stepped back a few steps, then swung the sword in his hand violently, intersecting with the axe again. This time, it was full of murderous intent. Keter bent down, calmly blocking his father's attack while approaching him. The long sword was flexible, and Jilurus was quite experienced. He firmly controlled the distance, preventing him from swinging the axe in his hand, and kept swinging the long sword to distract his attention. But Keter still found an opportunity. He suddenly took a heavy step and hit Jilurus' chest with a powerful shoulder. He had to step back a few steps, and at the same time, the axe flashing with cold light and cold air had already attacked. Good fight, kid. Keter hurriedly stepped forward and supported Jilurus's body. His abdomen was cut open by the sharp blade of the axe, and the hot internal organs and intestines flowed all over the ground. The blood rolled freely on Keter's body and finally merged with the snow under their feet. Jilurus loosened his hand and the long sword fell to the ground. He raised his hand with difficulty and straightened Keter's head. He said with a weak breath, "Your wound must be treated as soon as possible. Do you remember what I taught you?" The man nodded tremblingly. Jilurus smiled freely and fell down. Keter's right arm was left with a narrow wound. His father could still hurt him even when he was old and weak. The desire to kill disappeared, replaced by a thick and insoluble sadness, but he did not show it, and no one could see his expression. Even if someone did, they could not see anything from his face covered by the helmet. Only a glimpse of it could be seen from the trembling chin. Keter's hands were steady. He tore the clothes and tore them into strips as Jilurus taught him when he was young. Bandaging the wound, he stood up after doing all this. He took his father's sword and lifted the snow to cover his body. He placed the sword next to Jilurus's hand. This is an ancient custom that can only be used by true warriors. The Freljord people believe that the dead will return one day, and they will need weapons. After doing all this, Keter continued to move forward. Behind him were 4 corpses, the future of his tribe, his father, his brother, and his siblings. Migration is never an easy thing, and the people of the Gibraltar tribe need to do this every year. Other tribes only migrate once every 3 years, but they have no fate with magic. I don't know if it's cursed, but Iceborn will still be born in the Gibraltar tribe, but no spellcasters have ever been born. People inherit power from the frozen soil and blood. Some people can only be hearthkeepers because they can't fight, but they are keen to forge weapons and armor for warriors, and at the same time, they also do things like production. And some others are warriors. There are many of them, and all of them are good fighters. The fewer but stronger ones are the Iceborn, who inherited the special power from the 3 Ice Sisters. They can ignore the freezing wind and snow, and even use the dangerous weapons made of true ice. But, For some reason, there has never been any spellcaster in the Ibrilter tribe. Welt curled his Ibrilter looked at the road ahead with worry. It was not far from their migration destination and the place where they were preparing to spend the winter. They just needed to cross this mountain, but people died every year during the migration, and the situation this year was particularly bad. 15 of the Furnless households froze to death, and 2 died of starvation. The warriors did not suffer any casualties, but most of them were starving. Welt could see this. As the only remaining ice bloodline in the tribe and the partner of War Mother Variana, he felt quite sad about this. If we had a spellcaster, he thought so, turned around and signaled the team to take a break. A warrior quickly passed on his order, and the Hearthkeepers at the end of the team began to set up camp. While the warriors rested for a while, they were on guard against any possible dangers, people, beasts. No one is trustworthy unless he is a member of the tribe. This is one of the rules of survival in Freljord. Welt walked to his partner, War Mother Variana. She looked very absent-minded, with her hand on the hatchet at her waist. Seeing him coming, Variana sighed. "How much food do we have left?" "Only enough for 5 days." Welt replied. He said again, "Why don't I take the hunters out for a walk again?" "It's useless, my dear." Variana shook her head, and her light golden hair reflected a mysterious luster in the sunlight. The young War Mother smiled sadly. "The animals have left long ago, and the lake is frozen. Even if we had you, we couldn't break the ice. We can't just watch them starve. We have no choice but to keep on going." Welt shook his head. "More people will die, Hearthkeepers, warriors, and even you and me. That doesn't matter, as long as the tribe can continue." The young War Mother replied. She looked into Welt's blue eyes and couldn't help but stroke his cheek. "But you'd better die after me." Welt cleared his eyebrows. "What else?" Welt grinned. Variana pulled him close and gave him a deep kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Variana pretended nothing happened and turned her head to chase him away. "Go and do your thing." Welt smiled even more brightly. He liked Variana's shyness. Not long after they set up camp, the wind suddenly blew again. Welt's heart, which had just become a little relieved by the kiss, became heavy again. This was a sign of the coming blizzard. If a blizzard blew, they would not be able to set out tonight, not to mention setting out. It was hard to say whether they could continue to move forward tomorrow morning. Moreover, more people might die because of this kind of weather. Ibrilter was not a large tribe. They now had only 43 Hearthkeepers, 25 warriors, and 2 Iceborn. They could not afford any losses. Welt immediately shouted to the team, "Pitch your tents tighter. The blizzard is coming. Be prepared. I want everyone to be prepared. Do you understand?" He received a series of weak but still loud shouts in response. Even if they were starving, they still had the integrity that the Ibrilter tribe should have. An Ibrilter never surrenders. Amid the increasingly loud sound of the wind, a warrior approached him, with a huge sword on his back, a big beard, and 3 short knives hanging around his waist. Eye sockets were sunken. "Welt, we have to find some food. There is no prey here. Wilhelm, you should know this." The warrior called Wilhelm gritted his teeth unwillingly. "We have to go out. Look at those Hearthkeepers. Damn, they are almost starving to death. If this goes on, we will have to boil snow water to drink." "You know what is in snow water, right?" Welt said calmly. "Calm down, Wilhelm. Don't let anger blind your eyes." Wilhelm sighed. "Sorry, Welt. I'm just too excited. The Hearthkeepers have worked hard for a year, and I thought they would apostrophe t. Alas." He sighed heavily, and Welt knew what he wanted to say. The Hearthkeepers had a good harvest this year, but they didn't get much food. They were robbed, and in order to save people's lives, they had to hand over some food. This also led to the death of many people on the way to migrate for the winter. Originally, they set out early, thinking that they would reach their destination quickly, but this damn snowstorm patting Wilhelm, Welt said, "Go and have a rest, don't stand outside like an idiot. The snowstorm will come soon." Yes, the snowstorm will come soon. In the evening, before the sun completely disappeared, the blizzard had already started. People sat in tents, enduring the cold, hunger, and fear of the future. The sound of the wind blowing through the tents was so loud. Welt was not afraid of the cold, so he chose to stand in the snowstorm as a sentry. There was no way, even in a blizzard. Someone needed to be on guard. He saw a shaky light in front of him walking towards him in the snowstorm. Needless to say, he knew that it could only be Variana. Only he and Variana were iceborn and could move freely in such an environment. Sure enough, the young war mother walked towards him through the snowstorm. She gave him a deep kiss again. "This thing is really useful." She pointed to the kerosene lamp and said, "Yes, warm-blooded people are not useless. At least the things they sell can withstand the wind and snow." Wilt hugged her and answered, "Do you think the wind and snow will stop tonight?" he asked. War Mother shook her head gently. "I don't think so. It seems that we have to rest here for 2 days." "Okay." Wilt sighed, and then said, "If the wind and snow don't stop tomorrow, I will take people out to find food. I can't watch the hearthkeepers starve." Variana didn't speak for a while. Just when Wilt thought she was expressing her objection, she suddenly said, "Wilt, look there." Looking in the direction she pointed, Wilt's expression immediately became serious. From the back of their team, in the endless wind and snow, a white light was slowly approaching. "What is that?" "I don't know if I can notify everyone, Wilt," Variana said decisively. At the same time, she pulled out the hatchet at her waist and walked towards the end of the team. The closer she got, the clearer she could see the scene in the wind and snow. The white light was getting closer and closer, and Variana was surprised to find that there was a man standing next to the white light. He was obviously not from the Freljord, but a warm-blooded man from outside. He lowered his head and was reading a book in his hand. Wherever he walked, the wind and snow stopped. After he passed, it roared again and continued to wreak havoc on the land. He completely ignored the bad weather, and as he approached, Variana could even hear him humming a song, as if he was on a picnic. The man seemed to notice her, put away the book, looked up, smiled and nodded to her slightly. "Hello, lady." Chapter 259, The Oath. And Orn, "Move, pick up your weapons." Gather at the end of the team. Welt lifted the big tent where the warriors lived and shouted inside. Soon, the remaining 25 warriors and Welt, the Iceborn, moved towards the end of the team. Several hearthkeepers heard the noise. They poked their heads out of the tent with a worried look on their faces. But Welt pushed them back and told them to stay inside and keep quiet. "What's going on?" Wilhelm rushed over and asked when he came to Welt. "We don't know yet, but we have to be prepared. Something is coming in the blizzard, and Variana has passed." He described the situation as concisely as possible. Wilhelm frowned deeply, wiped his big beard, and said, "It can't be them, right?" "It's hard to say, but if it's really them, we should have been lying down by now." They walked very fast, and the distance was not far. After a few words, Welt could already see Variana. Her long light golden hair was braided into a thick ponytail, dancing behind her head with the strong wind. Next to her stood a warm blood, wearing a black robe and black hair, very handsome. Even with the Freljord people's picky aesthetics, there was nothing wrong with him, but everyone became nervous, for no other reason than that the black robe the warm blood wore was too thin. Walking in the blizzard, wearing such light clothes, could he be an Iceborn? But that was impossible. He didn't have the breath of ice blood, and the way he was dressed was obviously a warm blood. Welt was puzzled, and just as he was thinking, Variana turned around and waved to him. The first question Variana asked him surprised Welt a little. "Do you remember how to get to Orgorok?" Welt looked into her eyes, hoping to get some hints or something, but there was nothing. It seemed that she really just came to ask him for directions. He nodded calmly. "I remember." Variana was obviously relieved, and the mysterious warm blood laughed. He clapped his hands, and the next second, something happened that no one could understand. The seemingly endless snowstorm was paused in an instant, and the snowflakes floated in the air and stopped falling. The remaining light from the setting sun made the snowflakes glow strangely. The roaring wind also stopped, and everything was silent. Wilt saw Wilhelm's mouth open wide, as if he couldn't understand what was happening. Not only him, but Wilt himself probably didn't look much better. At this time, he heard the man say to Variana, "So, what do you want to eat?" Variana stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. When she heard the mage's voice, she turned her head in a daze. After a while, She realized what the mage was saying, but her attitude was very humble. As long as it's food, sir. The mage shrugged. I don't know what you Freljord people like to eat, but I come from a place that is very picky about food, so, he clapped his hands again, and a long table that could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time appeared out of thin air, filled with all kinds of food, fragrant and soft white bread, thick soup, cheese. A dozen roasted whole lambs were piled up with smoked sausages and roasted chickens. Wilt could clearly hear the sound of swallowing saliva behind him. After eating and drinking, Wilt sat in the big tent of the warriors. He sat on the ground for the first time in a long time, posing in a very relaxed posture. The others were not much better. They were obviously very full. This was unprecedented. Not to mention that the food was very delicious. The amount of food that could make them eat until they were full and still have a lot left was extremely exaggerated. This was completely unimaginable in the past. The people of the Ibratar tribe had long been accustomed to starvation, or in other words, there were few tribes in the entire Freljord who were not accustomed to this. Eat to your heart's content? Yes, but maybe only once a year. And you might die for various reasons on the way to where there was plenty of food. Freezing to death was the most common way to die. I still don't understand. Welt. Wilhelm sat beside him, holding his huge sword, tapping the heavy sword with his fingers. He suddenly said this, and was echoed by the others. Yeah, how did that warm blood do it? Don't call him a warm blood now, idiot. Call him, what do warm bloods call him? Noble Master Mage. Yes, call him that. Aren't you calling him that too? At least I'm more polite than you. Freljord swear words, which contain a lot of doubts about male ability and insults to their immediate family members and a lot of metaphors, such as you are not even as good as a hair on the 20 of a steppe wolf. Not caring about the two bastards who obviously ate too much and had too much energy, Wilt smiled. Don't worry about how he did it, just take care of yourself first. What you said makes sense. But I can't figure out why he is willing to pay so much food for something like showing the way. Wilhelm's words make some sense. In this bitter and cold land, food is absolutely hard currency, let alone the gold outside. Sometimes even a sharp sword is not as good as half a piece of Highland goat meat that is frozen harder than stone. Wilt actually didn't figure this out, but he was smarter than Wilhelm. I'm telling you, are you too full? They can stop those blizzards. Have you ever seen anyone with this ability? Wilt reached out and tapped Wilhelm's breastplate. He chuckled and said, let him do whatever he wants. There's nothing we can do. Of course, if he really wants to do something else. He didn't continue, and the atmosphere in the tent became stagnant for a while. Everyone knew what the second half of his unspoken sentence was. An Ibratar never surrenders. In Variana's tent, even as a war mother, she didn't enjoy any privileges. On the contrary, the furnishings in her tent were not even as good as those of the hearthkeepers. There was only a piece of animal skin on the ground, and that was it. The young war mother rubbed her hands a little embarrassedly, and she said, I'm sorry, I don't have anything to treat you. This is not in line with Ibratar's hospitality. It's okay. The wizard stood beside her, and he was still flipping through the book in his hand. He said casually, I won't stay long. In fact, I'll be leaving soon. Don't worry about these formalities. He raised his head and glanced at Variana, who seemed to want to say something. He smiled softly. If you want to say something, just say it. This sentence calmed her down, and the young war mother also smiled. No, it's nothing, sir. Thank you for your help. Ibratar will not forget this favor. She pulled out her axe and cut a small wound on the back of her left hand. Then she put down the axe, dipped some blood with her middle finger and index finger, and smeared it on her forehead. Variana said solemnly, Valhall, with my blood, your name, I call you and ask you to look at your believers. We kill in your name and die in your name. Now, I have nothing to repay my benefactor in front of me. She wanted to continue, but the wizard suddenly stretched out a hand to cover her mouth. He raised his head and looked at the top of the tent. His eyes were very far away, as if he had penetrated the thick cloth directly and saw the starry sky outside. It's better not to make oaths casually. Like I said, this is a deal. You tell me how to get there, and I'll stop the snowstorm and bring you food. It's fair." He took his hand back and said lightly. Variana was anxious. "This is against the rules. How does what you do compare to what we do? Any Freljord knows how to get to Oracle Rock, but I met you first." Shenyan put away the book and turned to leave the tent. When Variana chased outside, she found that the mysterious wizard had disappeared. His disappearance was as sudden as his appearance. He appeared on the top of the snowy mountain not far away in a flash. Looking at the team below that seemed very small because of the distance, Shenyan shook his head gently. "Is that an oath?" "No, no, it's older than an oath." He frowned and muttered to himself, recalling the breath he had just felt. When Variana, the young war mother, said that, he felt something gathering in the sky. He represents a wild will, a wildness that cannot be tamed. He even heard the sound of thunder. His power might not be worth mentioning to Shenyan, but that kind of wild will made him very interested. And although what Variana said was very much like the prelude to some kind of oath, it was definitely not the oath itself. Any wizard will be taught a variety of mysticism when they enter the door. They are allowed to choose 3 of their interests to study independently. In addition to these, there are a large number of compulsory subjects. I don't know where Guyi learned it from. During that period, he once thought that he had returned to high school, or even more bitter. The 3 courses Shenyan chose were formation, oath, and contract. There is no need to mention formation. Oath and contract are somewhat similar, but these 2 things are completely different. Contracts are the favorite of demons. They like to use this kind of thing to harm mortals, and of course, those lawyers without professional ethics. Oaths are completely different from it in mysticism. Oaths are very old things, perhaps as old as human history, and even existed before magic appeared, and often once spoken. They are absolutely not allowed to be changed. You can swear to anything, a stone, a tree, a grass, the sun, or even yourself. But if you swear, you must do what you swear. This is an iron rule that cannot be changed, and this is the most interesting part of the oath. If you are weak, or if you are immortal, then the oath will have no binding force on you. But if you are strong enough, then the oath will really become a shackle, something that you must complete even if you don't want to, because the person who really makes the oath real and credible is you. It is the power of the mages themselves that constrains themselves. The words that the girl has not yet said are not oaths. She is simply expressing to a certain existence what she will do in the future. She has neither the conditions nor the intention to make an oath. Looking at the beautiful night sky in the north, Shenyan had some guesses in his mind. And if this is really as he thought, then he may have more research to do in the next period of time. It's almost time. The Ankarak is in sight. Keter took a breath and put the heavy axe in his hand on his shoulder. Along the way, he kept recalling the faces of his father and Skeller in his mind, but in the end, they all disappeared. Only the scene in front of him remained. Under the night sky, the stars each shone with their due brilliance, and a full moon hung in the sky. The starlight and moonlight illuminated Keter's silent figure, stretching his shadow long on the ground. He walked down the mountain step by step, steadily. The rocky land is located by the sea. Although the sea has not frozen yet at this time of year, there are no fish on the shore, and he didn't come here to eat fish. After coming down from the mountain, Keter finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped on the rocky land after 10 years. An indescribable joy swept over his whole body, and he realized that this was the moment. Yes, this was the moment. Holding the giant axe tightly in his hand, he walked to the seaside little by little. The sound of the waves was in his ears, and the cold sea breeze blew across his cheeks. Keter took off Lindo's horn helmet. He turned around, and knelt on his knees facing the direction of the cliff. There was a dark hole there, and there were many caves below. That's where people live in the summer, and under those thick rock layers. Keter knew that there was another resident. Putting the horn helmet aside, he flicked the horns with his fingers. Listening to the crisp sound, Keter grinned. "You said you would watch me, Lindel. Now you watch me." He cut his right index finger with the axe blade, and the freezing cold quickly entered his body through the blood vessels. Keter shivered with cold, but he still did what he was going to do. He clenched his right hand, let the blood drip, and then pressed it on the ground. The sand was hissing because of his blood, and bursts of smoke rose up. covering his face. Keter sniffed with satisfaction, and his smile became even brighter. He grabbed a handful of sand that was burning with his blood, smeared the sand on his face, and then began to shout loudly in some desolate and ancient language. His voice spread far away, bringing waves of echoes between the mountains. Horn of the mountains, protector of blacksmiths and furnace owners, god of the forge, the lava itself, I call upon you. In your name, in the blood of my father, my brother, and myself, I call upon you. As he spoke, he cut open his left hand, and the cold entered his body again. This axe was not a true ice weapon, otherwise he would have died long ago, but it must have been enchanted by the witch doctor of the tribe. Keter felt colder and colder, and at the same time, the pain in his hand and the fire in his heart began to grow stronger and stronger. The pain did not disappear, but became more and more intense, and as firewood, it made the fire in his heart more and more strong. He clenched his left hand, and blood dripped, just like he had done before. He began to shout again. This ritual continued until he himself was blurred due to excessive blood loss. Keter's recovery ability was very strong, and the wounds on his fingers had long healed. As a last resort, he cut 2 very deep wounds on his palm. He didn't know whether the god would come out to see him, but he had to do it. This was related to his oath. So he gritted his teeth, and the hot blood burned the sand again. Finally, when he was about to faint, a surge of heat from his heart completely drove away the chill in his body. Keter bowed his head deeply and recited the words he had said countless times again. Horn of the mountains, protector of blacksmiths and furnace owners, god of melting, lava itself, I call you. In your name, in the blood of my father, my brother, and myself, I call you. This time, he got a response. The Enka rock, this ancient and low hill, began to collapse inch by inch. An orange-yellow light gradually lit up from the mountain collapsed, and the rubble flew everywhere. A flame rushed into the sky like a fountain, and the rubble melted and flew everywhere. Some even hit Keter's face, but he remained motionless, kneeling with his head down, as if he had fallen asleep. He caught a glimpse of the axe from the corner of his eye. The axe blade, which looked like frost, began to melt gradually, revealing the black iron axe inside. It was still sharp, but the chill could never be restored. The earth began to tremble. A heavy footstep slowly approached him. Keter looked up and saw a majestic black statue. No, it was not a statue. Keter felt that he was as tall as 3 pine trees combined. The outline of his body was shadowy in the rising heat. There were fiery red lines on the huge curved horns on his head, which slowly lit up with his breathing and then dimmed. He had strong arms and a very beautiful beard, the kind of beard that every Freljord man wanted to have. Keter felt in a trance that his red eyes were actually the burning flames themselves. He began to speak, and the mountains trembled again. Stand up. Keter did as he was told. His 2-meter-5 height was like a toy in front of him. Great Orn, I beg you, I remember you. His voice was like thunder and fire fighting each other, and the sound made Keter dizzy. He obviously noticed this and lowered his voice. To him, it was almost a mumble. You are that child, right? There is another one. Chapter 260 Return. Of course Orn remembered him. For an old god like him who has existed since ancient times, time is nothing but a toy in the palm of his hand. And for a god like Orn who would rather stay by his own forge for hundreds of years, an impressive mortal is worth remembering for a long time. For example, the one in front of him, although he has grown from the little boy to a bigger boy and can be regarded as a qualified warrior, his face is also covered by a beard, and there is an inextricable sadness and fatigue in his eyes. But Orn still recognized him at a glance. Not by his face, but by his will. He muttered, "What do you want to talk to me about?" He seemed to have no sense of being a god at all. He looked like a man who had to put down his work and come out to deal with the neighbor's child who kept knocking on the door. I got a revelation, Great Orn, from a god from the east. According to the oath I made to you, I came back to inform you. Volibear, he is back. Because of this, it was hard for Orn to describe his current mood. He was originally making a dagger. He rarely made such delicate gadgets, and he was a craftsman who was very picky about his work. Therefore, he made a dagger that was in human size, which was not even a toothpick for him. He even had to spend 100 years figuring out how to reduce the size of the dagger. Not long after the furnace was finally opened, the child came back and kept calling him. The result was because of something he had known for a long time. However, he looked at Keter standing in front of him and said slowly, "You did a good job. I already know." Keter showed a stiff smile on his face, and then fell down. He was too tired, not only physically, but also mentally. Orn watched him fall to the ground, and reached out to pick up his axe. In his eyes, this axe was extremely crude, but because of this, there was room for improvement. The smelting god, who looked like a human-shaped goat, smiled and touched his beard. He moved away from Keter, about a few hundred meters away. Then he spewed out flames from his mouth, lighting up half of the night sky. The extremely high temperature of the flames gradually deformed the axe. At this time, he took out an iron hammer and an iron felt from somewhere. He began to knock on the axe, and the clanging sound lasted until dawn. It is well known that Orn is picky about his own works, and the same is true for this axe that he did not make with his own hands. After everything was completed, he finally used the hammer to gently knock on the end of the handle of the axe, leaving his mark. Putting the axe back to Keter, Orn's iron-like hands brushed the air above Keter's body, and the hot airflow made him frown as he lay on the ground. After dispelling the external cold and the constantly corrosive cold in his body, Orn turned and left. How short is the life of mortals? Most of them can't even live for the time it takes Orn to conceive a work. But because of this, their lives are extremely brilliant. Orn had seen many people like Keter. The image of the boy who fell off the cliff because of playfulness and the warrior who fell to the ground because of excessive exhaustion gradually overlapped. He began to recall the past. Every summer, people would come to this rocky land above his foundry to spend this summer. The climate here became warmer than other places because of Orn's presence. This is crucial. They would offer Orn something that he was not interested in at all. Orn never showed up, nor did he accept their offerings, let alone communicate with them. Except Keter. At the moment he fell off the cliff, Orn was not making his work. He drove the rocks and saved the child. Orn later felt regretful. He only needed to drive the rocks to send him back. Why did he show up? Keter recognized who he was the first time he saw Orn. Orn, who was very troubled by this child who was curious about everything, had to coax him, or even beg him to go back. He really didn't want to communicate with people. After all, a child is a child. And the way Orn said he had a mission for him with a stern face was quite intimidating. He still remembered what he said. "I have a mission for you, child. You need to leave here and keep an eye on my brother for me. You may have heard of his name, Volibear." What he didn't expect was that this sentence made Keter swear an oath. He was still young at the time, but he swore an oath with a serious face. "I will be your eyes and keep an eye on him for you, until death." This is the oath of Keter from the Winter Claw. Orn later paid attention to him in his spare time and watched him grow up little by little, but because of that stupid oath, he had to leave his homeland. The reason was simple. The Winterclaw tribe was very much loved by Volibear for its cruel and ruthless style. Orn understood his brother. In his eyes, Volibear was the embodiment of the world's barbarism, and he was proud of savage killing and hunting, and asked all mortals to abide by his ancient path. But the path of mortals should be decided by themselves, not by the old gods who were eliminated by time. After growing up, Keter learned about the conflict between his oath and the tribe, and left without saying a word. He didn't even leave an explanation, and Orn knew the mortals on this land. Keter's behavior would undoubtedly be interpreted as betrayal. The tribe raised you, and now it's your turn to serve the tribe, just like all the ancestors did before. But Keter left quietly. He said he called me with the blood of his father and brothers. Orn narrowed his eyes, and the silent blacksmith walked back to his mountains and continued to forge the dagger without saying a word. When it was completely light, Keter woke up slowly. He didn't wake up by himself, but was pecked awake by a seagull. The damn beast pulled out a wisp of his beard, and Keter grabbed it quickly with his heartbroken eyes and hands, and then broke its neck. Just as breakfast for today, he stood up and found a brand new giant axe beside him. Keter's eyes were immediately attracted by the axe. In his eyes, the axe was now the most attractive thing in the world. The dark red axe body, The original rough art became perfect and fierce. Just looking at its sharp edge made Keter feel a sting in his eyes. The handle even became brand new, and even carefully wrapped with hand wraps. Under the hand wraps, there were ancient characters that kept flashing. Keter picked up the axe with trembling hands, and the warrior's instinct made him swing it twice. Flames immediately raged in the air, and the unfortunate seagull's body turned into charcoal along with the surrounding sand. But Keter didn't care about it. He just stroked the dark red surface of the axe, feeling the power of the flames in it, and then tightened the handle engraved with ancient characters again. His fingers touched the small mark at the end of the handle, and he grinned. Shenyan flipped through the books in his hand. He had been troubled by the matter of collecting knowledge before, so he simply made a small spell during the 3 days on the ship. The principle is not complicated, even simple. He only needs to release the mental tentacles, and then set a small task goal for them in some form, such as scanning all the things that can be called books on the surrounding land, and memorizing the contents of those books and bringing them back. Considering the strength of his soul, it is easy for his mental tentacles to do this. Then he made a book that can store a lot of knowledge, threw the knowledge collected by the tentacles into it, and then sorted it. Done. Nothing makes him happier than reading. Shenyan sometimes thinks that he may have a reading addiction. No matter what kind of knowledge, he accepts it all. Now he has seen the tribal customs of Freljord. The inhabitants of this land are roughly in line with the imagination of outsiders, barbaric, cruel, and ruthless. But they are not born like this, nor are they like this all the time. The people of Freljord are actually quite romantic. Tentacles have found some parchment scrolls in abandoned villages and towns or houses left behind by migration more than once. The history of ancestors, of course, is the most. But the second most is various love poems, with bold and passionate words, many of which made the mage shake his head after reading them. Wow, 300 of the 500 words in the whole book are about me wanting to have sex with you. What kind of love poem is this? He closed the book and thought of the breath he felt last night. It seems that the people of the Ibrecher tribe did not point him in the wrong direction, and he was going in the right direction. The mage can scan their respective locations and visit them one by one, but that is not very polite. Visiting along the road and throwing a stone at someone's window before visiting are two different things. If you choose the latter, even if you bring gifts to the door, people will probably think you are here to cause trouble. Looking at the mountains in front of him, he slowly flew up. The scenery of the snow is indeed nice, but it's a pity that you will get tired of looking at the white for a long time. It's not like a pair of hairless naked ape legs wrapped in black silk that people can't let go of. Glad to see you're safe, Shen Ji. Sitting opposite Shen and Ji was a short Yordle. This sentence might sound a bit ambiguous. After all, every Yordle is short. However, Kenan was the shortest among them. Kenan was wearing a purple tights, and his hairy claws were exposed behind his wooden gauntlets. He picked up a cup of hot tea, pulled down his mask, and drank it happily. Shen was a little unsure of Kenan's intention. Of course he knew Kenan. The Order of the King Ku had a long history and was scattered all over Ionia, and Kenan was the oldest member among them. He was the first and only Rageheart. The Order had two positions that were constantly changing, or responsibilities, whatever you want to call it: the Eye of Twilight and the Fist of Shadow. The Eye of Twilight stands proudly in the world, watching every corner between the spiritual and material realms with a cold and ruthless gaze. The Fist of Shadows is very ruthless, killing the most people, even the demons. After leaving his hometown, Kenan traveled around the world and came to Ionia. Here, he met the nascent Order of the King Ku. After a long time of watching, he not only had a new understanding of the meaning of the balance and was attracted to it, but also realized one thing: the leader of the King Ku needs another person, someone who can see common ground while reserving differences. This person must prevent the warlike fist from suppressing the calm and introspective eye, and also prevent the eye from stopping the fist from taking action because of his arrogance and indifference. Since the Yordle can exist in both the spiritual and material realms at the same time, Kenan took the initiative to volunteer. The King Ku accepted him, and he has been the heart of Rage until now. His duty is to make judgments and decide how to act to better maintain the balance. But If he didn't show up when Ku said he died, what does his appearance mean now? Ji took the initiative to speak. Master Kenan, I wonder if you know about Master Kushuo. He is no longer a master. Ji. Kenan's voice sounded like that of a child, but the determination contained in it made it very easy to realize the difference between him and a child. What do you mean? This is my negligence. I return to Yodel City once every 50 years. Kushuo may have come into contact with something else during my absence. He has strayed away from the balance, and I was away from Ionia for too long and failed to discover this. What is it? Shen asked, his hands clenched tightly on his knees. Something very deep and very ancient. Something that you are not suitable to know now. Let's talk about business. Who is the owner of this tower? Kenan changed the subject. A traveler, a mage, a person worthy of my respect. Ji replied. Kenan smiled and turned to Shen. As far as I know, he killed your father, right? Shen didn't react much. Yes, but my father has gone astray. He betrayed the balance. Such an order should not appear in the sect in any case. It should not be implemented by us. Killing someone means pain with your life. It is only natural. Very good. You are right. But the sect is in danger now. The Eye of Twilight is dead. The Fist of Shadow is missing. And now there are only me and other remaining followers. Kenan nodded. He didn't need to ask. Shen knew what he wanted to say. I'm afraid I am not qualified for the position of Eye of Twilight, Master. I am still too young and immature, Shen said with his head down. Of course I know this. It is important for a person to know himself. Shen, you are better than many people if you can understand your own shortcomings. That's it. If the day comes when I need you, I will come back to inform you. As for now, the balance of Ionia does not need two young people to devote themselves to it. Also, Ji, learn more from that traveler. He is far better than the rest of us. After he finished speaking, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. The crackling sound flashed by. The yodel disappeared in an instant, and the cup of tea was already finished. Only Ji and Shen were left in the room. Do you still remember the story of Tagakili, the founder of the balance? Shen turned his head, looked at his white-haired brother, and asked slowly, Of course I remember. Tagakili, the founder of the balance, a wise man who had long since died but deeply influenced many people. At that time, Ionia experienced a large-scale war. They rebuilt their homes in the devastation after the war. It was in this environment that Master Tagakili met Kenan. No one knows how Kenan was attracted to the balance, but there was a reason why Master Tagakili realized the way of balance. Post-war Ionia became turbulent due to the death of living beings. New deaths occurred every day, and those evil spirits from the spiritual realm harassed civilians all the time. In such an environment, the balance was born for the first time. They expelled the evil spirits that were causing chaos and killed the bullies who were causing trouble in the village. Uphold justice and maintain balance. When did the balance become like this? Killing a group of civilians to maintain the balance. Is it the balance that has changed? Or have we changed? Shen asked himself, but he couldn't get an answer. This gap in faith made him particularly painful, but Ji was different. He raised his head and said, Do you remember the story of Master Tagakili and Master Kenan? Hundreds of years ago, when Kenan had just joined the Order of the Balance, Tagakili asked him what he admired most about humans as a yordle. Your stories. You have many stories. Kenan's eyes widened. Human life is short, but your stories pass on what you cherish most. That's why you are suitable to guard the two realms. Far better than any undead. Under the clear sky and the blazing sun, Kenan expressed his thoughts and how he wanted to contribute to the balance to the best of his ability. The Grand Master listened carefully and thought again and again. You will die one day, Kenan added happily. But I am willing to carry your stories on my back. The stories of the Order of the Balance. After hearing this, Grand Master Tagakili smiled and said, This thought is noble and righteous, and this journey is heavy and long. Afterwards, Kenan joined the Order of the Balance and has served as the Heart of Fury ever since. The Yodel are creatures with infinite lifespans, and they seem to never grow old. Ji said slowly, We may make mistakes, but there is no need to dwell on them for too long. My brother, mistakes are not terrible, but not reflecting on them is terrible. We will not make the same mistakes as Master Kushuo again. and Master Keenan will pass on our story." Shen did not speak, he just stood up calmly, and he looked completely different. When he turned around, Ji saw the purple light in his eyes. "The way of balance exists between all things. I finally understand." Ji. Chapter 261. Come to my tent tonight. Silence is today's Orca rock. Of course, I'm talking nonsense. No one comes to this place in winter, so of course it's silent. Shenyan glanced at the ground. He saw the sand that looked like it had been burned by fire, and he could clearly sense the hot breath in the air. He tentatively sent out his spiritual tentacles, and not long after, the ground began to shake again. "You are really tall." Shenyan raised his head and looked at the black shadow in front of him and said, "Who are you?" Orn's eyes were full of confusion. He suddenly felt a strong breath appearing in the rock. There was no sign, and it appeared extremely suddenly. After rushing out, he saw an ordinary human. "Ordinary?" Orn stared at him. The human looked quite relaxed, as if he was not standing in front of Orn, but taking a walk near his home. "Oh, I have to say it again," Shenyan complained half-jokingly, and then introduced himself. "Mage, traveler, from the east." "You can call me Shenyan." Orn's voice was like thunder and boiling magma, and his tone was firm. "You are not human." The mage raised his eyebrows. "I'm sorry to disagree with this. What do you think? I am not like a human." He pointed to his face and asked with a smile. Orn replied dully, "There are many and humans can't be so powerful." "Okay, man. Although I really want to argue with you about this issue, I didn't come all the way to you to hold a debate on such an issue." Orn, looking at the ancient god of Freljord in front of him, the molten god who is highly respected in their myths and legends. Shenyan talked about business. "Do you know the void?" Orn was silent for a while, and his body turned red, like flowing magma. After a while of squirming, he made his body about the same size as the mage. "I know. He is quite polite." Shenyan smiled and continued, "The people of Freljord call you the patron saint of the hearth. They think you are completely different from the other old gods. Unlike your sisters, each rebirth not only brings hope, but also foreshadows a huge threat. And unlike your tyrannical brother, they seem to regard you as a symbol of some kind of spirit. It's just the foolish opinion of mortals." Orn seemed unaccustomed to such compliments. He knocked on his horns and said, "The void is suppressed by the frost witch under the howling abyss. They can't get out. Maybe, but any seal will be broken. This is an inevitable law. Although I haven't seen the Lysandra you mentioned, I have dealt with the void. I guess you have too. You should know how difficult they are." Orn knew what the mage was talking about. Lysandra's seal would not last long. Those who stare into the abyss are also being stared at by the abyss. The void is more than just tough. In the ancient days of the Freljord, he and his brothers and sisters led the savage humans to fight against the abominable alien monsters for hundreds of years. Countless people were killed and wounded, and Anivia even had to use her frost to permanently change the terrain of the Freljord, turning it into frozen ground. Frost was very useful to them at first, but later only true ice could stop them. So Volibear used his lightning in addition to his fangs and claws, and so did Orn, whose fire roared non-stop. Those days and nights that have passed for a long time have permanently changed this land, and also changed him and his brothers and sisters. Recalling the past, Orn's eyes became a little scary. He said slowly, "If they really get out of trouble, I will be the first to go to the battlefield." "Ah, you are much more reliable than most gods I know. However, I have another suggestion. Instead of waiting for them to get out of trouble, why not take the initiative? Freljord has no army, and Volibear and I alone cannot deal with them." Orn shook his head. "What's more, my brother is probably already crazy at this time. He has been addicted to blood and killing for too long. We don't need an army." The mage's words made Orn frown. "What are you talking about?" As soon as he said this, Shenyan's originally harmless figure in front of him changed dramatically. The air began to become sticky, and the ground made a mournful cry under the heavy burden. The sunlight and the surrounding scenes disappeared in an instant, leaving only deep darkness. There was red thunder boiling in his eyes, and the power of destruction caused the surrounding space to begin to collapse bit by bit. The next second, Orn came back to his senses. The scene around them did not change. They were still standing on the rock. The wizard still looked the same, just an ordinary human with no special features except that he was handsome and overly pale. But the ancient god looked at him deeply and nodded. If you have this level of power, killing them would be easy. But I have a question. Why do you do this? Orin's question was not beyond the wizard's expectations. He smiled casually. Interests, hobbies, it's up to you. Don't be fooled by my appearance. Maybe I am also obsessed with killing, but I prefer to hear the screams of those aliens before they die compared to the death of humans. Orin shook his head and said concisely, you don't have that kind of madness. Shenyan sighed helplessly and said, you really have no sense of humor. Man, of course I'm joking. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't this joke funny? But let's get back to business. He looked at Orin, and his smile and helpless look were all restrained, leaving only a calmness. Do I need a reason? Orin had to admit that he didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw the wizard in this state. Willfulness is the privilege of the strong. The tall elk in front of him collapsed with a loud thud, its body making a dull thud on the ice. Keter panted and pulled his axe from its neck. Blood splattered, bringing heat in the air. A lot of blood spilled on the axe handle, but was absorbed by the hand wraps the next second. For wild animals and humans in the frozen land, the overlords of the mountains and forests are not bears or wolves. It is these elks. After all, bears and wolves only come out to look for food when they are hungry. But elks will chase you for 800 miles because of a little curiosity. As long as you are hit by the horns on their heads, you can immediately pray to the sheep spirit. Keter put the axe at his side and pulled out a short knife from his waist. He chased this elk for a long time. In this season, they usually wander in groups in the deep mountains. The height of an adult elk in Freljord is mostly about 4 meters. They are amazing when they run. This one is not yet an adult, and it is estimated that it was abandoned by the tribe. He couldn't finish eating the elk, so he didn't even take off its cold horns. Elk horns are not only a symbol of force in the tribe, but also a precious material. The witch doctors can use their mysterious magic to communicate with the ancient natural spirits sleeping in the frozen soil. After mixing multiple materials, ordinary warriors can temporarily gain the power of the Iceborn with elk horns as the main body. After taking this potion, the Iceborn can even briefly reproduce the unparalleled power of their ancestors. Keter used a short knife to enlarge the wound on its neck a little, and then moved closer to drink blood. It's not that he wants to eat troll meat and drink blood, but there is no clean water now. Even if he wants to drink the dirty snow water, he can't do it. He doesn't have a pot. After temporarily quenching his thirst, he wiped his mouth. The traces of blood dyed his beard red, which looked particularly scary. But he didn't need to care about his image at all. Keter picked up the axe and chopped it hard on the elk's hind legs, and then rubbed the small mark at the end of the axe handle with his hand. With a swoosh, the dark red axe blade turned orange-red. Keter held the axe carefully, not letting it come into direct contact with the cut hind leg. Then he turned the hind leg over little by little, and only put down the axe after the fur and meat were roasted. Looking at the hind leg in front of him, which looked very bad, Keter shook his head regretfully. He had been in Ionia for 10 years, and his appetite had long been spoiled. What a joke! What did he eat in Ionia? He could eat a different dish every day for a year without repeating it. As a fisherman with good skills, he didn't have a family to support. He could even go to the town not far from the village to eat every day. Recalling the drunken shrimp and braised pork in their store, Keter smacked his lips, tore off the rotten skin of the front and back legs, and ate it. The original elk hind leg, without even salt, was the original flavor of the land. It was so fucking authentic. After eating his fill with a frown and a bitter face, Keter cut off another hind leg, cut some strips of meat from the elk's abdomen, hung them on his belt and walked away. He threw the elk's body where it was, not knowing who would find it, but that was not what he cared about. Do you want to take back the winter claw? Thinking of this question, Keter was a little absent-minded. He was just thinking about it, and the tribe would definitely not welcome him. But now that he has fulfilled his oath, where should he go? After walking for a long time, he took a short rest on a cliff. If he couldn't find a cave that could shelter him from the wind or a slope that was leeward tonight, he would have to spend the night on this cliff. Just as he was thinking about this, He heard voices and heavy footsteps on the road down the mountain in front of him. Keter squinted his eyes and stood up, his hand already touching the axe handle. The flickering lights illuminated the surroundings, and a young girl wearing animal skin armor and two short-handled axes hanging around her waist appeared in front of him. Keter did not look down on her because of her youth. Freljord women are not easy to mess with, especially the girl's long light golden hair is a clear iceborn feature, which makes him more cautious. He loosened his hand from the axe handle, if necessary. He did not want to fight. Keter raised his hands and said sincerely, I have no ill intentions. I am just a passerby. I will leave soon. The girl raised the kerosene lamp in her hand a little higher, looked at his face carefully, and then made a short cry behind her, imitating the cry of an owl in the woods. She imitated it very well. Keter put his hand on the axe handle again. A man came from behind her with a long sword on his waist. His beard was neatly tied on his chin, his hair was messy, and his eyes were full of fatigue. He walked to the girl, and the two talked briefly for a moment. Keter was a little unsure of their thoughts. After a while, the man walked towards him and stopped at a safe distance. Wiltkin Ibrittle. We are from the Ibrittle tribe. Stranger, why are you alone? Winter is coming soon. Keter knew what he meant. In the winter in Freljord, no one can survive alone. This is true for humans and animals. He was silent for a while, not knowing whether he should tell the truth. Keter Lwodoir, alas, Keter sighed. He didn't want to lie or tell the truth, so he said, listen, I don't mean to conflict with you. I will leave, okay? As he spoke, he stepped back, but Welt suddenly frowned and said, wait, I've heard of this name. You are from the Winterclaw tribe. These four words seemed to touch a switch. A wolf howl came, and Welt also responded with a wolf howl. The cliff returned to calm again. The girl walked to his side, her hand already on the axe at her waist. She said sternly, I am the war mother of the Ibrithl tribe, Variana Roxar Ibrithl. Are you really from the Winter's Claw? Answer me, Keter Lodoil. Keter sighed in annoyance. He had never seen this tribe, but it was obvious that his tribe had done something good again. Their way of survival had never changed. When others were busy looking for land suitable for farming, they were robbing. When others were hunting, they were also robbing. They were either robbing or on the way to rob. They made a living from this. Listen, I am indeed from the Winter's Claw, but I have nothing to do with them anymore. I was expelled from the tribe. The young war mother's expression changed. No one would joke about being expelled from the tribe, and no one would say such words to survive. For a Freljord, being expelled from the tribe is even more unacceptable than dying on a soft bed. How are you going to prove your words? But she still had doubts. I can't prove my words, nor do I want to. So, I will make way for your tribe to pass. I don't know what the Winterclaw did to you, but it has nothing to do with me. Dark took off his axe, put it on his shoulder, and slowly retreated. Welt suddenly said, are you from the Orgharok? Why do you ask? This road is the road to the rock. I have walked it many times. If you came from there, did you see a warm-blooded wizard? Black robe, black hair? He asked. No, I didn't see anyone along the way. Variana nodded. Very good, you can leave. May the fire of the Forge God illuminate your way ahead. Dark left silently, and he tightened his axe. Just let him go like this? The young war mother asked immediately after watching Dark and waiting for him to completely leave. We can't withstand a battle, and my Variana, you are too young to know who he is. Wilt seemed to be completely relieved, and even the hair on his forehead was soaked with cold sweat. You haven't heard of the name Dark Lodael Winter's Claw because he disappeared 10 years ago, but before that, he was the sharpest minions of the Winter's Claw. Why are you so scared? Our people have obviously ambushed, but you didn't let them act? Because I saw with my own eyes that he tore apart the encirclement of 10 people and killed them all one by one with an axe. Do you know what his title is? Warrior without scars. I can actually see him again today. Wilt snorted meaninglessly, raised his head and looked at the night sky. Should we hurry on our way, or set up camp and rest now? My war mother? Variana didn't speak, she just stared at Wilt, which made the latter a little strange. He scratched his head and asked, what's wrong? You think I'm too young, right? I know you think I'm too young to be a partner, This sudden sentence made Wilt feel like he was hit hard. He almost couldn't breathe. What? How could you have such an idea? I didn't say anything. You said I was too young and didn't know who he was. Isn't that the truth? Variana looked at him expressionlessly, and the wolf-like eyes made him feel cold all over. Finally, Variana slowly spoke, but asked a very inexplicable question. Have you eaten enough tonight? Full. What's the matter? Very good. Come to my tent tonight. After saying this, she turned and left. The light golden ponytail swung in the night sky. Obviously angry, Wilt shouted, "Where are you going? Let the stove owners set up camp. You'd better be ready, Wilt. Otherwise you can't walk tomorrow and no one will help you," she said coldly. Wilt stood there with a puzzled look on his face, not knowing what he had done wrong to make her so angry, and Wilhelm walked slowly from the bottom of the cliff, laughing wildly. "It seems that someone is going to be unlucky tonight." "What are you talking about?" "Oh, come on, Wilt, the tent is not soundproof, and we know that you have been tormented by her." "I was just giving in to her. What do you know?" Wilt faced Wilt's murderous gaze and burst into indescribable laughter. "Oh, so begging for mercy is also giving in to her? You are really humble." Wilt gritted his teeth, threw out a few words from his throat, and then left here immediately. "Shut up, Wilhelm, you damn old bastard." There is one more update to eat. Chapter 262 Frostguard Fortress. Udyr heard the howling of wolves coming from the forest not far away. One after another, they began to make noise in the night again. However, they were still far away from him and would not invade his mind. He was quite happy that he could still retain some humanity. "I must live alone." The young man thought so, wiped a handful of snow on his face, and felt the coldness, and he calmed down more and more. "Yes, I must live alone." His eyes dimmed for a moment, and the tragedy a few months ago had not been erased from his mind. Perhaps it would never be erased in this lifetime. On this frozen land, there are many indescribable ancient powers. Among them, there is a group of people who are born with a deep connection with spiritual magic. They are called beast walkers, shamans of battle and rage. Unlike witch doctors who are proficient in poisons and healing herbs, they only know how to fight and can only fight. They serve in various tribes, exchanging their abilities for a group where they can live and train. The reason is simple. The ancient beast spirits of Freljord are all violent and bloodthirsty. If they want to accept this power, they must give up something. For example, reason. Udyr was born under the blood-red moon. He showed his talent for spiritual magic when he was still young and couldn't even walk. He could feel the primitive emotions of nearby creatures and could accept the howl of dire wolves before he spoke his first word. The mentors in the tribe said that he was destined to become a great beast spirit walker. So the Winterclaw accepted this child. He was too thin, and in the frozen land, such babies would be abandoned. If you are not strong enough, you don't even deserve to survive. This is not cruel, but the summary of generations of experience. In such a harsh environment, no matter how you protect those thin children, they can't survive. So why not let those children who are much stronger than them have more food? Although his mentors all thought that he could easily master the various abilities of beast spirit walkers, sometimes too much talent is not a good thing. Udyr soon discovered that his talent actually limited his growth. Too many other beings filled his mind, nearly losing his mind. And that was before he even began to communicate with the primal spirits. Udyr could not bear the thought of 1,000 other voices speaking to him, and he craved silence and time alone, even for a few moments. But this wish came true in the most terrible way. One night a few months ago, everything was normal. Most of the Winterclaw tribe had gone to bed early, and only the sentries were still on duty. But they were no match for the Frost Guard. These mysterious oaths worn from the Frost Witch were merciless, slaughtering people in the camp with their true ice weapons and excellent horses. They even specifically eliminated those who showed signs of mental magic, and Udyr was their #1 target. If it weren't for the lives of several of his mentors, he would have died long ago. Filled with sorrow and tortured by the screams of his people, Udyr lost control. He unleashed his rage, creating a huge explosion of mental energy that even shook the peaks of the nearby mountains. The snow collapsed. In seconds, an avalanche swept across the battlefield, forcing the vile frost guards to flee. He then climbed out of the snow, not seeing any survivors. Everywhere he looked, there was blood and body parts. Udire shivered in the snow, and the remaining Winterclaw tribe abandoned him because they were afraid of his destructive power. Now, he was alone, but Udire felt that it was better this way. He understood the tribe's thoughts and supported their thoughts. In his opinion, perhaps he was better suited to live in isolation. The young man sighed and touched his beard, which was not long enough to be braided into a bun. He killed a deer yesterday, and the screams of the deer still lingered in his mind. Although Udire was the murderer, he was still knocked down by the great grief for a moment, followed by the fear of facing death. But he had to survive. Now, the remains of the deer were placed by the campfire in his camp. Slowly returning to the camp in the night, Udire planned to stay through the night and not eat anymore. He didn't want to kill anything again in the short term. He couldn't control his abilities, but he didn't want to experience their pain again. But when he saw the man sitting next to his campfire, his spirit immediately tensed up. How could it be? I didn't sense him. Where did he come from? No, he must leave. Udire slowly approached him. The instructors taught him very well. He stepped on the snow without making any footsteps. The man had his back to him, as if he didn't feel Udire's approach at all. Just when Udire was about to touch him, he suddenly spoke. "Oh, sorry, I borrowed your campfire." He turned around, and Udire's eyes met his. At that moment, a huge force forced him to fall to the ground and twitch non-stop. Looking at Udire foaming at the mouth, Shenyan was a little speechless. He was also responsible for this matter. He was quite happy to feel a natural powerful telepath, thinking that he could see how the locals use this ability. It turns out that the young man's talent is a bit too strong, but the mage really didn't expect this situation. Other telepaths can also sense the emotions of people around them, but they are active skills. The young man in front of him is a passive skill, and he can not only sense emotions, but also peek at his power a little. Shaking his head, Shenyan laughed. "It's your bad luck, kid." The next day, "Where am I?" Udire slowly opened his eyes. The stabbing pain still lingered in his mind, and for a while, he couldn't think of anything at all. "Get up when you wake up," a strange man's voice came. Udire's eyes widened, and he immediately got up from the ground. He put on a vigilant posture, looked at the man sitting on the fallen tree trunk, and said in a hoarse voice, "You'd better leave quickly, stranger, and you'd better not look into my eyes." The man didn't even raise his head, and there was a smile in his voice. "Haven't you forgotten what happened last night?" Udire recalled, and his face turned pale. "Who are you? How did you do it?" "That's not what I did, boy." "That's your own ability, it's just that you haven't mastered it yet." The man shook his head. He didn't look at Udire, and said casually, "As for who I am, it doesn't matter, traveler, mage. You can call me whatever you want." Alas, damn, how many times do I have to say this? Udire remained nervous, and he said loudly, "Okay, mage, you'd better leave quickly, or I will kill you." "If you can really do this, I'm afraid a lot of things will be very happy." But he finally raised his head and looked directly into Udire's eyes, which made his heart jump. But the situation last night did not happen again. The mage suddenly asked, "How long has this symptom lasted?" Udire didn't realize what he was talking about for a moment. "What? How long has this symptom of yours, this passive acceptance of the emotions of all living things around you, lasted?" the mage asked patiently. After hesitating for a while, Udire told him, "Since I was born." The mage raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "Oh, this is a bit strange." "Well, I'll make it short. Do you want to get rid of this symptom?" Of course he wanted to. How could he not want to? This ability was not a gift to Udire, nor did it make his life any better. On the contrary, he couldn't even hunt like other Freljord people because he would hear the sounds of the prey before they died and feel their perceptions, which was tantamount to killing himself once with his own hands. Looking at Udire's eager eyes, Shenyan smiled. "It seems that the answer is obvious." Continue, Shenyan said. Walking on the snowy mountain, Udire followed the mage. He was blindfolded and walked carefully. He held a stone in his hand, which was crushed into pieces by accident. Udire took out a new stone from the pocket on his waist and put it in his hand. He tried his best to feel the feeling of the stone in his hand. At the same time, he held it tightly. Because he was blindfolded, he couldn't see the road, so the passive feeling ability was maximized. He could see the surrounding scenery and roads in another way. This perspective was very strange. While fascinated him, he also felt vaguely uneasy, because Udira could see that not far ahead, there was a bottomless darkness under a fortress. Just a slight glance made him tremble all over. And it was the mage who patted his shoulder to bring him back to his senses. When you can do it without crushing the stone and completely open your mind to accept these messages, we can proceed to the next step. Shenyan looked at Udira with a strange expression. This young man's talent is really a bit exaggerated. The training method he taught Udira came from those ancient druids, who also communicated with wild spirits to transform into wild beasts. So there were also many trainings for telepaths. Udira is now doing one of them, which is simply named Stone. The trainees are required to walk with their eyes blindfolded, while completely opening their minds to accept things from the outside world. This process usually makes their bodies unconsciously tense, and the spiritual power will also act on their bodies. Unknowingly, they will surpass the physical fitness of mortals to reach a new level. But this alone cannot complete the training. They also have to ensure that they do not crush the stone in their hands while exerting their whole body. There is a release when there is a contraction, and it must be able to be free to contract and release. And this is only the first step of the training plan tailored for him by Shenyan. For example, his ability to feel the emotions of the creatures around him all the time. If this ability is used well, it will have a miraculous effect when combined with some mental magic, but he has to master it first. The black cloth that Udira used to blindfold can help him temporarily block those feelings, so that he can carry out the current training first. Interesting. I haven't trained a telepath before. Where are we going, mentor? Udira asked, as if he could see the road in front of him, and he jumped lightly over the stone in front of him. The mage floated on the snow and flew in front of him. Although Shenyan didn't admit it, Udira had already started calling him mentor. My Frostguard fortress, the fortress of the Frost Guards. Have you heard of it? I have seen the Frost Guards, and it was they who killed my mentor and many people in the tribe. Udira was silent for a while, then said, really? Shenyan smiled meaninglessly. Don't you want to know why they attacked you? Udira replied calmly. The Frost Guards never deal with us. They only carry out the orders of the Frost Witch, attacking and killing everywhere. If I can, of course I want to know. You will get this opportunity, but not now. Udira. The young man with his eyes covered by the black cloth waited patiently for the next words. There are some very dark and ancient things hidden under the Frostguard fortress. If you see them, I'm afraid you will lose your consciousness at that moment and become a corrupted puppet. So, if you can't fully master your abilities, it's best not to approach there. Just stay here and wait for me. What about you? Of course I'm going to talk to the Frost Witch. Damn it, I won't say that again, right? Shenyan muttered, and his figure disappeared in a flash. The Frostguard fortress stands between the mountains, and below it is a bottomless abyss. Because the sound of the cold wind blowing through it is too miserable, it is named the Howling Abyss. A bridge floating by magic is the only passage between the Frostguard fortress and the outside world. It is heavily guarded, and an ancient statue is located in the center of the bridge. He holds a sword and wears a horned helmet, but he has no ears. His eyes are covered, and his mouth is sewn up. That is one of the creeds of the Frost Guards. Don't listen, don't see, don't speak. Complete silence. Shenyan looked down at the magnificent building below. This fortress was almost as old as the frail Jord. Although he was very interested in archaeology, now was not the time to do such things. He could feel that the person he was looking for was in the fortress on the cliff in front. He easily broke through the patrolling guards on the bridge. No one would guard against enemies from the air, not to mention that he used that little trick. When he came to the wall of the fortress, he passed through the wall and entered. There was no light in the hall of the fortress. The cold and icy air were the main themes here. Some ancient carvings on the ceiling swayed monotonously with the chandelier, making a hoarse sound. There were obviously no windows here, but the cold wind from nowhere was echoing in the hall. Shenyan turned his head and looked at the seemingly sleeping figure on the throne in the hall, and said, It's not good to have guests visiting, but the host is still pretending to sleep. What kind of guest is an uninvited guest? The figure raised his head, and the hall suddenly lit up. The blue flames burned in the braziers around. Sitting on the throne was a graceful woman in a blue dress with long white hair spread out behind her head. Her hair was spread out on the throne. Her eyes were covered, and her light blue skin emitted a crystal white light. Her voice was like ice. Really? But I remember that I clearly informed you that I would come to visit. Shenyan smiled casually, summoned his favorite chair, and sat down opposite her. Shenyan, traveler. I still said the mage. Lysandra. Then, let's talk about business? Shenyan spread his hands and asked, business? What is business? Lysandra's mouth curled up an intriguing smile. She supported her face and asked casually, Frostguard Fortress does not need help from outsiders, especially mages like you. That's really interesting, because in my opinion, you are also a mage. Shaking her head gently, Lysandra said slowly, you don't understand what is suppressed under this fortress. It's just the void. With a crisp sound, Lysandra's throne came to crack. She corrected her sitting posture without changing her expression and continued, how did you know? The mage smiled and said, you don't need to know this. Anyway, I came to inform you, not to discuss with you what I want to do. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Performing a unique face-changing skill, the mage stood up and the chair disappeared. He said calmly, I can see what kind of deal you made with those things. You are really a lunatic, aren't you? You actually want to master the power of the void. Lysandra was stiff and couldn't move. She thought of those who were sealed in the true ice because they resisted her, and she felt terrified for the first time. And the source of all this was just a slight glance from the mage. No wonder I always felt strange. The Iceborn are few in number and powerful, but they all carry a dark aura. It turns out that you are their source. The mage walked to the throne. He reached out and gently stroked Lysandra's cheek, and took off the blue crown she used to cover her eyes. Her eyes had 2 scars from burning, and they were closed at this time. There was nothing under her eyelids, and it was obvious that even her eyeballs had been removed. He felt Lysandra's trembling and said maliciously, how does it feel to make a deal with the void? He asked knowingly. This was natural. Throughout the ages, anyone who wanted to make a deal with the creatures of the other world died miserably, and at the same time had to implicate a large number of innocent people. And the void, although the void is not a creature of the other world, they have similarities. For example, the endless greed and pure malice for the world of the living. Making a deal with this thing is more dangerous than trying to get the skins of a tiger. Lysandra gritted her teeth. She was rarely so emotional, but she had to do it now. She took a few deep breaths, and her attitude suddenly softened. She begged, no, you don't understand. You can't. Chapter 263. What are you looking at? The design of the Frostguard Fortress was magnificent, and it was unknown how long the fortress had existed. It was almost as old as the Freljord itself, and the ordinary stones used to build it had even become some kind of material with special magic properties because they had spent too much time with Lysandra's cold magic. Lysandra walked in front. She said nothing. The mage followed behind, with his hands behind his back, walking leisurely, as if he was here for a picnic, not to deal with a problem that might threaten the entire Runeland. The fortress was empty, and there were no decorations in the cold corridors they walked through, which was somewhat unworthy of the history of the fortress. All the way to a black and heavy door, Lysandra put her hand on it and hesitated for a while. I must remind you that this is extremely dangerous, and if you show any signs of being corrupted, I will immediately freeze you. What are you laughing at? Shenyan said innocently. Really? You heard it wrong. The Frost Witch took a deep breath and pushed open the door. There was nothing behind the door, and then Lysandra's fingers moved slightly. Some kind of ingenious mechanism was immediately triggered. Shenyan heard the sound of hinges and gears turning. After a while, an elevator that was obviously not a product of this era slowly rose up. They stood on it, and the elevator fell at a slow speed. During this process, the Frost Witch slowly spoke. Some people call them gods. Some people call them monsters, but no matter what kind they are, I must let them sleep in the ice. Do you understand this, mage? Maybe you are much stronger than me, but I have fulfilled my duties for tens of thousands of years. You'd better not try to destroy it." The mage smiled indifferently. He looked very casual and asked a strange question that had nothing to do with this. "Where do you usually sleep?" Lysandra's fingers immediately clenched on her long skirt, pinching wrinkles. Her light blue cheeks became a little pale at this moment. "You figured it out?" "No, I knew it from the beginning." The frivolous smile on Shenyan's face finally disappeared. He looked at the disappearing eyes of the Frost Witch, and slowly spoke amid the clicking sound of the descending elevator and the cold wind blowing up from below. "You never sleep because you have more things to do when ordinary people need to rest. There is a price to pay for letting void creatures sleep, doesn't it?" "But what is the price?" "You use the souls and illusions of mortals to make those monsters sleep willingly underground. However, it's useless." He began to do what he was best at, mocking others. "It's not easy to coax monsters to sleep. Let me guess, just before I arrived, you just murdered a pair of sisters in a cruel way, right? Their death and pain will turn into painful memories under your magic, and finally be devoured by those monsters. How brave and stupid it is to put them to sleep in this way." He almost ruthlessly beat Lysandra's efforts for tens of thousands of years to nothing. "What you did will only make them stronger, idiot. Do you think they are unable to break free from your ridiculous ice?" Lysandra's tone was a little weak. "This is the only way." "Yes, this is indeed the only way for you." Shenyan nodded calmly. "Otherwise, you would have died as soon as I saw you for the first time." He put on the smile that Lysandra hated. "But now, I'm here." Click squeak, the elevator stopped after making a noise. Without waiting for the Frost Witch to lead the way, Shenyan walked out by himself. All he could see was black ice. The cold air almost made the temperature here freeze people to death instantly. Only Lysandra herself and the Iceborn who inherited the blood of the three sisters could move freely in such an environment. Those huge true ices were like intertwined fangs, growing wantonly everywhere in the caves below the fortress. The bright purple light emanated from the depths of the cave, accompanied by some monotonous gurgling sounds. Lysandra stood beside him with a pale face. Although she had been here countless times, she still couldn't get used to this disgusting smell. It was like a thorn in the flesh, or like a terrible creature hiding in the cracks of space, looking at her with a meticulous eye, savoring everything they needed. "You fed them well." The mage's face had become gloomy. The void sleeping in this cave was much more powerful than the void sleeping under Shurima. "Everything has two sides." The foolish behavior of this woman certainly allowed the world to continue for a long time, but it also made them grow a lot. Footsteps began to sound in the cave, forming a kind of uncomfortable symphony with the monotonous and repetitive gurgling sound. As they went deeper, Shenyan's face gradually became calm. At the end of the cave, he stopped and looked down. Standing at his height and looking down, the abyss below seemed to be full of some greedy weeds or purple thorns, but this was impossible. No plant can survive in such an environment. Nonsense. That is not life, that is the opposite of life. They climbed step by step, winding upwards little by little, and the nearest one was almost at Shenyan's feet. "We're going down," Lysandra said. But the mage ignored her and continued to look down. She frowned and looked at the mage, and suddenly felt uneasy. She said again, "We're going down." This time, the mage finally responded. He turned his head stiffly, and an ominous purple light burst out of his eyes. Lysandra's heart suddenly tightened, and the ice power that had been prepared long ago was released in her hands, and in an instant, the mage was surrounded. But she did not relax. With the power shown by Shenyan, this ice could not control him. Lysandra was full of regret at this moment. She should not have believed the warm-blooded man's claim that he could solve the void. He was very strong, but now he became the helper of the void. At this moment, Shenyan saw a different scene. The Frost Witch lowered her head, her face lifeless, and she was like a puppet being slowly pulled up, floating freely in the air, chanting ancient language. Purple light emanated from her 7 orifices, faintly matching the purple light in the abyss below the cliff. "It's my fault for having expectations of you." Shaking his head, a small piece of rock under him broke off from the main body and carried him slowly down. The lower he fell, the more obvious the malice became, but the mage had no reaction to it, and his face was calm. When the rock completed its mission and brought the mage to the ground, it immediately turned into some kind of life. The originally rough and uneven surface now became slippery and full of mucus. Dozens of eyes opened on it, blinking constantly, peeking at the mage who had his back to them, and his eyeballs kept turning. Dozens of tentacles with frost magic stretched out from the rock, entwined with each other, forming 4 legs, and at this moment, the mage turned his head. A flash of red light passed by. The evidence of the original existence of the rock was completely wiped out. Shenyan turned his head, and there was nothing in front of him, but the ground under his feet was shaking faintly. He looked down and saw that the true ice under his feet had turned from black to purple. Thick blood vessels were growing wildly underneath, covering the entire ground. A huge single eye was in the middle of these blood vessels, staring at him motionlessly, concentrating. "Are you looking at your mother?" The mage cursed, which was rare. The desire in this thing's eyes was really disgusting. He didn't have a hobby of tentacles. Shenyan thought that his aesthetics were still very popular, that is, he loved everything that was beautiful, but the tentacles declined, although he used them very well. But humans are all double standards. He snorted coldly and stomped his feet, and the ice shattered in an instant. At the same time, he slowly floated up, and those thick blood vessels suddenly burst out of the broken true ice with bottomless desire, and the frost magic from Lysandra shone blue light on the top of the blood vessels. The mage didn't even hide, and those blood vessel tentacles didn't even have the qualifications to approach him, but in just a moment they were blasted into charcoal by the golden thunder that emerged from behind him. He looked at the huge single eye that was still staring at him with disgust, and countless golden lightning spears emerged from the shadows behind him. "You like to watch, right?" The golden thunder dyed his face the same color. In the crackling sound of thunder and lightning, Shenyan smiled maliciously. "I'll let you watch enough." Finally arrived. Keter was sore all over. He was not an Iceborn. Although he killed countless Iceborn, Keter was still immortal. He did not have their extraordinary power to exempt him from the threat of wind and snow and physical fatigue. This was inevitable. He sighed, stepped over the rift, and came to the valley. The place he was now was called Laxtalk, an inland island. The statue of Avarosa, one of the 3 sisters, stood on this island. After so many years, her statue still stood here firmly, facing a certain direction and staring. Keter remembered the story of Avarosa, and he remembered the stories of the 3 sisters very clearly. Lysandra, Seralda, and Avarosa were born into a turbulent age, each of them yearning to master the power of war, but all paid a heavy price for it. Seralda sought to master the power of the heavens, but lost her voice to the first sight, and Avarosa was deprived of her hearing by the twisting darkness from the world below. As for the only one left, Lysandra, her contempt for mortals and the ancient wild magic angered a primal god, who used his claws to deprive her of her sight. When people grow old, they will inevitably recall the past. Kettle smiled silently, mocking his own sentimentality. He did not come here on a whim, but because he had nowhere else to go. Volibear has returned, and that is a foregone conclusion. The cruel god never wanted his legend to fade away easily, so he still lingers on the world, demanding sacrifice and blood from people and forcing them to obey him. The half-bears are the best example. Which god would turn his believers into monsters? Shaking his head, Keter saw an abandoned village in front of him. This village has existed for a long time. He came here when he was young, with his tribe. At that time, they were chased by a huge ice wolf and ran here. Keter and his brother found a cellar to hide in and survived. The house may collapse, but the cellar will not. It can provide him with a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and with the axe in his hand, he can also melt the ice of the nearby lake, use fish to survive this winter, and make plans later. This is his idea. Keter always takes one step at a time. The axe swung behind him, and Keter came to a collapsed house in the center of the village. He kicked the huge snowball in front of him with his foot, and the snow slid down in the vibration, revealing what was covered by them, the skull of a giant bear, staring into its empty eyes. Keter nodded. Seeing this thing means that he is not on the wrong path. He continued to walk forward, but his eyes suddenly became serious. He saw a line of small footprints extending all the way to his destination. Keter tried to lighten his steps as much as possible, He walked slowly to where someone's house used to be. There was an obvious unnaturalness on the snow-covered ground. He reached out and pulled up the wooden board. A childish roar broke out from the cellar, and a white-haired little girl rushed out with an axe that was obviously too big for her. Her goal was clear: Keter's neck. The warrior took a step back to avoid the sudden attack. He clamped the girl under his armpits and mercilessly took away her axe. The girl still did not surrender. While she was yelling and cursing, she tried to find the part of Keter that was not covered by her clothes with her teeth. Keter looked at the one-handed axe in his hand. There was a mark on the axe face that he was very familiar with. Winter's Claw. Keter's chest rose and fell twice, and his low voice rang out, "Are you from Winter's Claw?" The girl's resistance stopped for a moment, and then she struggled more violently. Keter put her on the ground, holding her neck with one hand. He patiently exerted force, making her suffer and suffocate, but not to the point of death. He whispered, "Answer the question." The girl still didn't speak. She looked at Keter with hatred. There was nothing but hatred and anger on her tender face, not even a little fear. Keter loosened his fingers slightly so that she could speak. A little bit of fresh air flowed through the girl's throat. She showed her small canine teeth, and smiled disdainfully. "Don't think you can get anything from me, Frost Witch's dog." Keter frowned and asked, "Frost guards attacked you?" The girl slowly came to her senses. Yes, if this man was really a frost guard, he should have killed himself the first moment they met. But he didn't. And he didn't wear the dark blue armor of those bastards. "You are not a frost guard?" Facing the girl's question, Keter was silent for a long time before speaking. "Keter Lwodoir, have you heard of this name?" The girl widened her eyes. A moment later, she sat on the ground, wolfing down the fish that Keter had caught. The scorching heat did not dampen her enthusiasm for food. Watching her eat reminded Keter of a glacier bear cub. "What's your name?" he asked. "Sejuani Winterclaw." The girl looked up at him, then immediately lowered her head and said incoherently, "Your name is wrong." "What?" "Your name is wrong." Sejuani swallowed the fish in her mouth, and she said, "You should be called Cattle Lwodoir Winterclaw. People in the tribe often mention you." Cattle asked casually, "Oh, really? What did they say about me?" "Let me think about it. Uncle Skeller said you are his brother, but I don't believe it. If you are really so good at fighting, how could you have a younger brother who only knows how to drink all day?" "The best stock in the entire tribe is with him, but he is good at fighting." "Uncle Lindell is the same. He often mentions you with Uncle Skeller after getting drunk, saying that you have never lost." Sejuani's narration gradually made Cattle fall into deep thought. A smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then quickly disappeared. When he came to his senses, he just heard Sejuani's last words. "But why didn't you come back?" Keter looked up and looked into Sejuani's blue eyes, which were proof of his iceborn identity. His lips trembled a few times, but fortunately, his beard hid it, so the girl couldn't see it. He said, "I once made a vow. A true warrior should not break his vow. That's why I left." "What vow?" Cattle avoided the question and asked another question. "Are you still following Volibir? Are you talking about that bad-tempered god?" "No, we haven't believed in him for a long time." Sejuani's expression became angry again, and she grinned. "That hateful god requires us to go out to fight even in blizzards. He will not be comfortable if a few people don't die every day. The priests in the tribe have been punished to death by him more than once. Yes, he is so cruel." Cattle closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he seemed to have made up his mind. "Why did you get separated from the tribe?" "That night, the frost guard attacked us. I was sleeping in the tent, and then I heard shouting and killing. I rushed out with Grandmother Zygian's hand axe, wanting to help, but it was too dark and I couldn't see anyone. Then there was an explosion and when I woke up, I only saw corpses all over the ground." Sejuani's eyes dimmed. "And you've been wandering alone until now?" Sejuani didn't understand what he meant and thought he was mocking her. The girl patted the snow around her angrily and said, "I have to survive." There is another one. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Ancient Legend. Is Zijian still the War Mother now? Sejuani pursed her lips when she mentioned this. No, my mother should have succeeded the position of War Mother, but she ran away. Ran away? Sejuani's eyes became empty, and she even forgot to eat the fish in her hand. Yes, she abandoned all of us. She ran away with a man, leaving her tribe behind. Keter hesitated for a moment, reached out and rubbed her head, and received a puzzled and angry look from the latter. Sejuani bared her teeth and slapped his hand away, like a wolf cub. Don't touch my head. Grandmother Zijian said that if you do this, you won't grow taller. Didn't she teach you how to use an axe? Keter asked. Sejuani shook her head. She didn't have time to teach me. What did she teach you? The girl counted on her fingers and said, hunting, skinning, and how to use a bow and arrow. Get up. Keter threw her axe at her feet, then picked up his own huge axe, and the wind blew through the corners of his clothes. He said, now, let's go hunting. I want to see your skills. They spent 2 hours searching for deer in the nearby mountains and forests. These animals are too cunning. The slightest disturbance will make them flee immediately, unlike their curious cousins, the elk. The deer in Freljord are really just ordinary deer. Otherwise, you wouldn't think that this place is full of dangerous mutant beasts. The two men lay on a high tree branch. There was no bow at hand, so Keter made a simple spear out of the branches of the frozen wood. He held a spear in his right hand, as steady as a mountain, motionless. He kept his eyes on the deer below, who was grazing with his head down, unaware of the danger. Swish! The spear pierced its neck in an instant, blood gushed out, and the deer lost its life without even feeling much pain. Keter jumped down from the tree, and he stretched out his hand to catch Sejuani, but the latter stubbornly chose to climb down by herself. Pull out the spear. Squatting in front of the deer's corpse, Cattle pointed at the wound on its neck and said, if you are determined to kill them, no matter what they are, bears, deer or wolves, you must do it quickly. If you are not sure, don't do it, but once you decide to do it, you have to be fast. Hesitation is the biggest enemy, and killing is a simple thing. Sometimes, you don't even need to think about it to do it. Sejuani stretched out her hand carefully. She stroked the deer's furry head and the antlers on its head, and then said, but I don't have the power like you. Cattle smiled meaningfully. You will have it. Ah? Sejuani was a little confused, and Cattle had stood up. He carried the deer's body on his shoulders effortlessly and said, let's go back. We'll set off tomorrow and I'll take you back to the tribe. Sejuani hurriedly followed and asked, do you know where the tribe is now? It's winter. Sejuani, where do you think they will spend the winter? She slapped her forehead as if she had suddenly realized something and said in annoyance, Nailzag. Damn it, how could I forget? It's still that place. Keter smiled unconsciously. Didn't you try to find other places to spend the winter? The Avarosa tribe is doing this, but they have rarely interacted with us recently. It is said that it's because Grandmother Zijian looted a tribe that is very close to them. Yes, this is the style of the Winter Claw. Either they are robbing or they are on the way to rob. Keter sighed, and then said, what do you want to eat tonight, fish or venison? Can I have both? Keter looked down at her sparkling eyes, and laughed dumbly. His voice echoed far in the forest, of course, as long as you can finish it. The next morning, the two walked out of the cellar, Keter holding a leather package in his hand. One night was not enough to completely remove the bloody smell, but it was enough as a temporary bag. They cut out all the edible parts of the deer. Sejuani patted his arm and said, can I carry it? It's heavy. He who does not work shall not eat. My grandmother taught me. I have to do something. Seeing her insistent look, Keter did not refuse. He tied the animal skin bag in his hand to the girl. The bag that looked like a small package in his hand looked like a backpack on the girl. Sejuani tightened the bag with difficulty, feeling the heavy weight, and smiled from the bottom of her heart. There are two roads to choose from Laxstock to Narzayag. One is the shortest, but it requires crossing mountains and ridges. The other way took a little longer, but the road was smoother. Their journey was not smooth, and sometimes blizzards came suddenly. On such days, There was no place to hide, so Cattle could only hold Sejuani in his arms and share the cold. Sejuani was an iceborn, and she should not be afraid of such weather. But she was too young, and the blood power from the three sisters in her body had not yet been activated. Sitting in the cave, Cattle breathed a sigh of relief. He was covered in blood, which was a parting gift left to him by the bear he had just killed. Sejuani struggled to lift the bear's paw, and she tried to move the bear inside. Cattle shook his head and said, "Let it stay there. We have something to eat tonight." It was also the bear's bad luck that they just happened to pass by. There was no food and no shelter, and this bear happened to have both, and it couldn't beat Cattle who had the axe made by Orn, so it could only die with hatred. "By the way, I've always wanted to ask you, Cattle, where did you get that axe? It doesn't look like a true ice weapon," Sejuani asked, looking at the giant axe in his hand. This was given to me by Orn." Cattle's plain words made Sejuani's eyes widen. Her first reaction was that Cattle was lying, but he didn't have to do that. But, my grandmother said that even my grandmother's grandmother had never seen him. She said he was a forgotten god. Didn't she also say that people only talk about him in front of a crackling fire and a table full of grilled fish? How do you know? Sejuani was even more surprised. Cattle said with a smile, "She has always said that. The gods are always by our side, in the sky, in the soil, behind the veil of the stars, and of course, in your heart." Sejuani made a face. "I don't believe it. If everyone believes in Volibear, wouldn't we be killing each other every day? And, if they are really everywhere, why don't they ever care about us?" Cattle was once again amused by the little girl's fantastic ideas. He shook his head and said, "No, Number, although Volibear is a cruel god, he is not to that extent. And, even if he really reaches that point, we still have Orn." "What's the relationship between Orn and he?" "I only know that Orn is his brother, and like him, he never cares about us." "What, didn't Zijian tell you that story?" "No, can you tell me about it?" Cattle originally wanted to deal with the bear first, but looking at the girl's expectant eyes, he really couldn't say Number, so he cleared his throat and said, "It was a long, long time ago, before the Freljord was divided, at the foot of the mountain where Orn's forge was located, which is now the Orn's Rock. There lived a group of blacksmiths there. They claimed to believe in Orn, but if you ask Orn himself, he would say that there is no such thing, because he said he has no believers. However, those blacksmiths did build a very good town in the Orn's Rock. They believed in Orn, so they all hoped that one day they would be able to make the best tools in the world. Whether it's armor, weapons or shields. There were at least a few thousand of these people. I don't know the exact number. At least, that's what your grandmother Zijian told me. In short, they could make almost everything. Whether it was a wheelbarrow or a hoe for plowing the land. Yes, at that time, the Freljord was full of soft land that could grow food. They built furnaces and villages, and in the center of the village, they built a statue of Orn. They called themselves the Furnace People. They have never felt the biting cold of the Freljord, not even when they walk barefoot on the hillsides of Hearthland. Because Orn's foundry is so huge, they even have to endure the boiling heat under their feet. In this way, they gradually become the best group of craftsmen in the world, and the objects they create are inferior to those of Orn. As for our forge god, you know him. Most of the time, he doesn't care about the world and keeps busy in his own foundry, but he will occasionally appreciate the craftsmanship of the Hearth people. If he thinks it's not bad, he will simply say it's okay. Considering his taciturn personality, this sentence can basically be regarded as a compliment. Orn has never admitted that he has any praise for the Hearth people, but we all know, he may look as calm as a mountain on the surface, but he is passionate inside, just like his furnace. Moreover, he actually respects the Hearth clan, because Orn himself is keen on making all kinds of things. He also knows how difficult it is for mortals to endure the high temperatures in his foundry. The Hearth clan does not need to kneel or offer sacrifices, nor will they write down Orn's words, sing them everywhere, and force others to believe in him. They will only be like their own gods, silent and focused on the work in their hands. These people are full of fantasy, energy, and hard-working. There were a few times when the Hearth clan felt that their craftsmanship made Orn smile, but no one dared to be sure of this, because his big beard blocked his smile. Cattle stopped, and just when Sejuani felt strange, she found that his face became very gloomy. Then, Volibear came. He came to visit his brother. Orin felt very strange about this. They were not in harmony with each other and had never visited each other before. Do you know why Volibear visited him? Sejuani thought for a while, and replied, he wants to fight with him? No, but not much. He wants to have a war. The giant bear was ready for war, so he needed some weapons to equip his army. Orin had seen his army. All of them were grotesque guys, who made themselves into deformed shapes just to please Volibear. These people were simple-minded, violent, and would get angry at the slightest disagreement. I've seen them too, Sejuani exclaimed, her eyes flashing with anger. Really? Assholes in bear skins. Cattle laughed again. That's accurate, little girl, as much of an asshole as their god. Considering your age, you would have gone out to eat a mouthful of snow if you said these two words. However, today is an exception. Did Orin agree? Of course not. He is very stubborn, and no one can force him to build anything for himself. But Volibear has another way. After Orin refused him, he said, okay, let your followers do it. I don't care, do it. I'm your brother. Did he agree this time? Orin never regarded them as his followers, but as craftsmen like himself. He knew how painful it was for a craftsman to be forced to make something he didn't want to make. So he was angry. But this is one of Volibear's plans. He has long disliked the Hearth family. But why? The Hearth family didn't provoke him. Keter lowered his head and said in a dull tone, very good. You have already grasped the first point of the story. Some people in the world just can't stand you doing well. They will use all means to torture you, block you, and kill you. Sometimes, they are ordinary people. Sometimes, they are frost guardians. Sometimes, they are nature. Sometimes, they are gods. Then let them come, Sejuani said suddenly. Glancing at her, Keter continued, they fought for 8 days. The fight between the two was so fierce that the base of the mountain was shaking. Molten ore gushed out from the top of the hearth. Lightning struck the mountain densely, and fountains of fire erupted from the cracks in the cliffs. The sky was red and black. The earth trembled, and the blood in the heart of the world flowed freely in the highlands. People from all over the Freljord witnessed the contest between Volibear and Orin. When the smoke cleared, the peak of the mountain was gone. But worse than that, all the Hearthmen were dead. Their town was no longer there, only a pile of smoldering ruins and a gradually fading past. Many centuries have passed, and Hearthtown has stood silent without the mountaintop. From time to time, thick smoke billows from the large pit that used to be the mountaintop. Some say that this is Orin still watching over his furnace, and preventing the fire from the ground from roaming the world. Others say that he is forging a great weapon that will come in handy one day. Some people believe that Orin was killed by Volibear, because no one has seen him since then. Is he really dead? No, it's just that he no longer communicates with people, except me. Kato laughed. He was satisfied to see Sejuani's suspicious look, so he raised the axe and pointed the handle at her. Take a good look. Do you see this mark? Sejuani no longer doubted it, and she said with some admiration, so you are Orin's favored one? Favored by God? Who told you these 3 words? No, Orin did not favor me. I volunteered to work for him because I respect such a god who never interferes in the world, and he regards us as equals. Cattle gritted his teeth and said, unlike other gods who regard us as slaves, vassals or sacrifices. Are you willing to be a believer of Volibear? You have also seen what those bear people look like. Of course not, but the tribe is in a very bad situation now. Sejuani shook her head at first. Then she started counting on her fingers. The Frost Guards are chasing us and the Ursine, and then the Avarisan tribe is at odds with us again. Oh, I really want to meet Ash. Ash? She is the daughter of Glenna, the war mother of the Avarisan tribe, and I get along well with her. Not bad, not bad. The friendship between the two war mothers is a good thing. Cattle nodded, and Sejuani's face turned red. She whispered, What war mother? Don't play dumb. Sejuani, you are the Iceborn, and when Zijian gets old, you will be the new war mother. The girl raised her head, her face a little strange. Can I be a war mother just because I am the Iceborn? Cattle knew what she meant, and the warrior shook his head. No, Some people are like this, they are proud of their bloodline. But you are different, said Yuini. The qualities you have shown make me sure of one thing: the bloodline of the three sisters will be proud of you. When he returned to the rock wall again, Shenyan saw Lysandra lying on the ground gasping for breath in an ungraceful manner. The majesty of the Frost Witch was gone, leaving only embarrassment and misery. Shenyan glanced at her and said, "How does it feel?" Lysandra knew what he was asking, and she replied with a wry smile, "If you're asking about the feeling of being dragged into the illusion by them, it's terrible. But if you ask me what it feels like to witness their death with my own eyes, it's great." Then get up. "Looking at you like this, people who don't know would think I did something to you," the mage said sarcastically. Lysandra didn't tell him that he had indeed done some very excessive things to himself in the illusion of the void. "It's better to let your people go down and clean it up. Although they are dead, the corpses and traces of pollution left behind cannot be eliminated in a day or two. If you don't want them to come back, you'd better act quickly," Shenyan said, and then he disappeared. Lysandra didn't even have time to say thank you. She could only bow deeply in the direction where the mage left. Only she knew what a great thing this person who suddenly appeared and disappeared had done. Good guy almost missed it. Chapter 265. You are really good at playing the ice girl. 080. When Shenyan saw Udire again, there were piles of gravel under his feet. The mage deliberately reduced his presence, but not to the point where he was completely invisible. Udire really raised his head, and he said hesitantly, "Teacher, is it you?" Removing the spell, Shenyan smiled and said, "Not bad, you have made great progress." Udire nodded calmly, and he took out a stone from the cloth bag on his waist and put it in his palm. The mage looked up at the night sky and said, "Don't you want to ask Lysandra why she gave such an order?" With a click, the stone in Udire's palm turned into powder. He let out a long breath, stood up, and took off the cloth covering his eyes. "Do you know the reason?" "I don't know why she did that, but I can guess." Shenyan did not completely deny this. "Please tell me." "It's very simple, Udire. The void is suppressed under the Frostguard fortress." The cold wind blew, and the two words just uttered from the mage's mouth seemed to carry endless chills, and an indescribable trembling feeling instantly climbed Udire's back. Shenyan frowned and turned around, cursing a waste. "What happened to me just now?" The young apprentice raised his head, looked at his mentor blankly, and asked. Shenyan shook his head. "Remember the feeling just now, Udire? That's the void. In addition, I'm afraid I will be away for a while again." As he finished speaking, a portal opened under his feet and slowly swallowed the mage. Sigvar Half-Quiver held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, with a firm expression but a hint of uneasiness. "His name is Strange, but most of the Frostguard are like this." After joining the Frostguard, they must abandon the surnames they got from the clan, so they have to choose one from the past glory to add to the end of their names. There was a story behind his name, but now was not the time to tell it. He was a veteran of many battles, an Iceborn who had won great feats and honors under Lysandra's care. Yet he felt a tinge of anxiety as he stood before the fortress's gates, listening to the frantic screams of his brothers and sisters, his former brothers and sisters, within. Alar Stonefist stood beside him. He was a legend among the Frostguard, having fought in the ranks for half his life before Sig was born. His beard was gray, his eyes were steely. He wore an ice bear pelt around his shoulders, but his arms were covered only by faded war tattoos and dozens of iron rings, each earned in battle rituals. It took no words to know what kind of warrior Alar was, just the moment one saw him. His weapon, the mighty hammer Thundersen, hung behind him. The hammerhead was encrusted in true ice, and its glory was no less than Alar's. "Relax, boy." No, they can't come out for the time being. Alar didn't seem to be very nervous. He slowly took off the hammer behind him and held it in his hand. The wind was howling. They stood on the bridge and listened to the sound of it blowing through the abyss below the bridge. It was like the wailing of a banshee. "What's going on?" Sigvar was very nervous. It was the first time he encountered such a situation, but it was understandable. After all, he had only joined the Frostguard for less than 3 years. "I don't know." Alar weighed the war hammer in his hand and grinned, revealing a little bit of his sharp canine teeth. reminiscent of a deadly direwolf, but it is related to those dead things under the fortress. Damn it, Lysandra, forgive me. It seems that there is something wrong with the seal. Sigvar's face turned pale, but how could it be? Lysandra is suppressing them personally. Alar still remained calm. Yes, boy. If they break the seal, it means that Lady Lysandra has failed. He turned his head and looked at Sigvar, who was a little bit unable to accept the news, and slowly said amid the screaming of the wind and the howling of the monsters inside the door, "But this is the meaning of our existence. Boy, delay them until the other brothers and sisters arrive. We must suppress and seal these ugly things. You know what to do." Sigvar closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had regained his composure. He tapped the edge of his shield with his blade, muttering, "From ice we are, to ice we return. We are the eyes of Lysandra, the blades of her hand." Alar joined him. "We are the storms of the north, the horns of rage." As the two chanted, the solid door of enchanted black iron before them burst open. Instantly, Sigvar caught a glimpse of the first thing charging at him. The abomination had no trace of its former human form, save for a horned helmet. Its mouth was wide open, its twirling fangs a perfect match for its long, slimy tongue. Purple light emanated from its thousands of eyes. Sigvar felt nothing but disgust. He leaned forward, shoulder-butting the thing and sending it rolling back. He blocked the second monster's sharp claws with his shield, and thrust his sword without hesitation, piercing its skull and stirring it violently. Alar was not idle either. He roared and smashed his hammer down. The true ice weapon created an artificial ice storm on the bridge. Several monsters were frozen, and then he swung the hammer to smash them one by one. But it was useless. Both of them knew this. After all, they were still mortals. No matter how brave and skilled they were, they could not resist these monsters for too long. Behind them, a hoarse female voice shouted, "Get ready." Sigvar didn't need to look back to know who it was. Hala frozen. If he admired Alar, then he was overly in awe of Hala. She was completely fearless and ruthless. Her faith was indestructible, and she was as deadly as winter. Hala rushed past him, and the two deadly double axes whizzed past, accurately cutting off the heads of the two monsters. Bloodfang and Bloodclaw, that was their name. True ice weapons passed down from hundreds of years ago to the present. Hala, wearing her black mail and horned helmet, fought with Alar in the midst of them like a legendary ancestor. For some reason, Sigvar felt a deep disgust. Just looking at their twisted forms was hard for him to accept, not to mention the eyes that were always peering out. Sigvar felt a string in his mind slowly tightening, and it would soon reach its limit. He gritted his teeth to stop his mind from wandering and focused on the battle in front of him, but he seemed to be reaching his limit. How could it be? Sigvar was shocked at his own weakness. "No, I refuse to be corrupted by them." However, the will of mortals is useless in the face of the void. Sigvar's blade fell to the ground, and he began to tremble violently. Something strange was slowly forming under his skin. Almost in an instant, Sigvar's existence was completely gone. In his place, a brand new one was born. Alar let out a low roar. He had been paying attention to Sigvar and saw this situation. The old man rushed over to him and smashed his head with his hammer while it still looked like Sigvar. There was no time to grieve. He prayed to himself, "May the cold winds of the three sisters protect your soul." Then he returned to the killing. He knew why Sigvar was corrupted. True ice. The weapons he and Hala held were the only ones that had proven to be a threat to the void for thousands of years, while also protecting the wielder from corruption. But how rare were true ice weapons. No one could make them now, and with each one of these precious weapons being broken, there were fewer and fewer. The existing true ice weapons were all inherited from their ancestors. "Are you okay, old man?" he heard Hala shouting on the other end, and Alar sneered, "You rude bastard. How long will it take for the support to arrive?" "Hold on a little longer. They will soon blow up the bridge. We just need to delay for a while." "Or can't you even hold on for a little longer?" Alar laughed and cursed a Freljord swear word, and smashed the head of the damn monster in front of him into the chest. He knew that no matter how many he and Hala could kill, it would be useless. Now they could only pray that support would come quickly and blow up the bridge. In this way, they could be buried in the abyss with them. It would be a worthy death. Orkrarok, The ancient god gently put down the forging hammer in his hand. He took down a huge war hammer forged for himself from the wall beside him, held it in his hand, stared at the orange-red hammerhead, and thought about it, or knew that the frost witch had failed. He was not surprised by this. It was a matter of time. The seal will be broken sooner or later. From ancient times to the present, without exception, he carried the warhammer, and the surrounding rocks began to twist and deform according to his will, sending the god out of the mountain bit by bit. When he stepped on the land of Freljord again with the warhammer in his hand, all living beings heard a low horn sound. The horn sound came from nowhere, so low, yet so distant, with a fighting spirit that made people's blood boil. Some old people said that it was the return of Ornn, Frostguard Fortress. Lysandra was in a very bad state at this time. She lost an arm. The frost witch half knelt on the ground. In front of her was the true ice that spread out hundreds of meters. The bright purple light spread in the cave again. She stared at those ugly things with resentful and resolute eyes. "I should have been careful," she said in her heart, when the mage had dealt with their main body. Lysandra felt unprecedented fatigue. People always relax their spirits when they have accomplished a great task. Even she was no exception to this, so the void seized this only opportunity. The corruption took only a moment. When a guard without a true ice weapon saw the remains, the fate of the Frostguard Fortress was sealed. None of the 200 Frostguard who came out of the wreckage survived, all transformed into void creatures, mocking Lysandra's carelessness with their hideous forms. The Frost Witch felt only shame. She knew it was her fault. Whether the guards had true ice weapons or not, they were still mortals. Lysandra could protect them for a while, but she could not protect them all. When the corruption began, this contagious plague would soon infect all mortals. But she was not mortal, and she had to take responsibility, even if many people died for it. Even her own death was acceptable and even counted. The Frost Witch summoned the cold wind in her only remaining left hand, this power born from the void that she had completely mastered for tens of thousands of years, and turned it into her own. She poured the cold wind into the true ice again, but heard an impatient voice behind her. "I should have done everything at once." Lysandra didn't notice that she was relieved. She didn't say anything, but worked harder to pour the cold wind into the true ice. Shenyan knocked her arm away, as impatient as a teacher who saw that his students couldn't even solve a quadratic equation. He glanced at the pale face of the Frost Witch and said, "Look, this is how to use ice." Black ice, similar in color to true ice, suddenly emerged in the abyss underground. Lysandra felt a bone-chilling chill. It had nothing to do with the body, but worked on the soul. She looked at the black ice that replaced the true ice, and was fascinated to touch it. But the mage slapped her hand again. He said coldly, "Don't be so nagging. Go up there and check on your mortal followers. They seem to be dying." Lysandra came to her senses and nodded. Ice floated under her feet, carrying her to the upper level bit by bit. The mage looked at the void corruption that was spreading in the black ice, and frowned for the first time because he felt it was difficult. What happened here was not just corruption. If it was just corruption, he could have dealt with the corrupted mortals and the void debris and left. But the voids were obviously not just for show. At least that was the case in Freljord. They had a trick up their sleeve. After corrupting those mortals, some kind of summoning array had been set up here, and a steady stream of void creatures and their unique purple energy were constantly coming here through the summoning array. He now had two choices. First, simply close the summoning array and kill all these ugly things. This was the simplest and most direct way. But Shenyan's thinking was always different from that of normal people, and he turned to consider the possibility of the second method. Reverse the summoning array. As we all know, the essence of the summoning array is to open a gap in space so that things that exist outside the world can come over. But this method can be reversed. That is, the summoning array can be reversed into a teleportation array. I believe someone has guessed what Shenyan wants to do. Yes, he intends to solve it once and for all. But the problem is that the flow rate between different worlds is different. He has set up surveillance in Kaer Morhen and Kamartaj, so he can grasp the speed of time in these two worlds so that he will not disappear for more than 10 years at once. But the dimension he is going to is a brand new and disgusting place full of void creatures. Not to mention the degree of danger. He is not sure whether Xylia will be an adult after he returns from a trip, and then his plan will be completely out of control. However, solving it once and for all is a great temptation. If he destroys the void directly, then he can directly take over the people of Lordran continent, and the oath he made must be completed. But between completing it earlier and later, he would rather choose earlier. How to do it? The purple light kept flickering in the cave, and finally, his figure disappeared on the spot. Above the Frostguard fortress, Lysandra rose from the abyss, and the first scene she saw was the moment when the Frostguards blew up the bridge. The explosives from the Warm Bloods played a considerable role at this time. The bridge broke, and the Frostguards on it fell into the abyss with the monsters. She moved her fingers slightly, and the howling cold wind formed solid ice, saving several Frostguards closest to her. She flew with them to the other end of the fortress, and the Frostguards in black armor knelt on one knee to her. Lysandra shook her head, and her cold voice sounded, "Frostguards, I failed." She pointed to her missing arm and even made a little joke. "I believe you can see this, but we still have a chance to save everything." No one spoke, and the Frostguards waited for orders in silence. They did not expect retreat or anything else. They did not expect kindness. The beliefs of the Frostguards are harsh and cold, inhumane and full of coldness, just like ice, but that is exactly what they want. To deal with the void, you can only be more ruthless than them. "How many of us are left?" Lysandra asked. A priest raised his head. He was very old, with a skinny and haggard face. His cheeks were sunken and his eye sockets were deep. There was only calmness and indifference to death. "Less than 500, my lady." "Enough." Lysandra nodded. She finally had time to make an arm for herself with solid ice. The arm was cold and glowed white under the moonlight. She said, "The darkness is calling. Frostguards." The ethereal wailing flowing in the wind became stronger, and the snowflakes falling from the sky hit them, but no one was shaken at all. They were happy with it. Ice and snow were their allies. Ice and snow were their truth. "Now, we are going to enter the abyss." Lysandra turned around and raised her hands suddenly. A loud rumble came from the abyss, and a staircase made of ice appeared out of thin air. Soon, the echoes of the roar quickly disappeared in the cold wind. Then, she pointed far away and said, "Go, my warriors. Death is calling, and no one will remember your deeds. People will shout your names with curses and rage, without honor, and without stories to be passed down." The Frostguards spoke in unison, and then said, "But the ice remains forever." Lysandra watched them fall one after another into death with sad eyes. Chapter 266, Unexpected Visitors in the Void. "Where are you going, my brother?" Orin was stopped by a figure as tall as a mountain. He knew who it was without thinking. Volibear. He squeezed out a low threat from his throat. "Get out of the way, Volibear." The undying thunder, the roar of thunder, the follower of the ancient path, the embodiment of wildness. A smile appeared on his terrifying face, and fangs protruded from his mouth. "I just want to ask where you are going. After all, it's been a long time since you last stepped out of your forge like this. You'd better get out of the way, Volibear, before I smash your face with my hammer." Orin exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his nose, carrying his anger and impatience, making the air in front of him hot. "Ha!" Volibear laughed wildly, which was exactly what he wanted. Enraging Orin and fighting him, what could be more refreshing than this? He stretched out his claws and pointed to the sky. Dark clouds began to cover the bright moon, and rolling thunder came from those dark clouds. A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the thick lightning pillars on his back that had appeared out of nowhere. Without saying a word, Orin clenched his hammer. Volibear, on all fours, pounced on him. The earth trembled, lightning struck, and a layer of dark clouds formed on Volibear's body, which continuously emitted lightning. He was covered with thunder and swung his claws at Orin. Bang! Orin did not dodge or avoid. The battle between them brothers was always so wild. But Orin was smarter than his brother. Amid Volibear's howling, he swung his hammer and smashed it hard on Volibear's head. The aftermath caused the surrounding ground to crack and large trees to fall. He could not be dragged down with him. Orin knew this, and Volibear obviously knew what he was going to do. He was deliberately trying to hold him back so that the void would completely erupt. In that case, the entire Freljord and even Runitra would be dragged into the frenzy of war. This is exactly what he wanted to see: blood, death, and the glory of the warriors. All of this is the reason for Volibear's survival. But Ornn rejected all of this. He knew the horror of war and how difficult it was for mortals to survive. So, for the first time in his life, Ornn took ruthless action against his brother. Volibear suddenly found that he could not see through Ornn's moves. It's not that he had never fought Ornn with a warhammer before, but the goat in front of him, who used to be stupid and taciturn, now seemed agile and cunning. Volibear suffered more than once, and was hit by the flaming warhammer, leaving scars on his body. It seems that you have made some progress. Volibear smiled with satisfaction. What could be more wonderful than fighting? Ornn looked at him with calm eyes. Volibear felt a little strange, but soon forgot about it in the battle. He indulged in the sharp collision of claws and warhammer again, enjoying the damage he caused to Ornn and the scars Ornn left on him. 1,000 scars, one more is nothing. From his wild howl, Ornn knew that his brother had begun to enter that state again. He didn't care about anything except fighting. It was as if his pitiful little mind could only hold this matter. For ancient gods like them, it was difficult to determine the winner, and Ornn knew this. He became more and more anxious. He could feel the dark horror coming from the Frostguard fortress not far away, and the death of those mortals made him angry. In the end, this silent god roared for the first time in his life. Volibear was surprised and happy. He was almost in tears. Could it be that his brother really appreciated the beauty of fighting? But this feeling did not last long. Ornn swung the hammer in his hand and suddenly hit him hard. From bottom to top, a powerful blow hit Volibear's head with a buzzing sound. This was not the end. Ornn lowered his head and used his huge curved horns to hit him fiercely. The horns began to burn. Literally, the flames that came from nowhere seemed to burn and distort the air. Volibear suddenly found that the thunder on his body was torn to pieces by the flames in an instant. What happened? Exclamation mark. Before he could fully understand what was happening, Ornn pushed him up. Then he swung his hammer again, and Volibear was hit into the sky again before he even had a chance to land. Then, Ornn took out a horn from his arms. He blew it. A huge flaming goat jumped out of it and appeared behind Volibear. It was wrapped in flames. Ornn lowered his head again and charged at Volibear, and the goat did the same. As the earth shook, Volibear's body slowly dissipated. This was not death. He would return soon. His laughter resounded over the devastated land, with satisfaction and a deeper desire. My brother, you fought well. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Ornn ignored him and ran straight towards the Frostguard fortress. Keter woke up from his sleep. He felt waves of indescribable feelings running wildly in his heart, and Keter's hand unconsciously climbed up the axe beside him. This action woke up Sejuani, who was sleeping beside him. The girl didn't say a word, and also grabbed her hand axe. She thought she was attacked. Keter shook his head with some amusement and said softly, "It's okay, go to sleep." The girl was still worried. She rubbed her eyes and climbed up, came to the front of the cave, looked around, and said, "There's nothing. The trap you made was not triggered." "Yes, I know this. I might have a nightmare," Keter said thoughtfully, which surprised Sejuani. "You also have nightmares?" She seemed a little unbelievable about this. Cattle said calmly, "Yes, Sejuani, everyone has dreams, some good, some bad. Even I am the same. But, I am curious, what can make you have nightmares? Do you have something you are afraid of?" "Oh, little girl, I am afraid of many things." Cattle smiled silently, and said nothing. He carried the axe and went out of the cave. He did not plan to sleep tonight. Sejuani followed him closely, but Cattle pushed her back harshly. "Go back to sleep, Sejuani." "But, you haven't slept yet." "It's different. You are growing up. If you don't want to be like the dwarf Makler, who is not as tall as an axe for the rest of your life, you'd better go back to sleep now. You don't want to be laughed at by people saying that the War Mother of Winterclaw is a dwarf, right?" Sejuani was so scared that her neck shrank, and she quickly ran back to the cave, and did not forget to tell him loudly, "I fell asleep." Cattle sat down at the entrance of the cave. He stroked the axe handle and felt the weight. A true warrior never hesitates. This is what his father said. But Keter knew that he was probably not qualified as a warrior. He often hesitated. Past memories resurfaced in front of him, and all kinds of things passed by like a passing cloud, and finally fixed on the faces of his brother and father when they died. Keter didn't understand. If they really didn't treat him as a traitor, as Sejuani said, why did they come to hunt him down? And Skelsey said that the tribe died 3 prophets in order to find his trace. Am I so difficult to find? Even those mysterious but useless prophets need to die 3 times? Keter didn't know what happened to the tribe, but he had to take Sejuani back. The number of Iceborn is getting smaller and smaller. In many cases, a grown Iceborn represents the future of the tribe, and the Winterclaw was also attacked by the Frost Guards. It can be said that without Sejuani as a guarantee of the future, their decline is doomed after Zygian is completely old. Keter couldn't sit back and watch this happen. He had already betrayed the tribe once because of his oath. Although he did not really betray, abandoning his tribe was equivalent to betrayal. He didn't want to do it again, nor did he want to watch the Winterclaw fall apart. Holding the sword, Bahar knew that this might be the last battle of his life. But he didn't care, since he joined the Frostguard and left the tribe behind. He had fought every battle as if it were his last. This attitude of facing death with no fear of death made him survive again and again, and he also won the reputation of a dying man. But Bahar still didn't care. He didn't care about many things, such as death, honor, food and wine, etc. If he had to say it, he only cared about one thing, his own oath. He was selected at the Guardians' Assembly and came to the Frostguard Fortress in person to become a part of suppressing the darkness. It is a great honor to be selected to participate in this most sacred duty. When the horn sounds in the valley, many people will be selected. Their names will eventually become one of the countless names of the dead on the mottled walls of the meeting place. Before coming to the Frostguard Fortress, Bahar had stared at those names countless times. A triangular crimson rune will be added after each name, which is the mark of death. Those who are chosen will die, without exception, but they died for what they deserved. Just like me. With a roar, Bahar clenched the 2-handed giant sword in his hand, jumped and chopped, and the blade killed the ugly thing with 2 heads in front of him with the force of thunder, and the sticky liquid splashed all over him. Bahar didn't care. The ice protects me, let me kill a few more. He prayed like this and continued to swing the blade. This true ice giant sword is called the Claw of Doom, a relic of a hero in ancient times. He once killed more than 300 people with this sword in a battle. It is a veritable killing machine. Bahar does not expect to achieve his achievements, but only hopes that he will not bring shame to this sword. He stepped forward, and a sharp tentacle shot out from the darkness. Bahar's pupils shrank, and he suddenly retracted his great sword and blocked it. The tentacle actually collided with the sword blade, making a sound of metal colliding. Bahar smiled grimly and stretched out his hand. His gauntlet was covered with the iron runes of the priests, which could temporarily enhance his strength. He grasped the tentacle and pulled it hard. The enhanced inhuman power flew out of the darkness with the abominable alien, and it rolled on the ground in a mess. Bahar looked at this thing that was once his brother with sad eyes and swung the sword. He had advanced hundreds of meters alone in the darkness. The caves were connected in all directions, and these things were very good at digging holes. And he could also hear the battle cries of others through the thin rock walls, which gave him some comfort. At least he was not fighting alone, although it didn't matter. The rock wall shook, and Bahar stopped vigilantly. He lowered his body and prepared to resist the coming attack. This is the disadvantage of using a 2-handed greatsword. As a weapon that completely abandons defense, the user of a 2-handed greatsword can blow up a whirlwind of death on the battlefield, but they are also extremely vulnerable when facing the enemy's attack. However, there was no attack. The rock wall shook wildly, but there was no attack. Bahar looked up in confusion and decided to continue moving forward. There was a black package hanging on his belt, which contained a sealing rune. As long as this thing was sent down, the attack of the void could be temporarily blocked. At the same time, above the Frostguard fortress, Lysandra saw a familiar figure crashing through the mountain. He jumped up and jumped in front of the frost witch. His body shrank, but the power remained undiminished. The hot breath that came to her face made Lysandra blink a little uncomfortably. She folded her hands elegantly on her lower abdomen and bowed to Orn. No need to bow, witch. I come here on oath. Have you seen a mage? Warm blood, black robe. Lysandra was a little surprised. She didn't expect the gods to support her, but Ornn's arrival still made her a little overjoyed. But now it seems that the support of this god who never leaves his house is due to other people. I have seen him, the great Ornn. He is fighting those monsters in the abyss below. This is my fault. He had killed all those things, but I forgot that their remains would corrupt mortals. Ornn did not comment on the witch's stupidity. He clenched the hammer in his hand, which had also shrunk a lot, and asked, "What's the situation below?" "I have sent all the remaining frost guards in Frostguard Fortress. They will go down with the sealing rune. As long as one of them can reach the deepest part, they can completely stop the corruption of the void." Lysandra's body was trembling slightly in between words, and Ornn looked at her in confusion. Lysandra felt something in her heart. She explained, "The corruption of the void still exists. I must stand here at all times to prevent them from extending their tentacles to the outside world. Even if the Frostguard Fortress is completely destroyed today, I must not let any of them escape to the plains of Freljord." Ornn nodded. "Do your thing," he said, and jumped down into the abyss. Lysandra watched the ancient god jump towards the monsters. She suddenly remembered the days in ancient times when she, Avarosa and Cerilda led the mortals in bloody battles. At that time, Ornn was also by their side. The process of dimensional travel is not very pleasant, especially after knowing the destination. Although Shenyan had already prepared, he was still disgusted by the scene of the void dimension. All he saw were eggs emitting purple light and constantly beating. The layers of thick blood vessels kept pumping, injecting nutrients into the eggs. In just a blink of an eye, several eggs completed their mission and gave birth to abominable creatures of different shapes. A kind of human instinctive disgust for aliens was stirring in Shenyan's heart, and this was far from the whole picture of this place. The void had invaded the Runeland and even other worlds. In just this moment, he saw many different creatures being ground into powder by those thick blood vessels and then melted into a mixed substance with viscous liquid as nutrients for eggs, until a roar came. He looked up and found a warrior wearing a huge blue and gold armor captured by the tentacles, waving a rotating blade in his hand. The weapon looked like a combination of a chainsaw and a long sword, but considering his size, this sword is probably terrifyingly lethal to any creature. The mage initially estimated that he should be about 2.5 meters tall. In the roar, the warrior cut off the tentacles and then fell down. Shenyan moved his fingers slightly, and the warrior flew up. His armor was very exquisite, with a huge skull on his chest and two wings spread out at both ends. A U-shaped figure was reflected on the huge shoulder armor, and there were many scriptures on the golden border. His helmet was deliberately made into a serious and gloomy style. At this time, the two were looking at each other. "Do you understand what I say?" Shenyan asked. The warrior tilted his head slightly, and his processed mechanical voice came from the helmet. "Are you human? What language is this and why can I understand you?" "Ah, don't be surprised, it's just a small language conversion spell. By the way, you are also human, right?" "Psychic?" The warrior's reaction was bigger than he thought. Shenyan shook his head. "No, I'm not the psychic you mentioned. Besides, we can talk about it later." "They are coming." The warrior raised his head, and a thick tentacle attacked them, but was burned to ashes by the flames that appeared out of thin air in midair. "Psychic?" The warrior nodded. "I'm a mage." "By the way, the scriptures on your armor are interesting." Shenyan reached out and touched the ancient scrolls hanging on his shoulder armor. There were a lot of prayers written on them in an ancient language. "Your life is the Emperor's currency. Use it well." Shenyan read it out, and when he raised his head again, the warrior seemed a little relaxed. He took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face. "Very good. Since you can touch and read his sacred words, it seems that you are not a heretic." Chapter 267 A warrior must die standing. The road from the depths of the cave to the abyss is several hundred meters long. Bahar didn't know how many void monsters he had killed along the way. At first, he tried to remember the characteristics of their human form, but later, he could only force himself to concentrate on killing. The reason was that as he advanced, the corruption of the monsters that came to stop him became deeper and deeper. At first, it was just some simple arthropod mutations, and at most, there were only some disgusting eyes on their bodies. But later, let alone human forms. Bahar even suspected that he was in a nightmare. He had never seen such a blasphemous thing. After killing the monster in front of him again with the claws of doom, he tiredly stepped over the fallen corpse and stepped on the sticky fungal carpet to the end of the cave. The disgusting purple light soon covered the warrior's face. He was unmoved, stretched out his hand to hold the eye of Lysandra hanging around his neck, and silently recited the prayers of the priests. He took a step, just one step, and the change happened in an instant. The fungal blanket under his feet opened, their eyes hidden under the thick mucus. Bahar looked down, and those countless vertical pupils were looking at him with the same malice, hunger, greed, and malice towards the living maid. Bahar grit his teeth, and he forced himself to look away. But the void would not let him go. The void would not let anyone go. The fungal blanket moved in waves with a gurgling sound, and Bahar fell heavily to the ground. He originally thought that he would be swallowed, but the fungal blanket did not attack immediately. They stood up and gradually formed the most blasphemous thing Bahar had ever seen in his life, with that creepy gurgling sound. The more than 4-meter tall monster standing in front of him was dripping with mucus, and it grew a hard shell in a few seconds. In those purple gaps, there were countless eyes peeking out. They opened and closed, as if endless tentacles were emerging from behind it. The gurgling sound became louder and louder. "Oh, ice bless me," Bahar muttered to himself as he got up from the ground and clenched the claw of doom in his hand. He knew that his death was approaching. This was not a monster he could fight, but a warrior must die standing. For Lysandra, he roared and began to charge, but was hit by the tentacles in the next moment and flew backwards. He was hit against the rock wall, and felt that every bone in his body was protesting against him. Bahar didn't know how many bones he broke and how many tendons he had broken, but he stood up again. He stood up trembling. With just that one encounter, he was sure that this was not something he could deal with. Its power was too great, and its speed was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. And fighting it in such a small place was tantamount to seeking death. But it didn't matter. He came here to die. Bahar bit his tongue to let the pain dispel the dizziness in his mind. He showed his teeth and laughed softly. He could barely hold the claw of doom, and it was clear that he couldn't stand up again. But some kind of will that came from nowhere made him stand up. Beyond human physiological functions, blood flowed from his lips and teeth. The warrior shouted Lysandra's name incoherently and rushed forward again. But the result would not be different. He was caught by the tentacles and was about to be torn into pieces when the loud sound of chainsaws rang out in the cave. Bahar heard an unfamiliar war cry. He didn't understand what language it was, but the emotions contained in it made him absolutely sure that it was a war cry, and the sound was so loud and terrifying. Then, the creature that caught him actually let out a whine. Its scream was so piercing, but Bahar couldn't help laughing wildly. "His pain is my honey." He was thrown to the ground like garbage. Bahar moved his neck with difficulty so that he could see who was fighting this thing. It didn't matter if he didn't look. When he saw it, he was immediately stunned. Ice above, what on earth is that thing? The purple light in the cave never dimmed, and he was able to see how big the warrior who was fighting the void monster was with the help of this blasphemous light. Bahar bet that he was wrapped in thick blue armor. The armor looked heavy, but his movements were as fast as lightning. Bahar could not see how he swung the sword in his hand, but in just 2 or 3 rounds, the terrifying monster was cut open by the warrior's constantly rotating blade. It let out a last annoying scream and then fell down. The warrior stepped over its body and came to Bahar. The serious and gloomy helmet visor did not give people a sense of kindness, but through the scarlet eyepiece, Bahar was sure that he was praying for himself. Using his last bit of strength, before the sheep spirit came to him, Bahar untied the package on his belt. He spoke incoherently, his voice dripping, and he didn't even have the strength to hand a bag to the warrior, so he could only let it slide to the ground. The warrior quickly reached out and grabbed it immediately. "Seal runes. You must stop them." After saying the last sentence, he fell into endless darkness. The warrior looked down at the bag, and he solemnly hung it in the gap of his shoulder armor. Then, the language from another world sounded in this cave full of blasphemy and human courage. "May your soul go to him." He turned around and came to the end of the cave and looked down. The endless purple light reflected the cave with evil meaning. This made him unbearable and snorted with disdain, and then jumped down. The distance of dozens of meters was nothing to him. He landed heavily, and the dirty fungus blankets were crushed by him, and mucus splashed. His heavy footsteps echoed on the ice wall. As the wizard said, he came to the center, squatted down, and took out a small black glass bottle. Compared to his size, it was even smaller than a toothpick, but the warrior's hands were steady and finely controlled. He carefully and quickly opened the lid of the glass bottle and poured out the liquid. The viscous liquid spontaneously formed a circle on the ice surface that was emitting purple light, and then the air began to boil. The warrior stood up and took a step back, staring at the scene in front of him. He could feel a sense of oppression gradually gathering, but it was still within an acceptable range. With a burst of explosions, the ice surface collapsed, revealing the trembling purple roots underneath. The warrior looked at this huge blasphemous thing with disgust, especially the purple and pink mixed colors that reminded him of another thing that was also an enemy of mankind. He clenched the chainsaw sword and was about to jump down to completely destroy it when the wizard's voice sounded behind him. "Don't jump down in a hurry, Kronos." Kronos looked back and found that the mysterious wizard he had met before was walking out of a portal. He said expressionlessly, "Go up. There are other mortals up there who need your help. Leave this thing to me." "Have you dealt with them?" "Yes." Shenyan nodded. He stretched out his hand and summoned a portal to the ground, sending Kronos up. The pulsating and trembling purple rhizome in front of him seemed to have encountered something, and countless thick blood vessels penetrated the ground and attacked the wizard. Shenyan did not dodge, he was too lazy to even do it, and those blood vessels turned into ashes. "Let's not talk about anything else. It's disgusting enough that you can grow like this." Walking out of the portal, Kronos saw what he was most familiar with: war. Thousands of mortal soldiers were fighting against those void creatures that were several times their number. They fought well and bravely, but it was completely useless. However, for mortals, especially those with such backward technology, it was enough. What really caught his attention was a very tall creature that looked like a goat. He swung the warhammer in his hand, and every blow caused the earth to tremble. The flames spewed out and killed and injured countless bugs. He appeared behind the void creatures. These disgusting bugs that appeared on the ground were not as huge and wild as their counterparts underground. On the contrary, they were smaller in size, but all had fangs or claws that glowed green. Many species flying in the sky even had tail needles as long as arms. Kronos walked out of the portal for less than a minute and was immediately discovered by those abominable creatures. They screamed unbearably and pounced on him. He slightly turned sideways and used his left shoulder armor to block the attack of a bug the size of a calf. The Mark 10 Hellfang chainsaw sword in his right hand drawered. This absolutely lethal weapon immediately cut through the hard shell of the bug, and the disgusting mucus splashed on Kronos' body. He was already accustomed to this. He pushed forward with his hind legs, and a bug that fell from the sky was pushed away by him. Kronos did not continue to pay attention to the bug. He was confident in his own strength. Even if the bug was not dead, it would not be able to get up. On the other side, Lysandra soon noticed the big man who suddenly appeared. The Frost Witch did not care about his identity. As long as he was killing the void, everything else could be put aside for the time being. Dash. Over the mountains and over the mountains. Over the mountains and over the mountains. If you have to summarize the journey of cattle and Sejuani, these 4 words are enough to explain everything. Sometimes, Keter would wonder if he was really old. When he looked at the road down the mountain, his calves would tremble slightly. This had never happened before. Sejuani followed behind him, carrying a small package on her shoulder. It was the bear meat they had left over. There was not much left, but ahead was Nelzag. He could already see the unique tribal flag of the Winterclaw dancing in the cold wind in front of the camp. Sejuani was particularly excited, but she held back, which surprised Keter a little. "Are you not happy to be back in the tribe?" he asked. "I am very happy, but Grandmother Zajian said that a war mother should not let anyone see what she is thinking, including your relatives," the little guy said seriously, and the axe on her waist kept poking her belly as she walked. but Sejuani seemed to have gotten used to it. Keter smiled and shook his head. She always likes to do some mysterious things like this. They walked slowly, but the warrior in charge of sentry obviously had good eyesight and saw the two of them at once. The guy was holding a longbow, first blew the horn, and then ran over by himself. Sejuani? He first glanced at the girl, then pointed the longbow at Keter. Who are you? Keter Lo-Da-El. Sejuani glared at him, then added 4 words. Winterclaw. The guy holding the longbow changed his expression instantly, but fortunately the footsteps behind him gave him confidence. Without putting down the bow, he continued to point at Keter and said, "How dare you come back? I have something urgent to do, and the remaining 6,500 will be paid tomorrow." "I'm really sorry. There is something wrong with the store at home." Chapter 268 From the Stars. Keter did not speak, but Sejuani frowned. Although at her age, she was not very intimidating. "He saved me," but the guy obviously did not take her words seriously. Still holding the bow, Keter reached out and pushed her behind him, saying, "The agreement is fulfilled, Sejuani. You have returned to the tribe." After he finished speaking, he wanted to turn around and leave, and Sejuani's expression became a little strange. At this time, another voice spoke. "Is it the scar left by Julius?" Keter turned his head. The person who came was white-haired, and his face looked a little younger than her hair, although wrinkles did leave indelible marks on it. Her only remaining right eye looked at Keter calmly, with no weapons in her hands or on her waist. He looked down at his right arm and said, "Yes." Zijian, the war mother of Winterclaw, smiled. Then, he died a worthy death. Sejuani ran to her grandmother, anxiously trying to say something. Zijian just touched her head, looked at her granddaughter carefully, and after confirming that she was not injured, he pushed her to the Winterclaw warriors behind him and signaled them to take her away. Soon, 2 people carried the struggling Sejuani away. "You haven't been back for 10 years, Keter. Where have you been?" As she spoke, she strolled into Keter's attack range. As an experienced warrior, she would never reveal such a flaw. And she didn't bring a weapon, so Keter didn't choose to put his hand on the axe handle. "It's just like chatting," Keter thought. "Ionia. Oh, I've heard some warm bloods talk about it. They say it's a very nice place. Is that true?" "At least much better than Freljord." "Ha!" Zijian laughed sharply, and then said, "You've only been away for 10 years, and you're already starting to dislike your hometown?" Keter shook his head and closed his eyes calmly. He knew that what he was going to say next might directly trigger a fight, but he didn't care. "No, I just dislike you." Zijian was not angry, or rather, she didn't have time to get angry. The Winterclaw warriors behind her shouted angrily, and many of them even made a very insulting gesture to Keter. In the tradition of the Freljord, if someone makes that gesture to you, only one of you can survive. Zijian raised his hand, put it down, and the noise behind him subsided instantly. The old war mother smiled nonchalantly. "You are Winter's Claw, Keter. No matter how much you despise this bloodline, you were born in the Freljord and are destined to die in the Freljord." "Die as what? A robber? Or a bandit who massacres hearth dwellers at will?" For the first time, Zijian had some emotional fluctuations. She narrowed her eyes, and there was no anger in her tone, but the expression on her face had become serious. "This is an ancient tradition, Keter. Since we have become a member of the Winter's Claw, we must choose this lifestyle. Don't I know that finding a piece of land suitable for farming will allow the tribe to survive better?" "Who stipulated it?" Keter asked back. He said, "Who drove you to choose this chaotic lifestyle?" "Who is it?" "Volabir. As far as I know, he doesn't like to kill unarmed people either, but you kill the most hearth dwellers." "Let's make it clear, Zijian. Put aside those reasons. Put aside those so-called the tribe can only be like this and so on. When you killed those innocent people, did you feel guilty?" "You don't need your so-called conscience to survive on the frozen land, Keter." "Oh, really? If I were like you," says Wang, "I would not survive well." The atmosphere changed in an instant, and the atmosphere behind Zijian was boiling again. This time, the war mother didn't even need to make a gesture. She just looked back and calmed them down. "The past hatred has been written off, Keter," she said slowly. "Your father and brothers volunteered to hunt you down. Now, You are the only one left in the bloodline of Luodai. Even for the sake of the ancient ancestors, I will not kill you. What's more, your sins have been redeemed by your father and brother. Skill said that you even paid the lives of 3 prophets to track down my whereabouts. I want to know, what can make you pay such a price? Just my life. Keter turned to talk about another thing that had been buried in his heart. Zijian didn't answer, so he planned to turn around and leave. Where are you going? He didn't say anything. Zijian narrowed her eyes and stretched out her hand behind her. Without her saying anything, a true ice long-handled axe was handed to her. Keter felt a gust of wind coming from behind him, and he sighed in his heart. Ding! The true ice collided with the dark red lava axe, and the aftermath caused a lot of snow on the ground to melt in an instant. Zijian looked at Keter's face and suddenly laughed. As the axes collided, she said, "Good reaction." Keter still didn't answer. Zijian rotated the axe and struck a powerful blow, but he took a step back and dodged it lightly. But a true ice weapon is a true ice weapon after all. The ice blue axe exuding cold air quickly created a spreading glacier on the ground. So Keter smashed the axe in the same way. Flames burst out. The fire dyed half of his face red. Keter, who had been silent all this time, seemed to finally lose his temper. "I don't want to fight you." "What?" Zijian rushed out of the flames. A shield made of cold air swirled around her body, helping her avoid the damage of the flames. The old war mother swung a sinister downward swing, but was blocked by Keter with the handle of the axe. In a flash, she grinned and said, "You are not afraid of an old man like me, are you?" "No," Keter suddenly said, and he pushed forward with both hands. Zijian was immediately pushed back a few steps by his strength, but the gap of just a few steps was enough for him to put the axe across Zijian's neck. "I just don't want to kill you and let the winter claw really fall apart." Zijian looked at the hot axe blade, and it seemed that she had no sense that her life was in the control of cattle. She looked at the axe with interest and said, "It's really the power of Orn." Cattle frowned. He took back the axe, carried it on his shoulder and turned away again, leaving only a cold word, "Don't come to me again, we are even." Looking at his leaving figure, Zijian said loudly with a smile, "You are always a Winterclaw, Cattle Luodai Winterclaw. Don't forget this. The blood flowing in your body belongs to Luodai, and he is an outstanding plunderer. You can't deny this. Your ancestor is the most brutal one among the murderers you despise." He didn't stop until the wind and snow that appeared at some point obscured his figure. Zijian heard a vague word, "Maybe don't die." "Zijian, you too, Cattle, you too." Zijian sighed in her heart, and when she turned around, she had regained her stern look as a war mother. She looked at the guys behind her, raised her eyebrows and shouted, "What are you little bastards looking at here, huh? Did you hunt today? Did you farm?" Everyone immediately scattered, and the guy who was on guard at the beginning walked up to her and asked in a low voice, "Why don't you tell him that we have decided to abandon the tradition of looting? We even found a piece of land." "You won't understand, Kolo. Now go and stand guard, and don't meddle in the affairs of adults." Kolo stared stubbornly. "I'm already 20 winters old. After this winter, it will be 21st winter." Zijian didn't say anything. She glanced at the boy, so he immediately shut up and ran to stand guard. The celebration of mortals has nothing to do with Chronos Tiberius. It's not that he despises these brave and fearless mortals, but that he is not suitable to appear in such a celebration. It will make the atmosphere awkward, and he knows it well. The huge warrior sat on the edge of the cliff, the cold wind blowing across his forehead, the helmet on his knees. This kind of environment was nothing to him. Even if he was thrown naked in such a snowy land, Chronos would not have any problems. However, he did not like this kind of environment very much. Perhaps some of his brothers would particularly like this kind of environment, but he still declined. Chronos was holding a huge pen and a cowhide book, writing and drawing on them. The proportions of these two things were a bit too big for ordinary people, but they looked just right on him. As long as you ignored where he took out these two things that had nothing to do with his temperament. He wrote on it, "A strange planet, a strange psyker, perhaps I should call him a wizard." He said this is another dimension. I don't know if I should believe it. However, those mortals fought really well. and some of them surprised me in particular. This may be a good recruiting point. I am sure that in time, the elite among them will become one of our brothers. The anxiety still exists. I forced myself to forget this through fighting. Although those abominable aliens called the Void are not one of them, they are still enemies of mankind. This is undeniable. Killing aliens is still one of our duties, and it also makes me feel happy. But don't get addicted. Yes, Kronos, don't get addicted. I thought of my brothers and the Empire, and I don't know if they are all right. The mysterious wizard said that he would send me back after he sorted out his own affairs. I can't ask a strange wizard who has not been taught by the Empire to help me without asking for anything in return, so I will wait patiently. Daily thought: torch the Emperor's will and destroy the monsters. After he finished writing, he tapped the side of his left shoulder armor, and a secret compartment popped out. He put the thing that looked more like a personal essay than a battle log into it, and then put on his helmet again. Kronos Tiberius stood up and stared at the abyss in front of him, not knowing what other challenges were waiting for him in this strange world. But he didn't care. He was the Emperor's machine, his blade that spread death. And the blade didn't need any personal emotions. It just needed to stay sharp. A mortal walked up behind him quietly, and Kronos acquiesced to this behavior. He knew that this mortal was probably here to invite him to join the celebration banquet. A female voice sounded behind him, hoarse with an untamed wildness. "Hey, you, big guy, why don't you come in and drink with us?" Kronos turned around, and the cold eyepiece and gloomy style of his helmet did not make the mortal female warrior retreat a step. Instead, she gave a provocative smile, raised the horn cup in her hand high, and then drank it all. Then she took out another one from behind. After a moment's hesitation, he took off his helmet, revealing his handsome face, and said lightly, "I have a higher duty." This meant rejection, but the female warrior did not back down. Her long light white hair tied into a ponytail swayed in the cold wind behind her head. "Don't be so rigid. Don't you celebrate after winning the battle?" Kronos tried to lower his voice, not wanting to sound too threatening. He knew the deterrent power of his body. "Occasionally, but I have to keep my head clear. Besides, your alcohol can't make me drunk." "Really?" She raised the horn cup provocatively, which was full of transparent wine. Kronos reached out to take it and drank it all. He handed the horn cup back calmly and said, "Only special wine can make me drunk, so this is no different from water to me." "You fought well. Tell me, where are you from? I have never heard of a place where you can come from, big man," she asked. A sense of pride surged in Kronos' heart. He would not show off his origins to mortals. Unnecessary arrogance was also something they needed to avoid. But a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I come from the starry sky." "No, maybe even farther than that. In the dark galaxy and the stars, there is a huge empire fighting desperately for the welfare of all mankind, and I am just one of them." She stared at Kronos' armor in a trance. The gorgeous reliefs and scars existed on this huge armor. In the eyes of the warrior, it is not just a simple armor, but also the ultimate weapon in war. What's more, the female warrior has seen his heroic appearances on the battlefield wearing this armor. "You mean, there are many people like you?" Kronos nodded slightly. "That's right. That's really unimaginable. I mean, what kind of war needs warriors like you?" Hearing this, Kronos' expression changed a little. He said seriously, "Good question. It's a war that you won't believe if you don't see it with your own eyes." "What's your name?" "Meritus Beheader." "Is the last name behind it your nickname?" "No, I have abandoned my original last name. It is one of the prices of joining the Frost Guard. What we guard is the darkest and most terrifying thing. Therefore, we need to hide our names. This name is earned by myself." "Oh?" Kronos had a hunch that he would hear a good story. As expected, a proud smile appeared on Meritus' face. She said hoarsely, "I fought 1 against 15 in a battle and chopped off all their heads with a giant sword. This is the honor I have received." "What about you? What's your name?" "Kronos Tiberius." "That's it? Don't you have any nicknames or anything like that?" Kronos shook his head calmly. The 3 golden nails on his forehead caught Meritus' attention. She asked, "What are those 3 nails?" "Service nails." "Service nails?" "Yes, one for 100 years. Meritus suddenly realized that the warrior in front of her did not need any so-called nicknames or stories to prove his bravery. He himself was a living legend, and for some reason, she had no doubt about what he said about the war between the stars. A faint sadness suddenly surged in her heart. Meritus understood that such a person could not have even the slightest relationship with her. The sadness soon faded, and with it came an urge to follow him. If the empire he was talking about really existed, then the war they fought was undoubtedly much more noble than hers. To die in such a war was a compliment to a warrior. Kronos seemed to have seen through her thoughts, and he smiled calmly. "Return to your banquet, Meritus Beheader. I will remember your last name." He didn't say much, but this sentence was enough. Meritus's face flushed with excitement. She didn't say much. Her right fist collided with her chest, and then turned and left. Kronos heard the companions who were waiting for her in front of the banquet hall teasing her. "I knew that the giant would never agree to you. Meritus, you are asking for trouble. Look at him. Gods. I can't believe we are fighting side by side with such a warrior. How many damn void bugs do you think he has killed? I bet at least 500. He may have killed more than Orn. And there is also that sword. Did you see it? Damn, if I could touch that sword, I would be willing to die immediately. Come on, you are famous for not taking care of weapons. Do you deserve it? It's my turn anyway." They gradually quieted down while talking and laughing, and looked at Meritus with surprised eyes as she walked past them and into the banquet hall, looking like she had won. Several people looked at each other and asked, "You won't succeed, will you?" Meritus said nothing. And Chapter 269, Prosperity.jpg. Atrox is doing a rather thankless task. He is teaching a group of mortals martial arts. Although he loves the great sword the most, it does not mean that Atrox will not use other weapons. On the contrary, he chose to use the sword only after he mastered all weapons, because in his heart, only this weapon with both violence and elegance can clearly express his fighting art. In front of him is a battle formation of 40 people. Once upon a time, when ancient Shurima still existed, each ascendant had 10,000 soldiers under his command, and these soldiers would act in a battle formation of 40 people. They are proficient in various coordination and various tactics. Without exception, they are all elite, and they have different divisions of labor according to the different attributes of the battle formation. He is now training spearmen, with a pistol in one hand and a shield in the other. They are often the type of soldiers who kill the most enemies in war. Apart from ascendants like Atrox, he does not think that any mortal can break the spear and shield formation by himself. 1. The elegant tone of the ancient Shurima language sounded from his mouth. The sun was blazing, and the soldiers were sweating on the training ground with bare chests. The standard movements were not slack at all, which made Atrox more and more satisfied. As he shouted the slogan, the soldiers raised their shields and thrust out their spears. 2. They retracted their spears and covered their bodies behind their shields. These 40 soldiers were carefully selected by him. Although they did not meet the previous standards, they were enough. He could not be greedy, and he could not ask things to go against the laws of nature. Mortals with good physical fitness would not grow up all at once like the wheat in the fields under the ripening of magic. Despite this, Atrox was still a little dissatisfied. He knew what that emotion was. He had suppressed it for too long and urgently needed a noble war to vent himself. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The void and the group of stars. His greatsword had been longing for too long. Blood, death, and war. The wings behind him suddenly spread out, and the wind pressure rose in all directions. The mortal soldiers in the battle formation began to rest as if they were used to it. They knew that when Atrox fell into this state, he would not care about anything in the outside world, and the training had to be carried out under his eyes, so they usually used this time to rest. On the other side, the dog-headed man was reviewing various orders in the newly built brick and stone building of the settlement. After he and Atrox unified the warring city-states of Shurima, he had to deal with thousands of government affairs every day. According to the laws of ancient Shurima, the city-states elected new rulers. After seeing the military power of Nasus and Atrox, they did not have any other small thoughts, and Nasus had to admit that some of them did a good job. But this could not free him from the complicated government affairs. Compared with Aatrox's focus on training soldiers, he had to deal with much more things, from the buildings in the city to the magic transformation of the land and how to plant crops. From road maintenance to caravan taxation, Nasus had never felt so smart and capable. He hadn't rested for more than a month. Although ascendants didn't need much rest, mental fatigue was inevitable. However, seeing Sherma getting better bit by bit, he could temporarily ignore this fatigue. "My lord, new documents have been delivered." A guard pushed open the door and walked in, holding a large parchment scroll in his hands. Nasus didn't even raise his head, and he had a pair of round-framed glasses on his nose. The dog-headed man said calmly, "Very good, put it on the table on the left, and take away the documents I have reviewed on the table on the right. In addition, tell the caravan leaders in the Sand Sea, don't take in animal bones or other things. That thing is useless except for decoration. Who would buy this kind of thing as decoration except those rich merchants? Let them buy and sell things that are more useful to the common people." After saying that, he continued to review the pile of documents in front of him, and the sound of the door closing was heard soon after. Nasus tried not to be anxious, but he couldn't forget the matter raised by the mage. It was like a lump in his throat, and he couldn't forget it. "Void." The dog-headed man's expression became a little colder, and he doubled his speed to correct the documents, as if he was pouring his anger into these documents that seemed to never be corrected. Until he saw a piece of information, Nasus narrowed his eyes and began to read it carefully. "Lord Nasus, regarding the void threat you mentioned, we have been wandering around Amakara for a month, and the locals are quite hostile to us. But as of the time I sent this intelligence, they have not done anything out of the ordinary. I hope they will not force us to draw our swords. After all, this is your teaching that all sons of the Sand should have greater goals. Let's get back to the point." The so-called prophet. The locals used deliberately vague language to mislead us about his existence, but they are not always of one mind. After paying a few threats and a few gold coins, we got the answers we wanted. His name is Malzahar, the only son of a grocery peddler. He grew up in Amakara since he was a child. When he discovered that he had the gift of prophecy, his parents were already terminally ill. The boy spent the first few years fortune-telling on the streets in exchange for some food. As he grew older, his divinations became more and more accurate, and his reputation became more and more famous. We asked several people and learned some of his deeds. He had accurately predicted a camel rider's marriage partner, the landing point of flying knives and gambling games at the market, and even the ominous omen that a wealthy businessman would soon face a bloody disaster. Soon, the shoes worn by people who came to his divination stall changed from mud-stained straw sandals to jewel-studded slippers. However, after his divination business made some progress, he chose to leave. We found someone who was close to him at the time, and with a little trickery, he told us the information we wanted. He said that Malzahar could feel his ability improving more and more in the long-term divination. He could easily see certain fragments of other people's future, but he could never see his own future clearly. He once complained to this person in the tavern, saying that he saw the uneven distribution of wealth. The poor became poorer, and the rich became richer. The poor could only roll in the mud and sand, and eventually die in pain. He also saw violence. The man said that Malzahar couldn't sleep almost every night for a while. He would tremble and mutter to himself, falling into a half-awake state. His friend said that he had heard Malzahar talking in his sleep, which was full of horrible words like blood and death. The last time he saw Malzahar was a year ago. He said goodbye to his only friend. He said he was disappointed with humans, and that humans were destined to fall into an endless cycle of suffering, and usually it was their own fault. Even the most hopeful prophecies could not break this curse. He left all his money to this friend and then left. No one knows where he went, but we noticed that near Icathia, may you bless me, in some small settlements near that cursed land, the reputation of a prophet began to spread. We will wait here for your next orders, Shadow Guard. The dog-headed man tapped his fingers on the table, and he felt a chill come over him, and then quickly disappeared. People with the ability to foresee the future are not rare in Shurima. Under the scorching sun, there will always be such lucky ones born. However, among all the prophets, Only a few can live out their old age in peace. Most of them die violent deaths. Is this a kind of fate? Nasus felt a sense of absurdity rising in his heart. He showed a cold smile, grinned, and threateningly poked his fangs at the air. Damn the void! He could almost imagine what would happen to such a prophet who was disappointed with humans after approaching Icathia. Nothing more than temptation, corruption, and depravity. However, he had long expected how fragile the will of mortals would be when facing the void. Rubbing his brow, he was a little worried. He tore out a new piece of parchment and wrote on it, "Shadow Guard, leave that place quickly. Icathia is not a place you can approach now. I don't want you to sacrifice your life for an insignificant, corrupted prophet. After you come back and recuperate for a while, I will give you new orders." He rolled up the parchment without signing his name, and then coughed. The wooden door was immediately opened, and the guard from before asked humbly, "What do you want?" As usual, the order of the Shadow Guard. "By the way, please ask Lord Atrox to come to me. He didn't go out of the city to hunt today, right?" "No, sir." "Lord Atrox should still be in the barracks." "Very good." Nasus nodded, and the guard left the room. He returned to the table and continued to correct. Not long after, the heavy footsteps made him put down the quill in his hand. Atrox walked into his door in a shrunken form. After breaking free from his prison, the ancient ascendant quickly recalled his past magics. Changing his body shape at will was just one of them. He was able to stand firm on the battlefield with more than just this skill. "What's the matter, a prophet?" Atrox narrowed his eyes. "Ah, the prophet. I see, he is corrupted." Nasus nodded, his heart full of worry, but he did not show it. "General, our current situation is not optimistic. Although each city-state is thriving, we still have not found the bloodline of Queen Setaka. If your memory is correct, then she should still have a bloodline wandering outside. The country cannot be without a king for a day, and it is not right for you and me to do these things." Atrox waved his hand. "Don't worry, the Yellow Sand will not abandon us. Her bloodline will show signs sooner or later. Let's talk about the prophet." Nasus briefly recounted Malzahar's situation, and Atrox frowned. "I knew it would be like this. All the prophets are immersed in the so-called nihilism and cannot extricate themselves. They have been exposed to too much evil of human nature and ignore the good side." His words surprised the dog-headed man a little. After all, Atrox had been clamoring to fight since he woke up. He had never expected that this ascended senior, who was famous for his martial arts, had such a side. Atrox continued, "I knew this a long time ago. There are only two ways to get them back on track. First, let them face death, throw them on the battlefield, and within a year, as long as they are not dead, they will return to normal. Second, let them keep company with kindred and let the cruel wolf spirits dare their throats." He said coldly. He, Shenyan and Kronos Tiberius walked on the snowy plain. The giant's footsteps were very fast, and compared to his huge body, his movements were incredibly light and fast. The mage's was even simpler. He flew close to the ground, and his feet didn't even touch the ground. The two chatted as they walked. "I am not boasting. We never despise mortals. On the contrary, all human lives, no matter how insignificant they seem, are sacred and worthy of our protection. The Emperor will never abandon any human being. This is an iron rule." "Interesting, but I guess this tradition should only exist in your legion, right?" "There are other brothers who are the same, but others, please forgive me, I don't want to mention their names." Kronos's voice became gloomy. "I understand. On this point, my attitude is the same as yours. Mortals are the cornerstone. They are the most important." Shenyan nodded, with a rare sense of ease in his voice. "Maybe some people think that ordinary people are not worthy of standing with their noble bodies, but history will eventually prove that those who stand with the people will win." After bidding farewell to Lysandra and the brave warriors of the Frostguard fortress, they left soon. The mage promised Kronos to send him back after the matter was settled here, so this noble warrior who called himself Astartes began to follow him. Shenyan planned to go back to Ionia first. He had to admit that he missed Fang a little. He didn't know how she was doing recently. Not long after, they came to a jungle not far from the Frostguard fortress, where Udira continued his practice. "You are back," Mentor. He bowed respectfully to Shenyan. He had made some progress in the past 2 days. In fact, his talent combined with the ancient practice method from the Druids had a much more effective effect than 1 + 1 = 2. The young man's body changed from being thin before. In just 2 days, his muscles became stronger as if he had become a different person. Psychic. Your practice method is really convenient. Shenyan glanced at his perfect pectoral muscles, shook his head imperceptibly, and said, "How do you feel?" "Very good, Mentor." Wu Deer seemed a little excited. He said, "I can ignore the voices of those animals, as long as I want. I can still understand their words, but at least their endless whispers will no longer be received by me anytime and anywhere." Good progress. However, you have to be punished. The mage spread his hands and said, "It's a small test. Although I didn't tell you, you didn't feel anything when such a tall warrior stood in front of you." Wu Deer took off his blindfold and fell into shock. In front of him stood a warrior who seemed as tall as a mountain. The huge blue, gold and white armor condensed the purest violent aesthetics, and a deep attraction fascinated him. There was also a huge sword with ferocious tooth on his waist. Wu Deer looked up and looked at the scarlet eyepiece of his helmet. For a moment, he actually forgot to speak. After a long time, he stammered to the smiling Shenyan, "I am the punished mentor. You have good qualifications, kid." The giant raised his hand and placed his cold hand on his shoulder amidst the buzzing sound. Although his voice seemed strange and emotionless, Udyr still felt a kind of encouragement after being comforted. "Work hard and don't let your mentor down." Kronos had to admit that this desolate planet with very backward technology gave him another surprise. If he came here with the warband, this young man would undoubtedly be conscripted the moment they saw him. Astart's eyes were very sharp. He could see that this young man was not just physically strong. Sometimes, true strength lies in the mind. And the look in this young man's eyes was enough to explain everything. That kind of determination. He will definitely become a solid shield against the enemies of mankind. Ignoring Udyr, who was very motivated because of this, Shenyan's expression seemed a little strange. "Hard work." "You misunderstood, Kronos. I just taught him casually. I really didn't mean it." He didn't say it, but took out a book from somewhere and handed it to Wu Deer. "Take a look when you have nothing to do. It will be very helpful for your future practice, and if you think you are qualified, go to the Frostguard fortress to find the Frost Witch." Wu Deer looked up, a little puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I'm going to be away for a while. You have to practice on your own. Don't neglect it, otherwise you will know my attitude towards students." Shenyan nodded at him, opened a very large portal and left with Kronos. Wu Deer stood there, holding the book in his hand, a little happy. He could hear the meaning of the mage's words. He was recognized as a disciple. On the other side, Shenyan returned to the mage tower with a gloomy face, his eyes twitching, and soon, the voice of the mage sounded in the tower. "Feng, what did you do to my table?" "Where are Ji and Shen?" "There is one more update. Alas, it's too painful to code now. I feel like I really need to save some drafts." Chapter 270 Eavesdropping. Kronos stood in the mage tower. He could not feel the magic here, but he still knew that this tower could not be a simple man-made creation. He stood in the lobby on the first floor. Seeing his arrival, the armchairs and tables quickly changed to a size that matched his body. There was nothing on the ceiling. He could directly observe the stars outside, but it was still daytime when they came. Obviously, this was some kind of magic he didn't know. Mage. Chewing on these two words, he sat on a chair. The mage went to teach his disobedient female wolf a lesson. For a wolf, her size was obviously too big and her intelligence was very high. Kronos unconsciously began to think about how he would deal with such a wolf if he faced it. He soon realized what he was doing and shook his head. She is not an enemy. Not long after, the door of the tower was pushed open and a white-haired young man walked in. He was also of good quality. Kronos couldn't help but scold himself. Why do you want to pull someone into the battle group when you see him? However, another voice in his heart was also defending himself. This is understandable. The quality of the people in this place is a bit too good. Anyone would be unable to resist. After all, the regiment is now dwindling. The young man saw the tall warrior at a glance, and he first cautiously touched the short knife at his waist. However, After hearing the noisy voice of the wizard on the top of the tower, he soon relaxed. The young man bowed to Kronos, and thanks to the wizard's magic, he could understand what the young man was saying. "My name is G, sir, please forgive my rudeness." Kronos nodded, took off his helmet, and said in his own magnetic voice, "Kronos Tiberius." "Who are you?" to him. G was not surprised by this somewhat abrupt question. He bowed slightly and said calmly, "I am studying with Mr. He, his disciple." "Although I would like to say so, but it seems that Mr. He has no intention of doing so at the moment. But I am already satisfied." G nodded politely to him again, and then went upstairs. On the top floor, he saw the mage whom he had not seen for a long time. He was sitting Fang under him and rubbing her head hard. G was a little envious. He also wanted to touch her, but he did not say it. Instead, he nodded to Shenyan calmly. "You are back." The mage smiled and nodded to him, then made an inviting gesture. "Do you want to try?" G was almost there. He had fed Fang for several months, but she just wouldn't let G touch her. This was a great opportunity. But looking at Fang's threatening eyes, he still didn't reach out. Shaking his head, "No, sir. Shen left 10 days ago. He said that he had found the true meaning of balance." Shenyan nodded lightly. "Yes, what about you?" "Forgive my stupidity, sir. I still can't understand the true meaning of the way of balance. Perhaps I will never understand it in this life," G said bitterly. "Everyone has their own path, so there is no need to belittle yourself. Besides, do you really think that the way of balance is the best?" Shenyan said meaningfully. Hearing this, G shook his head firmly. "You see, this is the problem. You are resisting balance. With such an attitude, how can you understand the true meaning of balance?" "But I feel that I can no longer deceive myself, sir," G said sincerely. He rarely opened his heart like this. "In the past, I only believed in the way of balance unconditionally in order to repay Master Ku Shao for his upbringing. However, after breaking free from that blind faith, I realized that balance is not the optimal solution. At least I can't convince myself to continue working for a sect that has done countless evil things. I dare not imagine. This is just what we found. And before this, before us, how many such orders did Ku Shao issue?" G's body trembled, and his face was very gloomy. Shenyan knocked on Feng's head lightly, and after hearing 2 crisp muffled sounds in the latter's angry look, he smiled and said, "Don't completely deny the good things the Order of the Balance has done just because of a little bit of evil. You are too extreme, G." But, waving his hand to stop G who wanted to argue, the mage said calmly, "No matter what Ku Shao became in the end, and what he was bewitched by, the good he once did cannot be erased. Right and wrong must be separated. G, you regarded Ku Shao as a god before, and now this false statue has collapsed, and you begin to completely deny everything about him. Then, when the next statue you find is the same, and the gold paint falls off, revealing the stone statue inside, will you also completely deny it?" Without waiting for G to answer, he continued, "Sometimes, people must learn to give up those false idols. If you can't do this, you will never make any progress in your life. Take a good look outside. How are the people in Ionia living? Tell me your truth." "Most people are living well." "What about the minority?" "I can't describe it, sir." Shenyan nodded. "What about those evil spirits from the spiritual realm? What do you think?" G said without hesitation, "All evil spirits deserve to die." The wizard laughed. "Isn't that it? You are digging too deep into a dead end. G, just do whatever you think of. If you want to do good and save people, go and help those poor people. If you want to avenge the innocent people who died, go and kill those damn evil spirits. And if you think that balance is no longer suitable for Ionia today," he laughed even more happily after a meaningful silence, "just do what you should do. Don't hesitate. Just follow your heart." "Follow your heart." G muttered these 4 words silently in a trance, and heard Shenyan's voice again. "Of course, it is very difficult to do this." So, he heard the sound of a book being thrown on the table. Looking up, it was an ancient scroll. The mage pointed at the book and said, "Take it and study. I will do a spot check in a week." Let's not talk about G's reaction after getting the book. Although he went downstairs with a sullen face, but Shenyan knew that he would be very excited. After all, this was the proof that he was officially accepted as a disciple. However, Ji's qualifications were very good, and he didn't need to guide him. At most, he could correct him when he went wrong. As for now, he was torturing Feng. It's not quite right to say that he was torturing her. After all, he just tied Feng to the cold stone platform and kept feeding her dragon heart and liver. Although Feng had expressed many times that she couldn't eat anymore, Shenyan still didn't stop. Feng couldn't deceive him. What she ate was almost instantly transformed into pure energy. Her physique has been changed a lot. It seems that it's time to take the next step. The mage's pupils turned blue. Through Feng's skin, he saw the bones and flesh that had begun to alienate, including her internal organs. She has grown a third heart, and Feng knows nothing about it. How to do it? He thought about it seriously. The materials he had left were only enough to support one major transformation. After that, if he wanted to do this kind of transformation again, he would have to find a world with dragons to cut leaks. Of course, evil dragons. Feng's physical fitness is already comparable to some sub-dragon species, although she is not sure about this for the time being due to the suppression of the mage. Should I add wings? Thinking of a flying wolf in his mind, Shenyan shook his head and forgot it. It is a bit unreasonable for dragon wings to grow on a wolf. How to change it? Feng, lying motionless on the stone platform, looked at the mage's thoughtful profile, and his heart suddenly felt cold for some reason. 3 days later. Yes, just like that. Open your mouth a little bigger, open it a little bigger. The mage stretched out his hand to pry Feng's mouth, and she kept whimpering. She had no choice but to open her mouth. Shenyan nodded with satisfaction, pointed at her teeth, and said with satisfaction, I told you it won't hurt. I'm not one of those dentists who lie to you and say it won't hurt but it hurts like hell. Woo woo woo. Who taught you to curse? Woo 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 woo. If you do that again, you won't have anything to eat tonight, Shenyan threatened. She immediately quieted down, and the mage sat on her. Feng's body was already a little exaggerated. After 3 days and 3 nights of coma, she woke up and found that her body had become several times larger than before, which made her feel terrified. When dragons are frightened, they often use their innate abilities, breathing fire, attracting lightning and the like. So the mage's tower suffered. Although it didn't really cause any destruction, it was inevitable to make a big noise. Feng can now spit fire, wave her claws to cause lightning, and even fly for a short time on the wind. Considering that she is only a young sub-dragon, she should be able to fly in the near future. Shenyan smiled and was in a very good mood. In fact, the transformation of Feng was just a way for him to relax. However, seeing that he had completely designed a new creature from scratch, this sense of accomplishment was still quite strong. Feng calmed down and let the wizard sit on her. A man and a wolf sat on the top of the tower, looking at the night sky of Ionia, and did not move for a long time. Kronos rarely went out in these 3 days. He tried to walk out on the first day he came to Ionia, but soon caused panic on the street. Fortunately, Ji took him back to the wizard tower quickly to avoid conflicts with the guards of the elders. He had no choice but to read those books about Ionian customs in the tower. Among them, he read the most books about the spiritual field. Obviously, this Astardi thought of something else, and Ji kept himself locked in the door and studied hard. Shenyan could feel his mental fluctuations in waves, almost without stopping. These days can be said to be quite peaceful, but as we all know, peace will never last too long. Racha wiped the sweat off his face. It was not easy to walk with a load of goods under the scorching sun, but he was happy to do so for a living. Moreover, being a porter was much easier than working in the fields. He had been doing this job for almost 5 months. In Presidium, anyone could find a place, and the pay was quite generous. The money he earned as a porter for 5 months was comparable to that of working in the fields for a year. Racha himself was surprised that the pay here was so generous. He even felt uneasy. The money was too much. His colleagues laughed at him, saying that only a country boy like you would have such troubles. Racha smiled. He was indeed from the countryside, and indeed only he had such troubles. How could he deny the facts? Sometimes, he would think of the monk. He never told anyone about this, but he often thought of it. There were also the fishermen, the precepts and the cautious. I wonder if the fisherman is doing well now? Thinking of this, he smiled. Not long after, he entered the city. Porters usually put the goods at the post station, and then the caravans would come here to transport the goods away. Their wages were paid monthly. After doing all this, he came to his residence, took the fishing rod and went out. Yes, in the past few months, he spent most of his spare time on the river outside the city. He is now a well-known fisherman. Laka was a little surprised by this. He never thought that he had a talent for fishing, and all the fish he caught were big fish. After leaving the city, the scenery on the road was very good. The scenery of Ionia is always so beautiful and pleasant. He heard birds singing on the branches, and the sounds of small animals such as squirrels. Laka's face unconsciously put on some smiles. He walked along the roadside and soon reached the river. But this time, his fishing plan did not go smoothly. He saw two Noxians in black clothes talking by the river. It was very easy to distinguish them, not just because they looked different from Ionians. Noxians prefer to go out with weapons, but these two people gave Laka a sense of threat like a thorn in the back. He hid behind a tree and listened carefully to their conversation. "What is the order from the Empire?" "Keep lurking. It's not time to start a war yet. We have been lurking for 3 years, and the war masons have never lurked for so long. If we fail, the Empire's pillar of shame will always remember the names of the war masons." "That's not what you should worry about. By the way, how are you monitoring the mage tower?" A man snorted coldly. "It's impossible to get close to it. As soon as I get close, the spells will begin to confuse me." "Damn mages. They have their shadows in this Far East." "Apart from that, the mage seems to have left and is not in the tower." "Very good. Keep monitoring. Presidium is the center of Ionia. If the Empire wants to take it at the lowest cost, we must destroy it in one go." The man hesitated. "I quite like this place. I hope the Empire won't bring those damn poison gases here." "Poison gas? Despicable things. Head-on combat is what real Noxians do." "I don't know what the Empire is thinking. They actually let those sewer rats from Zon join us." Laka listened and broke out in a cold sweat. "Invasion? Noxus is going to invade Ionia!" Damn it. He knew that these Noxians had bad intentions. His brain was almost a mess, and he couldn't think properly, but Laka still knew what he should do most by instinct. He quietly moved away from the two war masons who didn't even know that his conversation was eavesdropped, and then came to the main road and ran all the way to the city. After entering the city, Laka panted and forced himself to calm down. He walked towards the direction of the Elder Council. Most places in Ionia only have Elder Councils composed of elders to judge some small matters such as disputes. But the Elder Council has another responsibility. They can report important matters directly to the province. Yes, the Elder Council. After determining the target, he continued to run in that direction. 14,000. I can't write anymore, brothers. I will make up for the missing 1K tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Who is the Fool? The Presbyterian Church is located in the center of the city. Although it has a good location, it does not look luxurious. On the contrary, there is no decoration on the plain white walls. If Laka had not known in advance, he would not have thought that this was the location of the Presbyterian Church. There were 2 guards standing at the door, not to mention armor. They didn't even have weapons. The older ones saw Laka running towards them and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. "What do you want?" Laka felt a burning pain in his lungs. He stuttered and said with difficulty, "Noxus. Noxus wants to invade us." The older guard quickly stretched out his hand to interrupt him. "Oh, don't talk nonsense, kid. The Noxian people are talking business with the elders inside. It is said that they want to buy some Ionian specialties to sell back, and the price is quite high." The lazy guard who had been leaning against the outer wall and not speaking nodded at this time. "Yes, they are quite generous, but..." He turned to Laka and his expression became serious. Are you sure you are telling the truth? Absolutely true. Laka took a breath and quickly told him what he saw and heard by the river outside the city. When he said the 4 words War Mason from his mouth, the older guard still had no reaction, but the younger one's expression became more solemn. He took out his hands, which had been in his wide sleeves, and they were all wrapped in bandages. I thought you were talking nonsense, but people who talk nonsense can't know the existence of War Masons. The older guard was a little confused. He asked his companion in confusion, What are you talking about? Nothing, Ruizuo. You'd better go home. This matter is no longer your business. He drove the older guard away with a few words, and then pulled Laka to a secluded corner inside the door. The courtyard was full of flowers and plants, and several trees blocked all the sunlight, making it very quiet. There was an exquisite pavilion in the center, and an old man and a man with a knife on his waist were talking. The guard glanced at them, and then motioned Laka to squat. He said, My name is Huizao. What about you? Laka, do you know the War Mason? Yes, I am the son of Elder Huifeng in the Presbyterian Church. Huizao nodded, and Laka noticed that his hands were rubbing constantly. He continued, We have been keeping an eye on this group of stonemasons for a long time. It is said that they are the elite troops of SYNOPSIS, who go to other countries to explore possible invasion routes and local secrets. If everything you said is true, then today, we may be able to avoid a war. Laka asked anxiously, What should we do? Hearing this, Huizao shook his head and said, Wait until they finish talking, then go find the elder. Alerting them now may make them start their plans in advance. They waited patiently for a long time. The elder in the pavilion and the Noxian seemed to be talking very happily. After they stood up, they shook hands. This made Huizao sigh, and Laka was a little surprised. Only those particularly conservative Ionians would think that this new etiquette from the outside world was not in line with the rules. But now is not the time to think about these things. Not long after, the Noxian left through the main gate, and the elder seemed very happy. He shook his head and hummed opera. Huizao quickly jumped out of the bushes and pulled Laka along, which scared the elder. He almost called for the guards, but he relaxed only after seeing Huizao's face clearly. The elder complained, Huizao, what are you doing? You are already 20, and will soon be 21. You are not the age to be naughty as a child. Seeing that the elder was about to start recounting his past black history, Huizao's eyes twitched, and he quickly interrupted the elder and said, Elder Dulu, I have something important to report. Important? Elder Dulu frowned, then shook his head with a smile. What important things can you have? Okay, tell me. And besides, sir, you were not dragged by Huizao to play his prank, were you? Lacha looked at Huizao, who gave him an affirmative look. So Lacha took a deep breath, slowed down his speech, and clearly repeated what he saw and heard by the river outside the city. As he spoke, Elder Dulu's expression became more and more serious from the initial carelessness. In the end, his expression was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The old man raised his head and uttered a strange cry. Then, a burly man in black clothes suddenly appeared from the shadow of the courtyard. He was covered in black clothes and had a short knife on his waist. He knelt on one knee in front of Elder Dulu and asked in a deep voice, What do you want? Increase the surveillance of Noxians by 1 level. In addition, he turned to Laka and made his expression a little more friendly. What's your name? Sir, my name is Laka, Elder. Very good. Elder Dulu nodded, and he continued, Can you still remember the appearance of those 2 people? Laka nodded. Elder Dulu took a step back, and the burly man walked forward. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of white light slowly condensed on it. He said softly to Laka, Relax, sir, and think about their faces. Laka did as he was told, and when he opened his eyes again, the burly man had disappeared. Elder Dulu's expression became more serious. He said to Huizao, Where is your father? Huizao replied expressionlessly, He is outside the city. Outside the city? What is he doing outside the city? Elder Dulu frowned and asked, Didn't I tell him to stay in Presidium for a while before working on his travel notes? He can't sit still, Elder. He said there were ants crawling on his body after staying at home for only 2 days. Now I don't know where he will go to write his book. Dulu shook his head. He is not serious all day long. If his books are indeed useful, do you think I should cure him? Huizao smiled indifferently. Then you should cure him quickly so that I can be the elder. It's tiring to guard the door every day. His words were met with a glare from Dulu, and then the elder performed a unique face-changing skill. When he turned to Laka and spoke to him, his face had become pleasant. Mr. Laka, are you from Presidium? Laka shook his head, and then Dulu continued. Do you live here, or are you here for pilgrimage or travel? I live in Presidium. That's good. Please be sure to pay attention to your safety these days. Noxians are not easy to mess with. These damn barbarians. I really thought they were just here to do business, he said. Daily thought, sacrifice is the cornerstone of the empire. Astartes wrote the last sentence and put away the paper and pen. Even though he is currently in another dimension, he still has not slacked off. The empire now has another name for the Astartes. Monks. This name can fully explain how much they need to bear, not to mention the extremely harsh selection training and transformation operations with a high mortality rate, even if you survive these things and really become an Astartes. But there are still countless challenges waiting for you after that. For example, the demons in the warp. Just thinking about them, Kronos felt a tingling of hatred in his teeth. These abominable Xenos, filthy enemies of humanity, should all be skinned and pulled out. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Civilians called them the Emperor's angels of death, walking demigods, but the truth is only known to the Astartes themselves. Yes, through the transformation surgery, they have become extremely powerful. But when facing those inhuman things, the only thing that can protect their bodies is the power armor, and the only thing that can protect their souls is their faith in the Emperor. If they are not careful, they may be corrupted and degraded. The demons of the warp are everywhere, and they wantonly spread chaos in the territory of the Empire. Every day, every hour, every moment, countless mortals in the Empire have died because of them. Emperor, how long will I stay here? This place is nice, picturesque, and the lives of mortals are very happy. At this moment, he can even hear the sound of children playing on the street while sitting in the tower. But this is not a place where an Astartes should stay. They were born for war, so they should stay on the battlefield. In such a peaceful place, Kronos was worried that his nerves would gradually become dull and slow. Besides, he missed his brothers. Shenyan walked downstairs slowly, and he looked in a good mood. Glancing at Kronos, who was sitting upright, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" "War." The giant as tall as a hill answered in a low voice, which made the wizard raise his eyebrows. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. You said before that I was a psyker. Can you introduce myself? How difficult is that? Kronos pondered for a while and said, Psykers are hated, but we have to rely on their power. Their power comes from the dangerous warp, and the enemy of mankind, the demons, exist in the warp. Whenever they use those dangerous genic spells, their own souls are projected into the warp. Shenyan nodded. I understand, he said slowly. I come from another world, where there are many wizards in the world. Except for those lucky ones who picked up magic books by chance, most people learn spells in Kamardage. And the most powerful wizard in the world is my teacher, Ancient One. She is called the Supreme Sorcerer. Before she appeared, there were countless dangers waiting for the earth and the universe. For example, aliens and evil gods. And the earth itself is not stable. The creatures from heaven and the demons from hell are surrounding the mortals. Kronos did not rush to raise his questions, but chose to listen patiently. The wizard went on. However, when she appeared out of nowhere, the world changed. Angels and demons can no longer invade the human world as often as before, and all aliens with malicious intentions towards the earth have been beaten back by her. As for those evil gods ... Ha! He sneered, and said nothing more. It sounds a bit similar to your world, doesn't it? Kronos sighed quietly. But we need to defend more than just one planet. The entire galaxy has been ignited by war, and the humans on those planets are suffering all the time, and this could have been avoided. The wizard did not speak for a while, and when he spoke again, he asked a question. Listen, Kronos, have you ever faced such a problem in the past? What problem? The trolley problem. Ah, you probably haven't heard of this. Let me explain. If sacrificing one person can save countless other people, Will you choose to sacrifice? The Astartes nodded without hesitation. Yes, it is their honor to sacrifice themselves for the Emperor. When they die, their souls will stand gloriously beside the Emperor, becoming his heroic spirits, overlooking the galaxy with him and providing protection for mankind. Shenyan realized that he had asked the wrong person. It was obvious that Kronos' world was extremely cruel and extremely dangerous. Because of this, their humanity could burst out with a brighter light in such a world. Asking him would not give him the answer he wanted to know. Just as he was laughing at himself, Kronos spoke. Sacrifice is nothing but commonplace for us. My brother and I have long been prepared to sacrifice ourselves, from the moment we enlisted to join the war group. But your situation is obviously a little different from ours. I mean, have you asked him personally? Is he willing to make this sacrifice? Shenyan rarely showed a bitter smile. That's the problem, Kronos. I don't know if she will agree, but I don't want to be rejected. After all, it means the life of an entire world. So you want to force her to sacrifice herself, right? Kronos asked calmly. No, Shenyan said without hesitation. He whispered, I have a better way. Laka returned home after that, and he was sure that he was not discovered by the two stonemasons. But as Elder Jur said, no one knew how many war masons had planted in Ionia, and there were quite a lot of Noxians in Presidium, so he didn't go anywhere except going out to work as usual in the morning. Laka didn't understand why someone would want to invade them. In the concept of this simple Ionian, the world should be peaceful. He was taught to be kind to others since he was a child, and he rarely had conflicts with others in his life, except for those practitioners and martial artists in the dojo. Most Ionians were the same as him. Invasion, what a terrible word. He even heard the word poison gas. Although he didn't understand what poison gas meant, anything related to poison couldn't be a good thing. When he was a child, he was bitten by a snake because of playing, and he almost went to be with the sheep spirit. Lying on his bed, Lacan absent-mindedly thought about the faces of the two war masons. He recalled every word they said. Keep lurking. It's not time to start the war yet. Very good. Continue monitoring. Presidium is the heart of Ionia. If the Empire wants to take it at the lowest cost, we must destroy it in one fell swoop. As his memory rewound, Laka's face gradually turned pale. He suddenly realized one thing. The two war masons were obviously Noxians, but why did they speak Ionian? He immediately got up from the bed, put on his clothes and wanted to inform Elder Juru. Just as Laka's hand was on the door handle, a thunderbolt flashed through his mind. Since even I can understand this, how could Elder Juru not think of it? A terrible guess made him tremble all over. Despite this, he still went out and walked towards the direction of the Elders' Council with a heavy heart. In order to save time, he chose to take a shortcut. There were few people on Presidium Road at night. People followed the ancient tradition of working from sunrise to sunset, and few people would choose to travel at night. Laka was walking alone on the street. His footsteps were monotonous and hurried. Just when he was about to reach the door of the Presbyterian church, he saw a familiar figure. He was sneaking out of the door, tiptoeing. For some reason, Laka, who was standing in the alley across the street, held his breath. He carefully stuck to the wall. He didn't let himself make any sound. After walking out of the door, Huizao closed the door lightly. The moonlight tonight was still bright, and Laka could see his expression. It was a sad face, and Huizao even seemed to be more worried than him. He walked only a few dozen meters, and the door of the Presbyterian church was opened. Elder Dulu's voice came, with a hint of anger. Where do you want to go so you don't sleep so late at night? Huizao's back stiffened. He turned around. His face had returned to normal. I just couldn't sleep and went out for a walk. Don't learn from your father? Huizao, come back and rest quickly. You almost let this brat slip away again. Elder Dulu muttered. As long-winded as those elderly people, Huizao smiled apologetically and ran to the door in 2 or 3 steps, but did not go in directly. Instead, he stood by the door and asked softly, why are you still not asleep so late? Hearing this, Elder Dulu looked at him unhappily, stretched out his hand and knocked on his head. Isn't it because you, a bastard, made too much noise when you got up at night? I'm old, and when people get old, they sleep less. Okay, Come in quickly. You don't want to sleep, but I do. If you don't come in, I will lock the door, and you can sleep on the street by yourself." Huizao shook his head and said sadly, "So it really is you." Elder Dulu frowned. "What are you talking about? No need to pretend, Elder. I was too anxious yesterday and didn't figure out the key." Laka is obviously a native Ionian. How could he understand Noxian? Those two war masons are not fools, and those who can become war masons are the elite among the elite. How could they not notice the peeping of a civilian like Laka? Besides, he didn't come earlier or later. He chose to come on the day when my father was out of town and on the day when I was on duty. You had actually calculated it, right? Chapter 272, Joke. The Astartes are not fast. Elder Dulu still looked puzzled. He said, "What are you talking about, Huizuo? What do you mean I have already figured it out?" Huizuo's expression became calm again. His hands naturally hung at his side. The young man slowly said, "Why pretend? Neither you nor I are stupid. If I guess correctly, the shadow has been ambushing behind me for a long time, right?" A hoarse laugh sounded. Laka widened his eyes in shock. He saw Elder Dulu shook his head with regret. "Why do you have to say it so clearly, Huizuo? I didn't want to kill you, but sometimes it's better to be a fool." After saying that, he waved his hand. Huizuo immediately turned around, raised his hands and held them in front of him. The pale yellow light formed a shield, but the expected attack did not come. He turned back to look at Elder Dulu, who had taken out a short knife from somewhere and rushed towards him. His agility was not what he should have at his age, and even Huizuo had a hard time dealing with it. Elder Dulu even had the energy to talk while fighting, leisurely as if he was teaching his apprentice in a dojo. "You know, Huizuo, you really shouldn't have told the truth. What a pity. I could have spared your life." Like the sound of glass breaking, the dagger in Elder Dulu's hand pierced through the pale yellow shield in Huizuo's hand and pierced into his left arm, blood flowing out. Huizuo's face remained calm, and there was no sign of much reaction. Dulu retracted the dagger, pushed hard against the ground, and pulled back a distance. He continued slowly, "Are you curious about where Shadow went?" "He went to find that Laka. Unfortunately, although I really want to spare his life, the Noxians don't want to. They are really too cruel, aren't they?" Huizuo turned a deaf ear to this, and he calmly asked a question. "Why you? Why? Do you need a reason?" Dulu seemed to have heard a big joke, and he laughed hoarsely again. The doors and windows around the elders' meeting were all closed. Apart from the sounds of their conversation and fighting, Laka found that he could no longer hear any other sounds. Even the moonlight seemed to be obscured and dimmed. Huizuo obviously noticed this. He shook his head and said, "You have a very careful plan. You have even set up a formation to block the sound. It seems that you have been planning to kill me for a long time. Of course, you are my dear apprentice. How can I feel at ease if I don't give you a death that deserves you?" Dulu restrained the expression on his face and said slowly, "Let you die with a clear mind. The Noxians did promise me a lot of things, but that's not the reason why I work for them. You should be able to guess why I made such a choice." "Huizuo," he said. "Is it because of Puna? You are worthy of being my apprentice. You are very smart." A trace of smile flashed by, and Dulu said, "But I guess this is easy to guess." Dulu nodded gently. The old man seemed a little helpless at that moment. He said, "I searched all the major temples and sects, and even asked those charlatans who were deliberately making a fuss to come and try, but it was no use. She still died, and those damn monks actually told me that it was her fate and asked me to mourn." "Fate?" "My Puna was only 17 years old. You grew up with her. Huizuo, you know best what a good child she is. Why did Yangling take her away from me so early?" "Why?" At the end, he was almost roaring. "So, you went to Noxus?" Huizuo clenched his fists and asked softly. "No, they came to me." Dulu smiled softly. "The Noxians said that they have necromancers who can bring my Puna back from the sheep spirits." Huizuo's voice was finally filled with anger. "Blasphemy! Your behavior not only brings shame to yourself, but also blasphemes the dead who have been sleeping for a long time. How dare you let those damn necromancers touch her body? Don't you know what resurrection they are talking about? Undead magic." "Wake up, Dulu. As long as she can come back to life, anything is fine," Dulu said softly. "I don't care anymore. Whether Ionia is invaded or I am infamous for thousands of years, what does it matter? I just want her to be alive, that's all. Let's stop here. It's time to send you on your way. After Dulu finished speaking, he walked towards Huizao. He walked slowly, but in Huizao's eyes, he was very intimidating. He knew how strong his master was. No one knew it better than him. When his master was young, he challenged 17 dojos in the holy land of Presidium, Ionia, and never lost. Even though he is old, he should not be underestimated. Ionian practitioners never become weak because of age. The pale yellow shields on Huizao's arms lit up again. He put on a mysterious posture, but Dulu saw all the flaws. He chuckled twice and said, I taught you? Don't I know your level? He pointed at Huizao with a short knife, and his tone was relaxed with a hint of regret. You are a slacker, and you can release your internal energy only because of your talent. If you practiced your mediocre kung fu more often, you wouldn't be so weak now. Whether it is mediocre kung fu, you will know if you try it, master. Huizao smiled and actually attacked Dulu. A few meters away, it was reached in the blink of an eye. Huizao's fist was extremely heavy, carrying that light yellow energy, and the sound of breaking through the air was heard. However, the target he wanted to hit had long disappeared. Dulu circled around him at a ghostly speed, and when Huizao's old strength had gone and new strength had not yet emerged, he hit his armpit hard with the back of the knife. A burst of soreness and numbness came, and then he was hit hard on the chin. The whole person was kicked into the air and lay on the ground. Do I need to try? You are just a three-legged cat's kung fu, which is embarrassing for me. But it's better this way, so that I don't have to spend too much effort to kill you. Dulu shook his head and threw the short knife in his hand towards Huizao's throat. Dang! There was a sound of metal clashing, and Huizao slowly stood up with the short knife in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam. His teeth were covered with blood, and he smiled miserably and said, I am not so useless, master. Dulu raised his eyebrows, took a good look at him, and then nodded, come again. In the blink of an eye, he used his fists and feet wrapped in light yellow energy to collide with the short knife in Huizao's hand for more than a dozen times, and each move was dangerous and fatal. But Huizao's moves were all taught by him, and Dulu even had the leisure to mock him. You are not good at forehand, and you are weak at backhand. Wrong. This move should be towards the throat. Wrong again. How can you stab me with a knife like this? Do you think everyone else is an idiot like you? Compared to a dangerous life and death battle, this is more like a master teaching his apprentice. But Huizao has been beaten all over his body, and he can't even open one of his eyes. This is the masterpiece left by Dulu Zipek. He kicked Huizao away with another kick, and the short knife fell to the ground. Dulu shook his head lightly, stood where he was, and did not choose to step forward to end his life. Behind him, the burly man reappeared from the darkness and knelt on one knee. I am incompetent. When I arrived, the civilian named Lacko had already escaped. Dulu put his hands behind his back. His wrinkled face even looked much younger in the moonlight. He said calmly, it doesn't matter. He can't escape. I have deployed people at the city gate. Unless he flies out, even gods can save him. Let's not talk about this. What do the Noxians say? He asked. They will launch a general attack in 3 days. I hope you can meet them in advance. Dulu sneered. That's not what I'm asking. Shadow didn't hesitate and immediately kowtowed. When he raised his head, his forehead was full of blood, but he seemed to feel no pain at all, and said respectfully, they have taken the young lady away, and said that if everything goes well, you will be able to see the young lady before the Blossoming Spirit Festival next year at the latest. Dulu said gloomily, they better not be lying to me. You continue to track down the trace of that Lacko, and execute him on the spot after finding him. Remember to clean up the tail. Yes, sir. The shadow slowly disappeared, and Dulu kicked the dagger on the ground and held it in his hand. He stared at Huizao, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath, walked closer to him, and asked, anything else you want to say? Huizao looked at the moonlight and asked with difficulty, do you know the consequences of doing this? Lives are destroyed, countless deaths and injuries. What else can it be? Nothing more than this. Dulu said nonchalantly, even if you let Puna come back, Will she still be the person you know? If she is. Cough. Huizao vomited a large mouthful of blood, which covered his mouth and nose. He said incoherently, if she is still that Puna, what will she think of you? That has nothing to do with me. I just hope she can survive, that's all. Dulu sighed slightly and said softly, don't worry, your father, I will let him die without pain. He clenched the dagger, wanting to give his apprentice a painless death, but at this moment, heavy footsteps came from behind him. Dulu's eyelids jumped, and he looked back. A blue-armored giant was slowly walking towards him. Next to him was the Laka he had seen before. At this time, he was sweating profusely, looking anxiously at Huizao who was lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. I was really pecked by a swallow. Dulu spat, and his body suddenly grew several inches, and his originally old face temporarily became younger. He held a dagger in his hand and started running towards the giant. This time, he had to fight for his life. Although he didn't know where the giant came from, Dulu had good eyesight. He could see that the armor was seamless, without any gaps. Moreover, the person who could wear such a war machine armor must be very strong. But Dulu had absolute confidence in himself, and this confidence was earned bit by bit. It's not like he had never killed people of this size before. According to his experience, most of them were not very agile. They were just stupid people with great strength but clumsy hands. Dulu was very fast and reached the giant in the blink of an eye. He jumped up with a special step and stabbed the scarlet eyepiece with the short knife in his hand. Did he succeed? He suddenly felt light, and everything in the real world was moving away from him. The sorrow for his daughter, the guilt and madness for his hometown and apprentice were all gone. In a trance, he saw the death god Kyanju and the ancient legend standing in front of him. Dulu stared at the sheep spirit and the wolf spirit for a long time, then he roared, how is it possible? No, I don't believe it. He turned around furiously, trying to escape the coming of death. The sheep spirit, who was all white, plucked the bowstring in his hand, and a cold voice sounded in the moonlight, you can hunt him, wolf. The wolf spirit, who was all black and like a shadow, entangled with the sheep spirit, let out an excited low roar from its throat, pounced on it, and soon, bit off Dulu's throat with its fangs. Real world. Laka didn't see what happened just now. He only knew that Elder Dulu suddenly became much younger, and then rushed over, and then, he was beaten into powder by the giant named Kronos beside him. There was no body left. The bloody scene made his face pale, but Laka had already developed some resistance after the previous training. He didn't vomit, and the giant's voice, which became cold after putting on the helmet, came from above his head. Lower your head. Laka did it immediately. A gust of evil wind hit the back of his head. Laka glimpsed a dark figure from the corner of his eye and heard a scream. Something hot splashed on his back. Laka raised his head tremblingly and saw the half-body of the burly man he had seen before lying in front of him. Kronos slowly retracted his fist. What he hated most was the betrayer, not to mention the bastard who didn't even let his dead daughter go. No matter how noble he said his goal was, Kronos was always sure of one thing: there was no resurrection spell without sequelae in the world. His excellent hearing, coupled with the sensor system of the helmet, allowed him to hear what the man named Dulu was saying from a very far distance, so he hit him a little harder. The reason was that Dulu reminded him of some equally stupid people. Without exception, they were all hateful traitors who caused the empire to suffer great losses in vain. Countless innocent people bled dry because of them. Kronos roared in his heart, wishing he could find that Dulu and kill him again. This was a vent of anger, and Astardi knew it, but he didn't care much. Laka took 2 steps at a time and ran to Huizuo's side. His pupils had begun to dilate, and even his consciousness began to slowly disappear. But Laka's anxious face made him temporarily sober for a moment. Is it you? He didn't know where the strength came from, and suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed Laka's shoulder tightly. Run, run. Who told you to come here? Run. Laka felt his shoulder empty, and Huizuo's hand slipped down, and he closed his eyes. Dash. Is everything you said true, Mr. Laka? Every word is true. Are you willing to swear to the ancient ancestors? I swear to the ancestors that everything I said is true. The elder sitting in the main seat nodded and whispered with the elders around him for a while, then he said to Kronos, who was sitting next to Laka, "Thank you for your help, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." He made a gesture, and soon someone came to him with a bag of gold, silver and jewelry. The elder said slowly, "Forgive me, Ionia is about to face war. We don't have much to give to such a powerful warrior like you. Please accept this insignificant thank you. Money is useless to me." Kronos was not wearing a helmet. His handsome face, which even had a divine look, made the elders almost unable to suppress the urge to kneel down before. Because of this, they did not ask about his origins. Some things can be known at a glance. Such a noble person cannot have any relationship with SYNOPSIS. "Please accept it, sir. We have nothing to repay you," the elder said sincerely. Kronos pondered for a while, picked up the bag of money, and said nothing more. Not long after, he walked out of the elders' council with Laka. Presidium was no longer as quiet as usual, and guards could be seen walking everywhere on the street. Those Noxians either fled or were arrested in the dungeon. Laka was very glad that he still remembered how to get to the mage's tower. Otherwise, just as he was deep in thought, the giant's voice came from above his head again. "Do you know which family nearby is the poorest?" Laka looked up blankly. "My lord, I don't know. I don't have many social contacts in Presidium." Kronos nodded. "In that case, I'll give you this bag of property first." He threw the heavy bag into Laka's hand and said in a low voice, "You can use it yourself or share it with the poor. War is coming. What do you think about it?" Laka looked at the bag and then at Kronos. He was still at a loss and said rather dully, I don't know, my lord. I feel like I'm dreaming. So many things have happened in just 2 days." "Go ahead." "Nothing happened." Laka hesitated for a while. "I don't understand why those Noxians came to invade us. There are many reasons, and I have many guesses. But in fact, their aggression does not need a reason." Kronos said, "Civil war among humans is the most stupid. We should have a unified enemy and a unified goal." He sighed, and remembered that he was actually in another dimension, so he seemed a little bored. "Just pretend I said nothing. Laka, I remember your name." After saying this, he slowly walked away. Chapter 273 Shadow Fist. The war is coming. Shen's hand froze. He stood up and asked, "How did you know?" The purple short yodel smiled mysteriously, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The sun shone on his shoulders, and he said, "I have some special friends." Shen tried not to roll his eyes. That would be too disrespectful to the violent heart. After all, he was a living fossil of the Order of the Balance. But the young man couldn't hold his temper after all, and he still muttered, "Things that are based on rumors in the spiritual realm cannot be considered true." Kennan's slow voice came from the side, accompanied by the sound of him drinking tea, and he seemed to be not concerned about the war at all. Sometimes, the creatures in the spiritual realm are indeed overly nervous. For example, when the big blue guy appeared a few days ago, they were scared to death, saying that they saw a cold golden sun staring at them. The yodel shrugged, put down the teacup, and poured himself another cup. Such a clear image usually does not appear in the spiritual realm, but this matter is indeed worth studying. "Well, my tea-making skills are getting better and better." As he spoke, he forgot what he had said before, but Shen did not. Humans lack the eternal innocence of yodel people. Even Kennan is not immune to this. Eternal life brings a mentality that will never change. Shen asked, "What's this war you're talking about?" "Noxian. I thought you should know about this, Twilight Eye. Can't you see those foreigners with weapons on their waists, ready to move on the streets? Then how should the sect deal with it?" Shen automatically filtered out keen sarcasm. After spending these days together, he had already learned to ignore it. When Keenan mentioned this, his expression became serious, not as leisurely as before. He said, "It depends on you, Twilight Eye. The eye decides the direction, the fist takes action, and as for my useless heart, I can only check for you young people." When Shen mentioned this, he had a headache. But the fist is not in the sect now. She has her own ideas. The fist has always been outside of us, which is a good thing, Keenan said meaningfully. He tapped the table lightly, and a small tree grew out of the soil behind him. In just a few seconds, It grew into a tree big enough for him to lean on and enjoy the shade. "Where should I go to find her?" Shen asked. "That's your question, young Twilight Eyes." Kenan yawned, leaned back and leaned against the tree trunk, pulling his hood down to cover his eyes. Shen shook his head helplessly. "But it doesn't matter, I'll find it myself." His eyes lit up with purple light again. This mysterious ability was inherited from the past generations of Twilight Eyes. After their death, their own chi would not disappear, but would remain in the spiritual realm, just waiting for the next person who truly comprehended the way of balance to appear. However, although Shen was almost able to fully master the ability of the Twilight Eyes, he still didn't dare to say that he had fully mastered the way of balance. In his eyes, there were too many places where balance seemed not so balanced. The world changed in front of his eyes, and the original real grass and trees were obscured by monotonous lines and light blue. Some strange creatures moved around in this quiet courtyard, and when they saw Shen, they all hid. Shen's spirit began to roam in the spiritual realm. This was a very unique experience, so unique that one could even get lost in it willingly. However, Shen came with a purpose. He summoned the Kai in his body, and the ancient and vibrant energy slowly condensed in his palms. A towering tree that came from nowhere appeared in front of him like a mist. Shen placed his palm on the old bark, closed his eyes, and saw the scene on the other side of Ionia thousands of miles away. It was a small town, quiet and ancient, just like other small towns in Ionia. Nothing special. Shen continued to communicate deeply with the tree, and the thick and gentle will responded to his request. He saw more. Shadow Fist Mai. She was working in the fields. The power of time had not yet manifested on her, and she was still the beautiful look in Shen's memory. The white arm that used to wield a killing weapon now held a hoe. Shen couldn't help but wonder. Shadow Fist. Plowing the land? He opened his eyes, withdrew from the spiritual realm, and did not forget to say goodbye to the tree. The other party reluctantly asked him to bring more energy next time. Shen smiled helplessly and then returned to the real world. As expected, Kenan had fallen asleep, but Shen knew very well that he was not really asleep. "I found her trace." As expected, Kenan immediately lifted his hood and opened his eyes. "Where?" "Paler." Kenan frowned deeply. "Why did she go there?" Paler is located in the westernmost part of Ionia and is an island. The people who live there are conservative among conservatives. Most of them have never left the island in their lives. It can be said that they are basically isolated from the world. Even the Ionians think they are too old-fashioned. Another discovery: she is plowing the land, and her movements are very skillful, Shen said. Kenan glanced at him, blinked, and bent his small body forward. He was trying to be intimidating, but because of his height, he looked cute. He was unaware of this. "Are you kidding me?" Shen spread his hands. "Do you think I'm kidding?" He tried to suppress the urge to laugh out loud, so as not to be shocked again. Because of this, his voice was a little trembling. Kenan looked at him suspiciously, then stood up. He stretched out his paw, and the hair on it stood up, and a trace of purple electricity flashed. But in an instant, Kenan disappeared. Only his words remained in the courtyard. "I'll go first." Shen shook his head, and he put his right index and middle fingers together and held them in front of his chest. Purple air gathered under his feet, and after a while, he also disappeared. "My Mew, you're back," a childish voice sounded, and My Mew quickly lowered her head to avoid the attack from behind. A girl with a single ponytail missed and fell to the ground, but she didn't care about it, and soon got up again, looking at Mimu with a smile. "How was your day, Akali?" Mimu asked as he closed the door and put down his hoe. "Very well. I killed a wild boar behind the mountain. I also told the village chief, but he didn't believe me." At this point, Akali seemed a little aggrieved. "Why didn't he believe me?" Mimu smiled gently. "If Kenan was here, he would probably shout and scream. Such an expression would never appear on Mimu." She picked up Akali and said softly, "Because you are still a child, Akali. How can they believe that a child can hunt wild boars?" "But I really hunted it." "Oh, how did you hunt it?" "I used the sickle hook you taught me, but it is not very useful." Mimu smiled and scratched her daughter's nose. She simply sat on the stone bench in the yard. "The sickle hook is used to kill people, Akali. It is inconvenient for you to use it to hunt wild boars." "But I don't want to kill people," Mother. Akali rarely called her mother, which made Mimu a little stunned, but she concealed it well. Many years of Shadow Fist career have made her accustomed to hiding her true feelings. She said, I don't want to, Akali, but sometimes, we have to do that. But I don't want to. Why kill people? Everyone is a good person. Who would want to kill them? Mimu's throat was a little dry. The innocence of children is something that adults will never have again. Because of this, when they show it, adults are a little bit overwhelmed. We'll talk about this later, okay? Now go inside. I'll cook for you. Did you bring flowers to your father today? She stood up, put her daughter down in her arms, pushed open the door to the inner room and walked in. Yes, Akali said loudly. I brought him flowers I found in the back hills, red, yellow, and purple. But I didn't see any white ones. Strange. The child's emotions came and went quickly, and she soon ran to her room to play with the puppets that Mimu made for her. Mimu went to the kitchen, lit the wood and prepared to cook. No, Akali is already 8 summers old. Did you see that? She said to herself while washing rice absent-mindedly. I don't want our daughter to inherit my career. It would be too cruel for her. Endless killing and death. She deserves a better future. She put a peeled potato on the chopping board and was about to cut the vegetables when a familiar voice sounded from the door. You actually learned to cook, Mimu. It's a miracle. Wow. She sighed slightly, and when she turned around, her expression had changed to the unique neatness of the Shadow Fist. Tell me, what's the task? The short yodel stepped over the threshold of her kitchen, with his hands behind his back, and walked around the kitchen with interest. His eyes swept over the sausages and bacon hanging from the beams, as well as smoked fish and corn, and then looked at the rice jar in the corner. He made a sound of clicking his tongue. When Mimu's eyes became more and more hostile, he spoke. The mission is not issued by me, Mimu. You should know this. The mission is always issued by the Twilight Eye. Gushue is no longer worthy of my sickle being stained with blood. He has gone too far astray. Mimu refused. She said firmly, as long as he is still the Twilight Eye, I will not return to the sect. At this moment, purple light lit up from the bottom of Keenan's feet, and Mimu picked up the kitchen knife without hesitation. She knew what it was. The secret skill passed down from generation to generation by the Twilight Eyes, the secret technique of Mercy Soul Fall, which can be teleported over long distances. As the strength of the Twilight Eyes improves, they can even let their bodies follow their wishes and go anywhere in an instant. But as the purple light went out, the person who appeared was not Gushue, but a strange and familiar young man. He had black hair and a mask on his face, revealing only 2 piercing eyes. Seeing Mimu holding the kitchen knife, he carefully took a step back and then bowed very seriously. Sorry to bother you. I wonder if you still remember me. I am Shen, the son of Master Gushue. Mimu recalled a little boy in his mind, and that image gradually overlapped with the young man who bowed as soon as he came. Mimu put down the kitchen knife and said in a more relaxed tone, What? Gushue wanted to abdicate. Are you the new Twilight Eye now? Shen nodded. I am indeed the new Twilight Eye, but it is not my father who gave up the throne. He has been dead for a long time. Dead? Mimu looked extremely shocked. Shen continued, Yes, he went too far astray and deviated from the path of balance to an irreversible state. Fortunately, a strange traveler took action, otherwise my father's glory might have been destroyed by his own hands. Traveler, we can talk about him later, Mimu. Keenan interrupted, patting the dust on his body caused by Shen's unskilled Mercy Soul drop, and said, The most urgent task now is your return. Mimu looked at Keenan, then at Shen, and pointed outside the door. Shen sighed, and just as he was about to apologize for his and Kenan's intrusion and leave, he heard Mimu say, Wait outside, don't scare my daughter, especially you, Kenan. The yodel shook his ears innocently. What are you talking about, Mimu? How could I scare a child? Mimu's faint voice came from behind them, accompanied by the sound of the kitchen knife and the chopping board colliding with each other. I remember you hate spicy food, right? Kenan did not bully Akali. To be precise, he was the one bullied by Akali. The little girl smiled and lay on him, rubbing his furry face with both hands. By the way, she also pulled his ears, and the yodel sat on the chair helplessly, letting her do whatever she wanted. He had already made several come and help me eyes to Shen, who was sitting next to him, but the latter sat upright, looking at his nose and nose, like an old monk in meditation. Mimu brought 2 dishes, one of which was beef brisket stewed with potatoes, and the other was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Both were common home-cooked dishes in Ionia, but in her arms there were only 2 bowls full of rice and 2 pairs of chopsticks. Seeing this, Keenan's eyes widened and he asked, "Where are ours? No share for you." "Oh, Shen can go get a bowl of rice by himself." "But you can't," Keenan said rather aggrievedly. "How did I offend you?" "You didn't offend me, Akali. Get off him. This guy doesn't like to take a bath, and his body is full of invisible bugs. Be careful not to get bitten by those bugs when you sleep at night." Mimu put down the food, pulled Akali off Keenan's body, and put her aside. The angry voice of the yodel spread throughout the yard. "I take a bath every day. You have bugs on your body. And you, Shen, where are you going?" Shen, who had originally left his seat calmly, froze when he heard his words. He continued to walk towards the kitchen as if nothing had happened and replied, "I'll go get some food." "Master Keenan, get me one too." Mimu didn't even need to speak. She just coughed and Shen knew what to do. A moment later, Keenan folded his hands. He watched the 3 people eating the dishes that smelled and looked delicious, one by one, and couldn't help saying, "Can't I have a bite? Just one bite? Not even half a bite? Why are you so heartless? You know it in your heart." The yodel made a bored cry and then disappeared in the lightning. Seeing this, Shen was satisfied and sped up his speed of picking up food. Who said Mimu couldn't cook? It seemed that no one said that. Not long after, Akali put down her bowl and chopsticks. She ate cleanly, and the little girl ate very well and was very polite. After she finished eating, she looked at her mother and asked, "Should I leave?" Shen looked at her in surprise. For her age, this child knew a lot. Mimu nodded. "Go wash your own dishes, Akali, and then you can go out to play. Remember to come back before dark, otherwise you can't go out tomorrow." "Okay, mother." Akali got permission and ran faster than anyone else, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shen swallowed the food in his mouth, coughed, put down his chopsticks and bowl, and said solemnly, "Master Mimu, I came here this time to tell you something important." "You can tell me whatever you want. Noxus is about to invade." "Whose news?" "Master Keenan." Mimu snorted coldly, and she said, "Then, this news is true. Although that rat is talkative and likes to be mysterious, at least he can be trusted as a source of intelligence." Shen nodded. "I think so too. Please come out. The question is, what do you want me to do out of the mountains?" "Shen?" Mimu also put down the bowl and chopsticks. She folded her arms and asked, "Stop the impending atrocities of the Noxians." Shen answered without hesitation, "Interesting. You are much more interesting than your father." Mimu curled up the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. In the next second, this brief smile turned into a gloomy expression. "It's nothing more than killing again." "Okay, how many to kill? Where? When?" This. Shen was stunned. The prepared speech he had prepared seemed useless at this time. He was a little surprised that Mimu agreed so easily. He touched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "We are not sure about this yet." Mimu looked at him dimly. Shen had never felt so embarrassed in his life so far. He turned his head slightly to avoid Mimu's sharp eyes. Then he said, "Are you agreeing?" Chapter 274. Beneath the fortress of Noxus. "If I wanted to refuse, you and that hateful rat would never have entered my yard in the first place." Mimu crossed his legs and said casually, "Master Keenan, what did you do to Master Mimu?" Shen asked in his heart, but on the surface he still looked serious. "Forgive my stupidity, but when can you leave?" "Any time is fine, but I have a condition." "Please speak." "My daughter, Akali." Shen waited patiently for Mimu's next words, but found that Mimu was looking at him with the same expression. He asked in confusion, Master Mimu, what do you mean? Are you pretending to be stupid, or do you really not know?" Mimu sneered, and she said slowly, "My daughter must choose her future life according to her own will. Do you understand? Isn't this as it should be?" This time it was Mimu's turn to be surprised. After a while, she laughed as if she understood something. "It seems that Kushao really didn't tell you anything, right?" She smiled and shook her head and said, "The heirs of each generation of Shadow Fist are usually their children. This is a tradition that has continued for hundreds of years." "I thought you knew this." Shen didn't know how many times he had been embarrassed. He was almost used to the feeling of his toes clicking wildly in his shoes. "Forgive my ignorance, Master, but the ancient books of the sect do not mention this. This is a secret. Of course it won't be put in the book." "It seems that Ku Shao really didn't tell you anything." "I thought he would never change." Mimu raised her head, seeming to sigh. She said, "It seems that the only one who is not eroded by time is the rat. From my childhood to now, he has always looked like a jerk. Even people like Ku Shao will change because of time." She looked at Shen and asked, "What about you, Shen? What is the way of balance in your mind?" "I don't know," Shen replied. He seemed very confused. "I thought I had already understood what balance was, but Master Ku Shao's order made me realize that I knew nothing about balance. Even though I have now been recognized by the Chi of the generations of Twilight Eyes, I dare not say that my understanding of balance is correct," he said humbly. "What exactly is balance?" "I am still looking for the answer. War is coming. This seems to be the consensus of everyone. Even the ancient consciousness in the magic garden of Presidium has learned about this. He has been in spiritual contact with Shenyan for a long time, and the two chat almost every day. This consciousness has broad knowledge, but is full of innocence. Chatting with him is always pleasant." "Sitting in the tower," he said worriedly, "alas, the flowers and plants are crying to me. They say that there are strangers lurking near them with weapons. And there are snakes. They are very frightened. More than one snake has come to complain to me in these days. You also know that they have slurred speech and avoid making hissing sounds when talking to me. However, since I advised them to challenge these difficult pronunciations, they seem to have gone too far. Now they can't even speak without hissing. Alas, it's really a headache." He chattered like an old man. "What about wolves? What does it sound like when wolves speak? Can't you understand what they say?" "Oh, that's different, Ivern. I can only understand what they mean through magic. I can't really communicate with nature like you. If I were really like you, why would I be a mage?" Ivern pondered for a moment, then said slowly, "Wolves are difficult to serve." "Ah, I mean they treat each other well. Last month I persuaded a stray wolf to return to his own pack because the other wolf said his cry was too harsh. Can you believe this?" Shenyan thought about the scene and laughed. Ivern seemed to be able to hear his laughter, and there was a hint of laughter in his voice. "And the squirrels love to make noise the most. Every time I walk past a branch, they have to run to me, and then jump to Xiaju." "By the way, have I introduced Xiaju to you?" Shenyan said patiently. "No, I met her a long time ago. At that time, she was seriously injured for some reason and lay on the ground. So, I fished a pebble from the river and pinched a new heart for her. The reason I called her Xiaju is because since then, pale white flowers will bloom on her body." Ivern's chattering has a kind of magic, and his slow and steady pace of speech makes people feel drowsy. Shenyan squinted his eyes and asked, "If the war really starts, will you help the Ionians?" "Ionians?" Ionian asked in confusion, then suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean those humans? Oh, I can't remember these things in my mind. Just remembering how to treat different animals and plants is enough to give me a headache. If they want to fight." Well, Ionian fell into deep thought, and then told a secret. "Actually, I occasionally think back to when I was still a human, and I also remember my hometown, Freljord." He sounded like he was talking about another person's story, cheerfully. "At that time, I was called Ivern the Ruthless." "Ah, let me think about it. It was a long, long time ago. The three sisters had just risen, and my tribe believed in the old gods and refused to join the three sisters. But their power was too strong, and there were also those Iceborn. So, my tribe and I set sail for the east, the land where the sun rises, because, according to ancient legends, all magic flowed into this world from there. My idea at the time was that if I could master this power, then the three sisters and their dark sorcery would not be a problem. Isn't it ridiculous? Alas, the thoughts of mortals are always so stupid and cute." Ivern sighed. He went on, "I still remember that after my tribe and I landed in Ionia, my warriors and I massacred more than a dozen coastal villages. Afterwards, we discovered a sacred forest. Even I, who was full of cruelty at that time, found this place very mysterious. From the mouths of those poor people killed by my past self, I learned that this place was called Amakalan. Shenyan had learned ancient Ionian, and he knew that Amakalan meant the heart of the world. We encountered a lot of resistance there, which was strong and full of savagery. Those half-human, half-beast creatures, they seemed to be called Vastaya. Ah, yes, the Vastaya always pounced on us again and again, but I still found the sacred object of the Ionian people, the Imperial Willow. Imperial Willow? Yes, I don't know why it is called this name, but it is quite appropriate. It is the largest willow tree I have ever seen. Then what? Ivern's voice became a little low. Alas, Ivern the Ruthless is a cruel guy who does not understand the beauty of nature. What else can he do? Of course, he swung his axe at the Imperial Willow to undermine the fighting will of the Vastaya people. He succeeded, and he failed. The Imperial Willow did fall, but he was also disintegrated in an instant by the huge life energy. Then what? The mage asked with interest. He was also very curious about what a mortal could go through to become the current Ivern after coming into contact with such a huge life energy. Ivern's tone became a bit like a dream. I see a lot of things. The flesh and blood of the dead were eaten clean by scavenging birds and insects. The bones were covered by soil over a long period of time and gradually turned into fertile soil. Plants took root between their skeletons, new leaves sprouted, and new flowers bloomed. The bodies of the dead fed back to other types of life, which surged wherever I could see. I have never seen such a scene. In the past, all I could see was cold and death. Ivern the Ruthless was a good warrior, but just a warrior. All he could see and learn was how to chop the enemy's neck with the axe in his hand. But the land under his feet was never within his field of vision. Life, millions of different lives are closely dependent on each other on this beautiful land. Inseparable. I remember that I cried for the first time in my life at that time, and those tears were crystal clear, sliding down like dewdrops. Ivern seemed to be reciting poetry, and even Shenyan was attracted by the scene he described. The mage asked, I guess, after that you became the current Ivern? Yes, after I woke up, I found that I had become much taller, and my limbs were covered with bark and green leaves. I don't know why, but a feeling suddenly arose in my heart. At this moment, I am the remaining Emperor Willow in the world. Shenyan had a brown paper book in his hand at some point. While writing and drawing on it, he asked, Ah, and then you can walk? Ivern didn't realize what he was doing at all, or even if he realized it, he wouldn't care. He continued, No, 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 far from it. I just woke up, just like you humans waking up from a dream. It will take some time to really leave the bed. I heard the hills calling, I heard the trees howling, I could even feel the groans of every piece of moss, the little fish flowing in the river and the earthworms in the soil. At that time, I discovered that even the dust has its own opinions. His concept of time is very weak, and it can be basically confirmed that his concept of time has disappeared. Shenyan frowned as he wrote this sentence on the notebook. He let go of his hand and let the quill continue writing. The pen wrote several complex conjectures and calculation formulas on the notebook. Shenyan began to calculate silently in his mind. I almost forgot the main thing. Ivern, will you help the Ionians? Shenyan brought up the old matter again and asked. Human affairs have nothing to do with me. Shenyan. Ivern seemed to be amused by some animal in front of him. He smiled and said, You are part of nature, and nature has its own opinions. I will not interfere with you. You know, death is also a part of life. But this is war, Ivern. Yes, I haven't forgotten what war is. But isn't this the nature of you humans? Just like wolves and bears will look for deer when they are hungry, you will also keep waging wars, whether it is against humans or other lives. You are also a part of nature, and war is your nature. What position do I have to stop it? He said patiently. The mage nodded thoughtfully. Yes, you are right, but humans can. Astardi was sitting on a chair, and G was fiddling with a long sword in front of him. Don't get me wrong. The two of them were still in the mage tower. Thanks to the countless magics that Shenyan had cast here, they were able to expand the space on the first floor to a very large size. G took a deep breath. raised the long sword, and said, "Please take a look, sir." Kronos nodded expressionlessly. G's sword skills were learned from the Order of the Balance. He was an extraordinary martial artist, but in Kronos' eyes, they seemed to have many flaws. After all, they were just mortal martial arts. For Astardi, he didn't even need to think about how to do it, as he could defeat G's posture in an instant with his skills alone. After all, that was the cruel skill he had gained from 300 years of endless battles. How could the martial arts of mortals compare to it? After a moment, G stopped panting. He asked expectantly, "How is it, Your Excellency?" Kronos just shook his head coldly. "Not good enough." He did not ask this outstanding mortal to meet the standards of a space marine, but even so, it was still not enough. He said, "You still have doubts in your heart, and the knife can be faster, but your emotions drag down your skills. When you swing the knife, don't think about anything else. You only need to care about one thing: how to kill what is in front of you, whether it is a person or something else." G bowed. "I will remember it, Your Excellency. Thank you for your willingness to guide me." "It's a small matter," Astardi nodded. This really didn't matter to him. Anyway, he couldn't do anything else. He couldn't go out and find a few people to kill, although the person he believed in was also sitting on the throne. The chair was golden. At this moment, the wizard slowly walked down the stairs, and Feng followed him. Kronos looked at the female wolf and thought, "This is really a good wolf." His statement may be a little strange, but in fact, Astardi just thinks that this wolf should be able to help him on the battlefield. Feng is now 6 meters long, which can be said to be a giant beast. If you have no idea about this data, the length of an adult African lion is between 1.8 and 2.0 meters. You can use your imagination. Her fur is snow white, her eyes are golden vertical pupils, and her every move is noble and natural. A kind of pressure is revealed on her. Astardi has no doubt about the damage this giant beast can cause to the enemy on the battlefield, even if she is facing her own fallen brothers. He has seen how this wolf controls lightning. "Gee, the war is coming soon. What do you think?" he asked casually. The young man was stunned and said in confusion, I said, the war is coming soon. What?" Shen suddenly remembered the legend. A woodcutter went up the mountain to chop wood and accidentally entered the chess game of the immortal. He was immersed in watching the chess and was already 80 years old when he came down the mountain. At this time, he had this feeling: I just practiced in seclusion for a period of time. Why is there a war suddenly? It's the Noxians. You may not know about this. 3 days ago, a local elder was killed by Kronos. He was bribed by the Noxians. Originally, they had scheduled the attack date to be today, but it seems that their plan has changed. G frowned. The amount of information revealed in the mage's few words was huge. He glanced at Astardi. If this giant could join them, then the Noxians would not be afraid even if they used 100,000 people to attack Ionia. Unfortunately, he probably wouldn't agree. "Excuse me, Master, I have to leave for a while. I must return to the sect to warn them of this news. The Order of the Balance must protect this land. The Noxians will pay the price," G said firmly. Shenyan watched him push the door and leave. He came to Kronos, then sat on Feng's body and said, "Some things can only be said after he leaves. The invasion of Noxus has been planned for a long time." "Oh, you should not know this country. They believe in strength above all else. Anyone with strength can get a chance to be promoted in their empire, regardless of origin, gender, or even race. This empire has been expanding endlessly since its birth, and now it seems that they have finally reached out to Ionia. Interesting system. If they are really like this, they are indeed some brave warriors." Kronos nodded and said approvingly, "However, there are some very interesting things hidden under their fortress as the capital." The wizard smiled mysteriously, and then became serious. "That thing is so interesting that once it is freed, it will turn all the living people in this world into undead." Kronos's eyes also became serious. In his impression, Shenyan's strength is definitely an alpha-level psyker, and alpha-level psykers. It is no exaggeration to say that what they can do includes but is not limited to extinguishing stars in their sleep, sending an entire planet into the subspace, being immune to any form of physical attack, etc. If he said so, then the matter must be very interesting. You see, sometimes being obsessed with collecting knowledge is not useless. At least I can now deduce what is hidden under the fortress of Noxus. Looking into Astartes' eyes, he slowly uttered 4 cold words, and the temperature in the room even suffocated. Mordekaiser. The whispers of the dead began to condense in the mage tower. Shenyan frowned unhappily. He waved his hand to dispel this side effect and explained, "What I just said was Ode language, which is the language of the dead in this world. Speaking it out will have such side effects." His explanation temporarily calmed down Astartes, whose hand had already reached for the chainsaw sword. Chapter 275, 1 Astartes vs. 432 Dragon Lizard Cavalry. The truth is, no one cares. Jericho Swain threw down the bloody dagger in his hand. In front of him was a trembling man kneeling, and there was a still warm corpse. He made a simple gesture, and 2 guards wearing red and black fine iron plate armor came in and carried the body out. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, they did not take the dagger away. Swain sat on the chair. His eyes were not on the man, but staring at the table in front of him, on which a vast map was spread. "My lord, there is still room for remedy." The man trembled and spoke. Swain glanced at him with disgust, thinking that he couldn't even speak clearly. "Coward, and Noxus doesn't need cowards." The man's face seemed to become paler. "Small characters like them are best at observing words and expressions," he said hurriedly. "I also know some magic nodes in the wild. As long as you can destroy those magic nodes, sir, your army can still easily conquer Ionia." Swain didn't even look at him. He said, "The Ionian barrier only makes it difficult for my army to move, but the magic nodes you mentioned." He laughed twice in a low voice. "I may know your hometown better than you do, Mr. Marjorie. The magic nodes you call are actually the anchor points of some special creatures in your spiritual realm in the real world. That is, if I send troops to destroy that anchor point, my army will have to face some powerful ancient creatures." Marjorie lowered his head, and the fear in his heart was beyond words. He regretted why he became a traitor at this moment. Swain's footsteps were getting closer and closer. In a panic, Marjorie's eyes drifted to the dagger. The blood on it covered the sword body, and Marjorie couldn't see his reflection. Swain stopped in front of him and turned around, leaving him with an unprotected back as if deliberately. He said, "Mr. Marjorie, in Noxus, we have one and only one truth, and this truth is the only thing we believe in. Do you know what it is?" Swain's words were like a voice from the sky to Marjorie. He stared at the dagger, his mind filled with thousands of uncertain thoughts. "The strong survive. If you have the ability, no matter what it is, then you can find your place in the Empire, even regardless of your birth, whether you are a noble or a slave." Marjorie quietly reached out and grasped the dagger. Swain seemed to be unaware of it and continued his chattering. Bloodshot climbed up under Marjorie's eyeballs. He gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, not letting himself make any sound. Swish! The dagger passed through the air, making a sharp sound. Marjorie watched his arm holding the sword getting closer and closer to Swain's neck. He was just a little bit away from success. Anything that happened afterwards was not within his consideration. He only knew that he had to survive, at least for a little longer. At this moment, Swain turned his head. The sky was spinning, and Marjorie couldn't even see how he made the move, and he fell to the ground. The dagger was in Swain's hand. The man with meticulously combed hair laughed. His laugh was not gentle, but like some dark creature looking at its prey in the dark. "You are not useless, Mr. Marjorie. I have seen many cowards who dare not even resist a little when facing death, but you have the courage. The Empire always gives those who have courage a second chance," he said slowly, and the smile on his face became bigger and bigger. Marjorie suddenly felt a panic, and Swain threw the dagger at his feet. "They haven't found out that you are a traitor yet, right?" "Yes. Yes." Marjorie found that his teeth were trembling, and at this moment, he inexplicably felt an urge to laugh wildly. "Go back, Mr. Marjorie, and return to the people you betrayed," Swain said. "But, my lord, what should I do?" "You don't have to do anything. When the Imperial army completely captures the city, if you are a true Noxian, you will know what to do." He smiled and said, "After all, Noxus is a spirit. Now take the sword and go back." Marjorie left the tent quickly, and not long after, a guard walked in. He was covered in black steel armor, which was the best armor in Noxus. The ore forged came from the underground of the Ironthorn Mountains. He lowered his head slightly, and his voice was dull and loud. "My lord, he has left. Are the Wulong dogs, dragon lizard cavalry and the war group in place?" Swain sat behind his desk. His 10 fingers formed a tower and placed under his nose, and he asked lightly, "At your service at any time, my lord." The guard bowed slightly. "Very good." Swain showed a cruel smile. "Pass the order down. I want to see the gates of Presidium broken by us before dawn today. As for that man, let's see if he will really choose to become a Noxian." "Yes, sir." In the dark night, a silent army was moving slowly. They stepped onto the hills, and no one spoke. Only the sound of weapons and armor colliding, and the heavy footsteps of the dragon lizards under their crotch could be heard. These violent beasts seemed to have received the call of their masters and did not make a sound. The leading general raised his right fist and made a gesture. Without even saying a word, the army quickly stopped in the darkness. He took off his helmet, revealing a weather-beaten face, and stared at Presidium not far ahead in the darkness. The goal of their trip. What a beautiful city. When the Empire liberates them and kills those corrupt bureaucrats, they will live out their true selves. We are assigned as the vanguard. You should know what an honor this is. He spoke slowly. No one in the cavalry still spoke. Only the increasingly heavy breathing answered him. All 432 members of the Blood Sons are here. Remember this. After the war, I hope you will still be 432. You are wearing the best armor in the Empire, and your weapons are hammered out by those respectable craftsmen. And you yourself, he smiled, you yourself were tempered little by little in the cruel war. This huge hammer forged you into shape little by little in this furnace of flesh and blood. Now, it's time to prove it. It's time to prove that we are the sharpest swords in the Empire, not the damn Triferi Legion. In the battle formation, uniform knocking sounds came. He knew that it was the etiquette of the regiment, knocking on his chest with his left hand. It was neat and powerful, General Darius' favorite style. He put on his helmet, drew out the two-handed giant sword behind him, and uttered a war cry. For Noxus, the dragon lizard cavalry began to charge. Dragon lizards are giant reptiles from the southern jungles. They actually have nothing to do with dragons. If you have to say, the only thing is that the two horns on their heads look a bit like close relatives. The dragon lizards were so named because of their enormous size. One word to describe how big these wild creatures were. Sometimes, they were used as living battering rams. All 432 members of the Blood Sons rode on such creatures, and they galloped through the darkness, their heavy footsteps seeming to shake the earth. The chapter master felt a surge of blood in his heart. He had done this no less than 100 times, and every time he felt his blood boil. "War," he shouted in his heart, watching the towering stone walls of the Presidium getting closer and closer. As they climbed over the next hill, they saw a silent giant. How tall was he? He was as tall as they were riding on the dragon lizards. The dark figure held a sharp blade full of serrations in his right hand. As he saw them coming, the serrations on the blade began to spin wildly. Two scarlet lights flashed in the giant's eyes. Without words, even without communication, the chapter master of the Blood Sons had already realized that the giant was an enemy. He roared, and it was also his last roar, and rushed forward randomly. In the next second, his entire body and the dragon lizard were cut open by the roaring saw teeth, and blood and flesh splattered. He didn't even have time to scream, and the last sound he left to the world was that roar. Kronos nodded, and his voice, which seemed particularly dead and murderous after being treated with a helmet, rang out under the night. "You are a good warrior, and you died for a good cause." The dragon lizard cavalry behind the chapter master rushed towards the giant like a wave. In the first round of charge, the giant had killed 40 of them. The flesh and blood had dyed his entire armor from dark blue to red, and there was nothing behind the scarlet eyepiece, only peace. The remaining 392 dragon lizard cavalry did not speak. They adjusted their formation, pulled out a needle from their waist, and inserted it into the neck of the dragon lizard under their crotch. Soon there was nothing left in the eyes of these beasts. Without the need for the riders to urge them, they began to charge at the giants while roaring furiously. "Your courage is commendable. Come on, warriors. Death will be your best destination. Kronos praised their fighting spirit and quality, but this still did not stop him from killing even a little bit. The saw teeth of the chain sword roared and rotated non-stop, and the bones, tendons, and flesh hanging on it would be thrown off in less than a second. He could already feel the soles of his feet becoming sticky. Astartes knew what it was, a mixture of flesh and blood. It was the most common thing on every battlefield. It was a grinding wheel of flesh and blood, a nightmare for living beings. It was also the final burial place of warriors. Out of respect, he did not trample on any of their bodies. These mortal soldiers were obviously the elite of the empire, but they had no chance of winning against an Astartes, especially an Astartes wearing a full set of power armor. Those soldiers knew this, and there was fear in their heartbeats and occasional shouts. But they still did not waver. When they met their companions on the hill, they would beat their chests with their left hands. Kronos noticed this and thought that this was probably the greatest mourning they could do for their dead brothers. What a pity that they should gather under the emperor, Kronos thought. After 3 or 4 rounds of charge, they still chose to face Kronos. Although only 120 of them were left, Kronos sighed and did not allow himself to show any mercy. Yes, not at all, because even a little bit of mercy would be an insult to these warriors who were ready to die, and also an insult to himself. But seeing these respectable soldiers who could have contributed to a greater goal being killed one by his own hands, Astartes' heart was still full of sadness. What are you fighting for? Looking at the cavalrymen who stood silently on the hill and tried their best to control the dragon lizards under their crotches, he asked. No one answered. The leader among them quickly counted the number of people, then held the axe in one hand and gestured to Astartes to cut his throat. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, but it was full of noble courage. For a goal you will never believe, monster. For SYNOPSIS. Charge. In just a few words, many things cannot be explained clearly. The most important thing for a warrior to understand another warrior is the collision between weapons. After all, death does not lie. Death is the most equal thing in the world. Kronos grabbed a cavalryman's throat with his left hand, and the dragon lizard behind him tried to pounce on his shoulder with its claws. Astartes snorted coldly, turned around with agility that did not match his body size and cut off its head with a sword. The cavalryman on its back fell to the ground, but still did not give up the fight. The long halberd in his hand hit the back of Kronos' knee fiercely. According to his idea, if the swing was successful, the giant would at least break a leg, but the result was cruel. The soldier watched in astonishment as the halberd in his hand broke cleanly after colliding with the giant's knee. The giant glanced at him, and the 2 scarlet lights were the last thing he could see on his retina. Kronos crushed the neck of the cavalryman in his hand, but did not throw the body away. Instead, he gently let go and let it fall to the ground. He knew his strength. If he threw it out, the soldier would not be able to keep his body intact. The killing continued, and it was long or short. Before long, Kronos knew that this would be their last round of charge. On the hill not far away, only a dozen people were still riding on the dragon lizards. Their mounts seemed to have no feelings like their masters. Even in the face of the tragic death of their companions, the invincible giants refused to flee. Kronos took off his helmet. The moonlight was bright, and he wanted these respectable mortals to see his face clearly. The 3 golden nails on Astartes' forehead and the black steel armor of the dragon lizard cavalry reflected the moonlight together. He spoke slowly, his voice clearly reaching the ears of the 12 people. My name is Kronos Tiberius. Tell me your names. There was no self-introduction, no fear, weakness, or crying. Only the most resolute will and courage of mankind. Their will is as strong as steel, and they will not waver even in the face of death. Kronos only heard one voice, a voice of 12 people combined into one, in unison. Blood Sons, remember this name. Astartes' expression was dazed for a moment. Although with his nerve reaction speed, this moment was actually less than a millisecond for mortals. But he was still stunned. This is the truth. The regiment. Very good. This seemingly ambiguous word spoken by the natives of the strange dimension evoked his memories, and Kronos suddenly smiled. He tapped the skull double-headed eagle on his chest with his left hand to see them off. Blood Sons, all 12, ready, charge. The dragon lizards roared their last determined roar. hoarse and unpleasant, but it almost made Kronos cry. This similar yet different scene made him firm in his resolve. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye, and the cavalry soon arrived in front of him. Even at this point, they were still not ready to give up the possibility of victory. Since Astartes had taken off his helmet, they would hit him in the face without armor. They didn't believe that this inhuman monster's face was made of steel. Kronos' face was indeed not made of steel, but if they wanted to hurt him, they had to touch him. Astartes didn't choose to dodge, he chose to fight head-on. The chainsaw sword in his hand spun wildly again, and Kronos could almost feel its roar. The machine spirit in this ancient weapon with great military exploits was happily showing the only purpose it was created for, killing. The chainsaw sword was cut into the shoulder of the cavalryman in front of him by Astarte at an angle that was impossible for mortals, from his right shoulder to his waist and abdomen. It even cut the dragon lizard under his crotch in half. Kronos roared, spun his feet, and used this force to kill the one behind him. The whirlwind of death began to blow over the heads of the 12 people, and Kronos Tiberius dared to swear on his own name, at the last moment of their lives. They did not show a trace of fear. All they left for Kronos was their own death and the indelible will. Swish! He inserted the chainsaw sword in his hand into the soil to let the overheated machine soul rest. Kronos knelt on one knee, and he carefully avoided the corpses of those noble warriors. This was an unnecessary killing, but he had to do it, otherwise, more people would die. He had never understood as much as he did now why the Emperor wanted to unify Terra. These warriors, their blood should not be shed here. They should fight for the welfare of all mankind all their lives, instead of listening to the orders of a false king to attack another group of humans. The demons will laugh slowly in the dark when they kill each other. Kronos slowly lowered his head and began to mourn for these warriors. I'm not a Warhammer fan, but for a veteran who has served for 300 years, the Noxian Dragon Lizard Cavalry is really not good enough. If you want to fight him for a while, you need at least 3 Thanes, and you have to bring a lot of mortal soldiers. In addition, I'm sorry, this is today's update, and I will make up for it tomorrow. I didn't close the window when I slept, and I caught a cold from the wind. If I hadn't gone out, I would have gone to the quarantine point by myself. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.